Good morning, everybody. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 11:25 a.m. on Tuesday, June 10th, 2025. And we are conducting this hearing in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually on the DC Council's website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, policing, violence prevention, intervention, civilian police oversight, access to justice, victim services, justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, 911 and 301 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, and child support. Today, the committee continues its review of Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following two agencies: the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, otherwise known as DMPSJ, and the Metropolitan Police Department, which we refer to as MPD. We'll first hear from the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. The Deputy Mayor is responsible for providing direction and support to and coordination of the district's public safety agencies to develop and lead interagency public safety initiatives, improve the quality of life in district neighborhoods. The Deputy Mayor provides oversight of the district's public safety cluster agencies, including MPD, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Fire and Emergency Management Services, and the Office of Unified Communications. The Mayor's proposed budget allocates about $15.6 million to the Deputy Mayor's office, which is about a 5.5% decrease from last year. The Deputy Mayor's office has gone through significant growth and operational shifts in the past few budgets. Last year, the office got about a 33% increase to reflect a continued expansion of the duties of the DM's office. And the year before that, in fiscal year 2024, we shifted safe passage from the Deputy Mayor for Education's office into the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice's office. The council also added the Safe Commercial Corridors Grant Program, which I created through my Secure DC Omnibus bill, as well as new nonprofit security grants for our nonprofits and religious institutions. In FY 2025, the mayor's budget proposal shifted another program, the ONES Leadership Academy, into the deputy mayor's office out of ONES. I'll be interested to hear today about how each of these programs, including the shift of the Leadership Academy, has gone and how the expansion of the office is going overall. We need to continue getting these crucial grants out the door, whether it's for Safe Passage, our commercial corridors grants, and our nonprofit security grants, especially in today's landscape. We'll then hear from Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. MPD's mission is to safeguard the District of Columbia and protect its residents and visitors with the highest regard for sanctity of human life. MPD strives at all times to accomplish its mission with a focus on service, integrity, and fairness by upholding the district's motto, Justitia Omnibus, justice for all. Currently, MPD's sworn officer numbers are at a 50-year low. I'm going to say that again because I think people are surprised when I share this. We are at a 50-year low for MPD staffing. Just last week, we dipped into the 3100s. I'm eager to hear how this proposed budget supports needed and urgent efforts to recruit and retain quality sworn officers for the department. The proposed budget has an overall increase in MPD funding and additional FTEs, and I look forward to hearing about these initiatives to support additional interventions like CCD cameras, license plate readers, and the new Juvenile Investigative Response Unit, and implementation of the Second Chance Amendment Act. It's also vital that we ensure MPD's facilities are properly maintained and updated to serve all corners of the district and make sure our police officers know that we value their space. I plan on asking the chief about capital projects related to these efforts and how the financial plan supports the continued investments that we need to pursue public safety for everyone in the city, whether you live, work, or visit here. With that, we're going to hear from our public witnesses first for the Deputy Mayor's office, and then public witnesses for the Metropolitan Police Department, and then we'll move to our government witnesses. So let me call our first panel of in-person public witnesses for DMPSJ: Beatrice Gerwitz, Christopher Wolf, Kia Chatterjee, Maya Martin Cadogan, Rachel Feinstein. Welcome to you all. As a reminder, every public witness has 3 minutes to present your testimony, and if you could turn your microphone on as you speak. We'll begin with Beatrice Gerwitz, Executive Director of the Lillian and Albert Small Capital Jewish Museum. Microphone. If you push the button on there we go.
Good morning, Council Member Pinto. My name is Beatrice Gerwitz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lillian and Albert Small Capital Jewish Museum. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony today on the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice and MPD FY26 budgets. The Capital Jewish Museum is an institution committed to educating the public about Jewish people and Jewish culture in the region. We welcome locals and tourists alike, as well as K-12 groups from public and private schools. We have a particular commitment to exploring the many connections between Jewish Washingtonians and our broader community in the DC region. To this end, we partner with a wide range of DC organizations to strengthen relationships and broaden our impact. I'll offer one example. Our annual community Seder in the weeks leading up to Passover is an event that welcomes Jewish and non-Jewish organizations such as the DC JCC, the DC History Center, Anacostia Community Museum, and Food and Friends to reinterpret a section of the Seder through the lens of the critical work they do every day to serve our community. It's a highlight of the year for all participants and brings together people who might not otherwise be in the same room and fosters a deep appreciation of how we each build our community. On May 21st, 2025, our worst fears became a horrifying reality. Right after Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky left an American Jewish Committee event at our museum, they were murdered in a targeted act of anti-Semitic violence. This was not a random attack, and our community is traumatized by these crimes. By every metric, from FBI hate crime data to the MPD to NGO monitors like the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic hate crimes are at their highest level on record. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security issued a public service announcement in the past week raising concern about ongoing threats to Jewish and Israeli communities and urging institutions to remain vigilant. As a museum committed to educating the broad public, we must do everything we can to welcome that public in our doors. But we are presented with increasing and significant security concerns, especially as we have gained national attention after these murders on a street corner near our building. Indeed, this higher profile has led to additional threats in just the past weeks. We ask your assistance in helping us meet this moment. Before the tragic shooting, we spent approximately $330,000 on security on an annual basis, spent mostly on private security personnel and off-duty police officers. We are undertaking a rigorous review of our security protocols and introducing additional layers of protection that will more than double our security costs to prevent anti-Semitic hate crimes in the future. I want to thank the mayor and your colleagues on the council and the chief of police and Deputy Mayor Appia for reaching out to us since the murders. Just last week, the deputy mayor and assistant chief of the Metropolitan Police Department met with us and offered a complete security assessment. I'll just rush to say we were so appreciative for the grants last year that defrayed just a part of our security. And in the coming year, we would ask for additional security dedicated to our increasing needs of $500,000 to defray the very increased over doubled security costs we are facing. And I'll cut it off at that.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here today. I'm so sorry what you all experienced.
Thank you very much.
Kia Chatterjee, public witness.
Hi, my name is Kaya Chatterjee. I'm Executive Director of Free DC and also a Ward 2 resident. I'm going to yield my speaking slot on the MPD panel later today. I have to leave because my son is going to National History Day, also supported by DC History Day, and at College Park, Maryland. And it's for a documentary that's about Julius Hobson, who was a freedom fighter in DC and a former council member whose shoulders we stand on. I want to take a moment and ask this committee and everyone in this room to sort of take a deep breath and imagine that there's somebody a couple generations from now who is studying you, who's studying us, the way that my son is studying Julius Hobson. And I want you to think about how you want that person to feel when they read about your actions, our actions in 2025, in the face of an authoritarian consolidation of power. And imagine the pride they might feel if their research turns up courage. And I just say that because it's up to us right now to be good ancestors to the people who will come after us. We simply cannot let ICE kidnap and disappear people indiscriminately. We have to protect people who are in danger. It's critical that when we talk about safety, we see the big picture of what's happening right now today. There's troops here, there's tanks here. Trump has deployed the US military against US citizens who are participating in protected speech. First Amendment protesters are being charged with felonies by Pam Bondi and the DOJ for protesting kidnappings and workplace raids by ICE. They are looking for and manufacturing excuses to militarize this country and disappear people. They're following an authoritarian playbook, and we at Free DC are training people in the anti-authoritarian playbook and how we get our democracy to take a U-turn and serve the people. In this context, we rely on you, our democratic leaders, and we urge you to take action against this, to protect the Sanctuary Values Act that was stuck into the budget that I spoke about earlier. We thank you when you stand up to the federal government. Thank you for opening DuPont Circle. We have a lot of people who were there, including me, who can speak to that experience and how much better it was when it was opened. And I ask you to bring humanity to your orientation towards those most vulnerable, including houseless neighbors, and end encampment clearings that are demanded by this fascist administration. As a volunteer with Ward 2 Mutual Aid, I actually had the opportunity to meet some of the houseless neighbors who were later handcuffed and taken away and arrested simply for existing. And it was at their request. I also ask you to investigate how and why MPD abetted the theft of a $500 million privately owned building in Ward 2 at the U.S. Institute of Peace, and reflect also on what you could have done, Chair Pinto, to act differently the next time a lawless federal force comes to steal a building or a person even in Ward 2. We, the people in DC, are here to help all of you make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I hope your son enjoys the day. Maya Martin Cadogan, founder and executive director of PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I'm a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and the parent of a 7th-generation Washingtonian. When PAVE parent leaders chose to prioritize safe passage to school over the past 2 years, their goal was simple and profound: make sure every student in the district can travel to and from school safely each and every day. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice Apia for their commitment to the Safe Passage program, evidenced by continued investments and a consistent willingness to engage with our school communities about how to improve. Last year, DMPSJ deployed 185 Safe Passage ambassadors to serve nearly 50 schools. Meaningful progress has been made. DMPSJ expanded Safe Passage presence, including the Brookland Metro and Eastern Market and Potomac Ave. They increased focus on collaboration among school and safety leaders across the district, including convenings hosted by DMPSJ and hyper-local convenings hosted by the Office of the Student Advocate. And overall, the data shows improvement. Youth arrests dropped by 19% last year and have continued to fall below pre-pandemic levels so far in 2025. Especially in a tough budget year, we are glad to see $9.2 million for Safe Passage in the mayor's budget proposal to continue this work. We want to celebrate our progress and acknowledge that there is still far too many students and families who rightfully worry about their safety traveling to and from school and around the district. Today, I want to highlight what we've heard from parents, school leaders, and community partners on ways we can continue to improve implementation and make our dollars go farther. The first is to enact the Safe Passage Ambassador Training and School Amendment Act that requires specific training for Safe Passage ambassadors and biannual meetings with ambassadors and the school leaders in their coverage areas. These are the top 2 items we hear regularly from parents and coalition partners, and we thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for your leadership on this proposed legislation. The training will help make every dollar for Safe Passage go further, especially if the topics and cadence are designed in partnership with schools that see this work on the ground each and every day. The biannual meetings will also help to ensure that everyone working in proximity to the school is aware of any issues so they can address them proactively and that strong relationships built on trust are maintained. The second is to create stronger systems of communication between Safe Passage ambassadors and school leaders in the same area. School leaders have asked for walkie-talkies, messaging apps. We recently learned the Office of the Attorney General already has an app to help share information and report incidents in real time. We'd love to encourage conversations between their office and schools and the Safe Passage team to consider if this can be used to support communication across school communities, but in the same Safe Passage zone. And the last is to build on the previous revision to the Safe Passage grant application process to ensure awardees have trusted relationships and proven capacity to engage with school communities, and that school leaders have input on the selection process, and that stakeholders have feedback in the annual evaluation. We're grateful to the leadership of DMPSJ and are eager to continue to work together so that Safe Passage can see real change for families and communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cadogan, and thank you for all your work on Safe Passage and your support of a bill that we're moving tomorrow, actually, out of this committee as part of Peace DC for the Safe Passage training. So hopefully we can get that out of committee and to a full council vote. Rachel Feinstein, Director of DC Government and Community Relations, Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Pinto, council members and staff, and fellow panelists. My name is Rachel Feinstein. I'm a Ward 6 resident and the DC Director with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. The JCRC is the public affairs arm of the organized Jewish community, representing over 100 synagogues, community centers, and social service agencies throughout Maryland, Virginia, and DC, including nearly 20 in the district alone. We work daily with Jewish organizations in our region in responding to incidents, improving security, and coordinating social action work. I'm here today to urge the council to provide $750,000 for the Safe and Secure DC grant program. In FY25, DMPSJ reported receiving about $1.5 million in funding requests for a program that had been allocated $500,000. As such, we're requesting the program support at least half that amount at $750,000 for FY26. Last year, the DC Council, at the recommendation of this committee, thank you for that, Chair Pinto, established this program. Thank you for recognizing the need for grants to provide funding for nonprofits at risk of hate crimes, to contract security personnel, and invest in other security improvements. The federal security grant program, as we know, has not prioritized funding security personnel and has left a gap to fill. The DC program could not have come at a more critical time. In the district, we've experienced an unprecedented surge in acts of Jew hatred. 2 violent physical attacks over the last 2 years stand out. At Kesher Israel congregation, a man drove a van onto the sidewalk and sprayed a noxious mist at congregants while yelling, "Gas the Jews." And then 3 weeks ago, 2 people, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, left a Jewish event at the Capitol Jewish Museum and were killed by an attacker who later told police that he did it for Gaza. Many of us in the community knew Sarah and the dedicated Israeli embassy team she was a part of. I remember not sleeping that evening, working in the early morning hours, texting and calling others who were also up late, waiting, asking each other, who was it? Has anyone heard from Sarah? On the same night, across town at Temple Sinai, the JCRC held its annual meeting. The theme of our program's panel was the role of the Jewish community in helping to preserve and defend American democracy. The attacker could have just as easily targeted any of us, which I think is most terrifying. This year, for the first time, the Jewish contingent in the Pride Parade hired private security to join us in our walk. Last year, our group faced significant harassment from the crowd, and part of the group was physically assaulted. This year, we experienced minimal verbal harassment and had no assaults. Security professionals can only do so much to protect our community. We cannot be expected to secure a 1-block radius around every Jewish event space, but we can empower our communities to protect themselves so that we can continue our sacred work of serving the district. Thank you for your support for public safety and ensuring that DC remains a place where we can live full and joyful lives.
Thank you so much for your testimony and all the work you do throughout the year to make sure that our Jewish neighbors can be in safe spaces, which is just extremely disheartening how hard that is to fight for and so important. I want to ask you, Ms. Gerwitz, from a kind of programmatic perspective, how the experience was in dealing with applying to a grant with the Deputy Mayor's office, and if there are any kind of procedural barriers that made that difficult, or that could be improved, I should say.
I think that the process of applying was relatively simple. Of course, we applied for far more than we were able to receive. To Rachel's broader point, we're still working on getting through the hurdles to get the funding released for the grant that we did win. So there may be some streamlining as an opportunity there. But no, the grant criteria was clear, and I think we were able to meet it.
Thank you. And Ms. Feinstein, can you speak about some of the uses for the funds that you're aware of that organizations have deployed them for?
Yes, so organizations will be using the funding to pay for security personnel, whether that's contract for special events or ongoing security needs. Sure. Using it also for installing new security cameras. Some shuls who are observant of Shabbat rules in terms of using electricity and not on Shabbat have a need for a certain type of door that has a punch code instead of like an electronic key open. So being able to buy that kind of technology to create a safer space, but still accessible on Shabbat is very important for our Orthodox community members. Training, paying for security training, situational awareness, CPR training, stop the bleed training, as well as a bulletproof glass film that can be added after glass has already been installed. It's a specific kind of technology that you can apply aftermarket, among other applications.
Thank you. And Ms. Cadogan, in working with parents who have a lot of exposure to different safe passage workers, are there particular schools or efforts that you think really get this right and that we should continue to model afterwards? I appreciate your ideas around the walkie-talkies and making sure that the school communities are a part of the training, but who's doing this well that we can scale?
Yeah, I think that any of the schools where they have a stronger relationship with their Safe Passage ambassador program. So a good example is that we've heard a lot is in Ward 5. You have KIPP College Prep that's there on Brentwood Parkway, but you also have McKinley that meets at that metro. And so you have a number of different schools that are coming in all at the same time, and they do a better job of coordinating because some of the folks are actually going into the school buildings and working with the school leaders. And I think that's been the general push from a lot of school leaders, is that they want to have more relationship with the Safe Passage ambassadors, so that they can be clear with them. Like, one is on the training side, like if they're doing training on restorative practices or anything else that's in the building, how to deal with students who have special needs, a variety of different things. They want to be able to pass that training on to the ambassadors so that they also are receiving the same training and everyone's speaking the same language with students and then communicating more regularly. I think that's why we're really interested when we met with one of the paid parent leaders who used to work at the OIG's office, who told us about the app, because one of the things we had heard from multiple people is like filling out the incident reports or reporting in every day was really tedious. People had thought about Excel spreadsheets, and he was like, well, actually OIG already has something where we do that with the VI folks. So I wonder if we could all use the same thing. It's an app. It's really easy. You start typing and it like starts entering the information. And so we were trying to look for easy ways to both build relationship and to streamline communication. So we're glad to hear about that.
Thank you. That's a really creative idea. I like that. And especially, I mean, the deputy mayor's office has taken on more of these grants in the past couple of years. And so I think this is a really good time to reimagine how the grants can communicate with one another, even within her office.
Yeah.
When there is a crossover benefit. So thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I call our next panel, Jennifer Zwilling, Dr. Susan Abedian, Eli Burney, Robert Barton, we will start with Jennifer Zwilling, the CEO of the Ed Lavich Jewish Community Center.
Good morning, Brooke, staff, fellow panelists. My name is Jennifer Zwilling, and I'm the proud CEO of the Ed Lavich DC Jewish Community Center in Ward 2. First, I want to start by saying thank you. The DC JCC was recently one of the recipients of a Safe and Secure DC nonprofit grant, which enabled us to hire additional police and security guards for our recent film festival, which concluded only days before the Capitol Jewish Museum shooting, and to upgrade our security cameras. But in this time of heightened threat against the Jewish community, I'm here to ask once again that you continue to fund the Safe and Secure DC nonprofit program. And I want to request, as Rachel Feinstein did earlier, that the council and the mayor allocate $750,000 in funding toward this program in the 2016 budget. To be clear, our community is scared. We were nervous before the May 21st murders outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, and so you can understand that the fear is only more so. We know that constant vigilance is the only answer. Just last week, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security warned of an elevated threat facing the Jewish community in the wake of the museum attack, followed only weeks later by Molotov cocktail assaults in Boulder, Colorado. Jews are being targeted not for what we do, but simply for being Jewish. We need your help to secure our building and our community from being the next awful news story. This is not just to calm my staff and my community members, but I am bound to protect all of them and the thousands of DC residents who walk through our doors every day. Last year, the Edlovich DC JCC served over 10,000 unique individuals across the city. We are a prominent institution on the DC landscape, a nearly 100-year-old building on 16th Street with on our facade the words Jewish Community Center etched into our top of our building. While we are a home for the Jewish community in downtown DC, we are proud that we serve not only the Jewish community, but all residents of the district. This includes over 100 preschool children and their families, 50 children from Rost Elementary School who come to our building every day after school for enrichment and after-school programming and care, theater patrons, concert goers, fitness members, just to name a few. Last night, our building had over 250 people in it for a theater opening and an incredible film. Already, we had budgeted around $300,000 in our fiscal 26 budget just on security for next year. And with these new threats, we are facing an increased need to continue contracting off-duty police for large events and to increase our in-house security team who need to not only screen patrons as they come into the center, but also to understand what our perimeter is happening to secure that as well, to look for those threats. We estimate that our security costs in the coming year could increase by another $100,000. We serve not only Jews, but the entire community. And I am certain that no YMCA, movie theater, or local gym are making these asks of you in your budget deliberations. But I'm here asking you to help us keep our community safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Suzanne Abadian, how do I pronounce it?
Great.
Go ahead, help me out.
Thank you, Dr. Suzanne Abadian.
Abadian, okay.
No worries.
Dr. Suzanne Abadian, the Executive Director of the Interfaith Council of Metropolitan Washington. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Chair Pinto and council members. I am Dr. Suzanne Abadian, the Executive Director of the Interfaith Council of Metropolitan Washington, one of the oldest interfaith organizations in the United States. We represent and partner with 11 historic faith traditions across the DC, Maryland, and Virginia, including Jewish, Muslim, Christian, I have to read the list, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Latter-day Saints, Sikh, and Zoroastrians, and Baha'i. I think I missed Baha'i. I'm here with a straightforward and urgent message and request. Please renew the Safe and Secure DC program and fund it at a minimum of $750,000 for FY26. This program is not a luxury. It's a lifeline. Our communities, particularly houses of worship and nonprofits serving vulnerable populations, are under threat. Just 2 weeks ago, as you've heard, we witnessed the horrific targeted murder of 2 young, precious people leaving a Jewish interfaith gathering at the Capitol Jewish Museum, an event co-organized by a member of our board. This was an act of anti-Semitic hate, and it happened in our city. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident. DC's Metropolitan AME Church was defaced by hate group members. A beloved LGBTQ plus space was vandalized during Black Pride Week. These are not just symbolic attacks. They are attempts to intimidate, silence, and terrorize. and they make clear that public safety must include protection from hate-motivated violence. The Interfaith Council does not operate a building, but we are frequently convening public events. Interfaith dialogues, community meals, youth programming, and educational workshops. Our partner organizations, synagogues, mosques, gurdwaras, temples, have increasingly shared concerns with us about raised threats and insufficient resources to protect their members. Were this funds renewed, many of our partners would use a $25,000 grant to install security cameras, hire event security conduct, staff training, and upgrade entry systems. Without this support, many of these community spaces, especially smaller or less resourced ones, will be left vulnerable. We urge you to recognize that public-private partnerships like the Safe and Secure DC program are precisely the kind of initiative that reflect Mayor Bowser's commitment to public safety. For a fraction of the city's overall safety budget, you can dramatically increase the real and perceived safety of thousands of residents. Our houses of worships, cultural centers, and interfaith spaces are places of peace, care, and refuge. But they cannot continue to serve the city's residents if they are afraid to open their doors. Please renew and expand the Safe and Secure DC program. Send a message to every resident of the city that hate will not be tolerated and that DC stands with its diverse communities in both word and deed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abadian. Eli Burney, Byrne or Burney? Eli Byrne, State Director, Jewish Federations of North America.
Chair Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As you said, my name is Eli Byrne, and I'm the State Director for the Jewish Federations of North America, the national umbrella organization which represents over 146 Jewish federations and communities across North America, including right here in the District of Columbia. I'm submitting this testimony both in my professional capacity, but also as someone who lives and worships right here in Washington as a Ward 5 resident. I'm here to strongly encourage the DC Council to renew and expand funding for the Safe and Secure DC grant program to at least $750,000 in the FY26 budget. Jewish federations strongly supported the DC Council's creation of this targeted life-saving initiative modeled after similar nonprofit security programs at the federal and state level to help at-risk organizations secure their facilities and protect the people who rely on them. But the program's funding unfortunately did not meet demand last year, receiving $1.5 million in requests against just $500,000 in available funding. We don't need to look past the news of the last 3 weeks to know that anti-Semitism has escalated from hate to violence. Nearly 3 weeks ago, 2 young Jewish adults and people who were personal friends, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, were shot outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in what was viewed as a targeted anti-Semitic attack. Increased security is critically needed, and choosing not to renew this program sends the wrong message at the worst possible time to the Jewish community. Having worked with local federations across the country on similar funding, I have seen firsthand how even modern grants can transform an organization's ability to safeguard its community. With $25,000 in grant funding, a nonprofit can install high-definition cameras, reinforce entry points, and train staff in emergency protocols. The program critically also allows for the hiring of security personnel, something that has become a fundamental need for any Jewish gathering. These are not luxuries, they are necessities, given the current threats facing our community. I understand the fiscal challenges facing the city this year, but the program represents a partnership that delivers direct, measurable impact in protecting vulnerable communities. Public safety is one of Mayor Bowser's stated priorities. Safe and Secure DC should be part of that priority. These potentially life-saving funds are critical and must be prioritized. My request is simple and essential: that the program is renewed and that funding for FY26 is increased to $750,000. Security is the foundation upon which all other services are built. If people do not feel safe, they cannot worship, gather, serve, or heal. We ask you continue investing in the safety and resilience of our communities. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to making DC a place where every person, no matter their faith, identity, or background, can live and gather without fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Robert Barton, Executive Director, More Than Our Crimes.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and staff. As you just spoke, my name is Robert Barton, and I'm the co-founder of More Than Our Crimes. I was just released in February from federal prison after 30 years. and I'm here to talk about the untapped power for the civic engagement for the district's justice impacted residents. In 2020, this council passed or restored the right to vote to those in prison. And then a lot of groups like the League of Women Voters started working on logistics of voting, how they get the ballots to the people, how they get them registered and all those type of things. But what they missed was that for a lot of this population, they wasn't motivated to vote anyway. They wasn't tapped in because they didn't feel as though they were citizens. And I noticed because I felt the same way for a long part of my life. That only changed when I started More Than Our Crimes. We conducted teach-ins, I published op-eds, and something remarkable happened to people in government when people in government started to listen. A candidate even cited my perspective in his platform, and I began to realize my voice could influence policy. When we gave other incarcerated residents this same platform, I watched the same transformation occur in them. When we asked their opinion about public policy, they felt seen, they felt visible. This is the core of our mission. People who see they can work within the systems to make changes are less likely to recidivate and more likely to help their community instead of harm. More Than Our Crime builds their civic power daily, not just at election time. We educate a large network of incarcerated DC residents on public policy debates through our newsletter. We innovate with new forms of political education, like commissioning a voting-themed urban novel written and illustrated by one of our members. And we bring their voices out to you to use for advocacy, while also bringing your voices in. We love for all of you to engage with our members, just as Councilmember Robert White once did. The results are already clear. Upon release, our members are leading nonprofits and working as credible measures and paralegals, along with a whole lot of other things that I'm quite sure you're aware of. Now, we are ready to go further. We are working with Georgetown Civic Engagement Lab on a correspondence course about how government truly works with test studies like IRA. And we want to build a corpus of returning community justice leaders trained in organizing and public speaking. And I'm here today to ask you to join us. Help us engage our networks inside prison and help us secure the resources to empower them as leaders when they come home. In fact, we are applying this month for the OVSJG grant to develop and implement this corresponding course I just mentioned. Let's work together to build a new status quo, one grounded in community accountability and civic power. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for all you do, and welcome home.
Thank you.
And absolutely, I would love to work with you. My commitment to do so. And thank you all for your testimony and all that you do for our community as well. And we're going to do everything we can to reinstitute this fund and grant. We know how important it is. Thank you all. Ava Millstone. Allison Kahn-Pauley. Nene Taylor. Eric Morris. Welcome, everybody. We will begin with Ava Millstone, public witness. And as a reminder to turn your microphone. There we go.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and council staff. My name is Ava Millstone. I moved to DC in 2012 when pregnant with our first child, drawn by its progressive values that many of you hold. The mayor's FY26 budget proposal abandons those values. It turns its back on the people who've made DC strong. Last month, I was at the elementary school track finals with my 10-year-old when a shooting occurred. DCPS staff ran toward danger to protect our kids. MPD came to help. The next day, school social workers helped our kids process the trauma. We felt safe again. But over the next week, there were 2 different daytime homicides, 1 block from our home in Southwest, when my kids were walking home from school. I've never felt afraid to raise my family in DC until now. And it's not just the gun violence, it's that our government is pulling away from the very programs that make communities resilient and safe. Real public safety starts with prevention, stable housing, healthcare, good jobs, and strong schools. My dear friend is a single mom supporting a chronically ill daughter, an adopted son, and a daughter who's also a single mom of 3. We have spent countless volunteer hours over the last 9 years organizing mutual aid and equity work at our beloved Amadon Bowen Elementary School. Her family has lived in DC for 5 generations. She relies on SNAP, rental aid, and DC Medicaid to survive. This is who this budget leaves behind. DC has lost over 25,000 Black residents in the past decade. These budget decisions Cutting services that support families while expanding enforcement are how that happens. I want to live in a city that honors and protects our communities, not one that erases them through disinvestment. Combined with our neighbors moving after federal RIFs, we risk a mass displacement that will gut the social fabric of our neighborhoods. In Southwest DC, we carry the trauma of urban renewal in the 50s when the majority Black and Jewish population was forcibly displaced. For me, this isn't just policy, it's personal. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors. I grew up learning their stories. It's my sacred duty to my ancestors and those who fought in solidarity for their freedom to protect the migrants who are victims of today's authoritarians. Meanwhile, the mayor is rolling back sanctuary city protections. This and the expansion of pretrial detention will not make us safer. It just criminalizes poverty, trauma, and migration. These changes are deeply out of step with DC's values and with evidence about what builds safer communities. The mayor says that vital supports such as healthcare, rental aid, food assistance, the Child Tax Credit, and the Child Wealth Building Act are unsustainable. But as Dr. Abadian said, these are not luxuries. These are lifelines. They allow people to contribute to our economy, build resilience, raise children with dignity, and stay in the city they call home. Please reject the idea that those with the least should be asked to sacrifice the most. Instead of pouring our tax dollars into sports franchises, tax breaks, and corporate giveaways, we should invest in our people, especially those who've been here for generations. I would be proud to pay more in taxes to protect the values of this city and the people who make it strong. As Congress freezes our local funds and pursues trillions in tax cuts for the rich, Council has the opportunity and the obligation to take a different path. Everyone has a role to play in resisting authoritarianism. Your role is clear. You were elected as a leader who stands for DC's values. Please reject this austerity budget. Choose the people of DC. Choose racial justice. Choose equity, compassion, and courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Kahn-Pauley, Associate Regional Director, ADL, Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, members of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Judiciary, and council members. My name is Allison Kahn-Pauley, and I am the Associate Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League's DC region. I'm here today to support renewed and increased funding for the Safe and Secure DC grant program, addressing critical security needs. Founded in 1913, as a leading anti-hate organization, ADL fights all forms of anti-Semitism and bias. Our experts respond to and track trends in anti-Semitism and extremism. You've already heard about too many chilling incidents already today. So pursuant to our expertise, I'm going to focus on numbers. The Jewish community has experienced an unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism since October 7th. However, this historic rise did not start then. 2024 was the fourth consecutive year that anti-Semitic incidents increased, each surpassing all previous highs since ADL started tracking this data in 1979. ADL's annual audit identified over 9,000 incidents of anti-Semitic assault, harassment, and vandalism across the country in 2024. Over 150 were in DC. DC's Jewish institutions were targeted with at least 38 anti-Semitic incidents, including numerous harassing messages and direct or implied threats of harm. This alarming level of anti-Semitism should never be accepted, yet it has become a persistent and grim reality for Jewish individuals and families in DC, whose increasing fears have been furthered by the horrific murders at the Capitol Jewish Center. Last month, just 1 mile from the DC Council building, a young couple at a Jewish community event at the Capitol Jewish Center was gunned down and murdered. Last week, as you have heard, the FBI and DHS issued an elevated threat alert for Jewish communities in the United States. Yet it is not only the Jewish community who faces threats and violence. Hate crime incidents across the country have also reached record highs. According to the FBI, between 2022 to 2023, reported hate crimes against Jewish, Latino, Muslim, and LGBTQ+ populations all increased. This data highlights the vital need for funding to protect those in DC at risk. Last year, the DC Council established the Safe and Secure DC Grant Program for nonprofits at risk of hate crimes, filling a critical gap in federal funding. Thank you. Security measures are vital for at-risk institutions, but they are cost prohibitive. The Safe and Secure DC grant program was funded at $500,000 for FY25, but reportedly received $1.5 million in funding requests. We join the many voices that you have heard today in asking for the grant program to be renewed with an increase to $750,000 to meet at least half of the known need. Thank you. Together, we can enhance the safety and security of so many communities in DC.
Thank you very much. Nene Taylor, Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Hello, my name is Nene Taylor. I'm a DC native and Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams and also co-founder of Free DC. Harriet's Wildest Dreams is a Black community defense hub, and we fight for those impacted by state-sanctioned violence. We believe in the vision of safety rooted in care, community, and investment in the people, not in punishment, surveillance, and the expansion of a bloated police budget. We know the budget tells you the morals and values of our city. Let me say that again. A budget can tell the people the morals and the values of our city. As we examine the proposed FY26 budget, this budget reflects a city that is not a sanctuary for all and instead leaves residents behind through its investment in policing and investment in public services. I urge you to reject the $30 million increase for MPD and the additional $18 million proposed for expanding MPD's vehicle fleet. The city should not be spending more money on cars and boats for police while people struggling with jobs, food, and housing and insecurities of just living. The mayor's budget proposed would give $30 million to hire more officers, establish a new horse-mounted and invest in crime fighting technology and equipment. I said horse mounting. So have you ever had a horse mount you be in front? I did during 2020. What's next? To give them whips while they're on the horse. I'm worried. In other words, an obscene amount of money is being funneled into a system that has failed the community's safety. We don't need more surveillance arrests or tools or state violence. We need housing, healthcare, education, and resources that actually keep people alive and well. We've seen increased policing playing out, not just here, but across the country. In Los Angeles, police and complicitly in the kidnapping or trafficking of undocumented individuals, forcefully removing vulnerable people from their jobs, schools, and court appointments, then handing them over to ICE. And when community members, many of them, Black, brown, undocumented, trans, or poor, rise up to demand justice and sanctuary, they are met with military force, beaten and brutalized in the broad daylight, with $30 million wanting to go right to the people who would do that, who would serve that purpose. This is not safety, and yet this is what DC's proposed budget seems to endorse, a doubling down on carceral measures rather than the commitment of community care. Police does not work. Research shows that investing in housing, violence interrupters, mental health care, education, and job programs are far more effective and reduce harm and building for safety. Yet those systems face cuts or flat funding while MPD is rewarded over and over again. We're going to get them houses, surveillance tech, and new patrol vehicles. Let's also be honest about what this budget signals. Funding a horse-mounted unit and expanding MPD's physical footprint is not about addressing root causes of harm. It's about optics, control, and silencing protesters. These tactics are historical to use to intimidate, surveil, and to violently manage resistance and public dissent. I urge the council, reject the $30 million, reject the $18 million of free expenses, divest from Metropolitan Police, invest in what truly makes us safe. Housing, healthcare, crisis response, youth programs, and community-based. Let's build a free DC. Let's build one rooted in justice and not jails. And let's free DC and Palestine.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Eric Morris, Collaborative Solutions for Communities.
Good morning. My name is Eric Morris from Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I'm a program manager under the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program. The Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program has been nothing but transformative for students and communities we serve. Every day, our Safe Passage team shows up not just to provide safety, but to be a consistent, trusted presence in the lives of young people and residents in our most impacted communities. We walk the same paths as our students, greet the same neighbors, and build meaningful connections with school staff, business owners, and families. We check in with local stores, restaurants, libraries, and community members along our routes to exchange information and offer support. These relationships create stronger and more united communities where people feel safer, seen, and more connected. Teachers tell us more students are coming to school, showing up on time. Why? Because they feel safe. Every day we encourage them not just to attend school, but to learn something. Learning and saying their names, acknowledging that they're seen and valued make a big difference. A good morning or a nod of encouragement could go further than most people realize. Our ambassadors build trust. We use evidence-based practices like solution-focused brief therapy, a strength-based approach that helps young people recognize their own potential. We guide them toward their goals, celebrate their wins, and model what it means to show up with integrity. This work isn't just about safety, it's about believing in every student's potential. And we've seen the impact: more smiles and fewer conflicts. CSC, which is Collaborative Solutions for Communities Safe Passage Team, is recognized citywide for our leadership and effectiveness. We survey over 500 community members, students, and school staff. More than 99% of the 99% feeling safer with Safe Passage ambassadors present. 92% observe fewer fights or violent incidents near schools. These results confirm that we already know Safe Passage works. But we also know that there's more to do, especially inside the schools. We believe additional school-based programming is an essential to strengthen the bridge between Safe Passage and broader prevention efforts. One way CSC plans to expand this connection is through a restorative justice program for girls who are increasingly involved in altercations and community conflicts. This new initiative will work alongside school staff, students, families to build stronger support systems. The program will introduce restorative practice and solution-focused techniques that enhance mediation and de-escalation. Through year-round sessions, young women will learn how to heal, lead, and make positive choices, gaining skills that reduce violence and promotes healthy lifestyles. By bringing programs like this into our schools, Safe Passage could deepen our impact, not only keeping students safe on their way to and from school, but also helping them navigate the challenges they face every day. Together, we can create safer, stronger communities inside and outside the school building. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morris. And thank you all for your testimony. I certainly agree that this budget needs to do much more to protect our most vulnerable residents, whether that be with SNAP or Medicaid, support of our migrant communities who are facing just horrific threats and challenges right now. And we all need to work collectively together to protect one another. And I really appreciate the words in support of the grants for the nonprofit grants, as well as the Safe Passage grants, which we will continue to support as well. Thank you. Thank you all. Jermaine Clark. CSC parent? No. And Jermaine Clark's not here. Robert Vincent Branham. Stephen Traubin. Stephen Wernick. Hannah Loffman. Stephen Traubin. Great. Okay. And then Stephen Wernick here and Hannah Loffman. Okay. And just to confirm, Jermaine Clark and CSC parent from Collaborative Solutions are not here. Okay. Great. All right. Welcome to you all. We will begin with Robert Vincent Branham, the chairman of the Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee. And Mr. Branham, please turn your microphone on when you're ready.
Greetings and salutations. Public safety in the district is at risk because of a despicable racist, bigot, supporter of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and Nazism named Donald Trump, given cover by an insensitive speaker named Mike Johnson and an election denier named Janine Pirro, United States Attorney for DC. They support the assault of law enforcement officers at the Capitol. Violence committed in the name of Trump is acceptable and will be rewarded with pardons, while constitutional rights of peaceful protests against lawless felon Trump will be met with rubber bullets, tear gas, and armed military. To them, the only amendment worth of defense is the Second Amendment, as the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments guaranteeing birthright citizenship, abolishing slavery, and securing voting rights must be ignored. On Sunday, fathers and men who stand in the gap as fathers will be feasted with special dinners, emails, text messages, and cards of love. In sad instances, incarcerated fathers will be visited by their children. In many discussions about crime, most often the topic turns to absent fathers, Black fathers. I'm a Black father. I've been arrested twice for protesting injustice, inequality, and in support of DC statehood. I offer for your observation CDC, National Center for Health Statistics study. Black fathers, 70%, are more likely to have bathed, dressed, diapered, or helped their children use the toilet every day compared with white at 60% and Hispanic fathers at 43%. I do not sit here to deny Black men, young Black men, do not commit crimes. What I am saying is the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice and the Metropolitan Police Department's budget request should be supported. Deputy Mayor Lindsay Apaya and Chief Pamela Smith are committed to district public safety. They care about young people. They value principles of justice and accountability. Not all decisions are without controversy, but they do come with compassion and respect for justice. If I'm asked what must be done to help secure district public safety, I will reply, get the guns off the streets and embrace our young people. Yesterday, the Washington Post published a story connecting student truancy and young people who commit crimes. The Post faulted the council and DCPS. However, the Post story did not acknowledge the primary person responsible for reducing school truancy is the parent or guardian in the home. Yesterday, the New York Times published a story on the Journal of American Medical Association report headline, "Gun Deaths of Children Rose in States That Loosen Gun Laws." Get the guns off the streets. Public safety is everyone's business. I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. Stephen Trauben, public witness.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and others here today. Thank you very much for having me testify today. My name is Stephen Trauben, and I attend a Jewish synagogue in Upper Northwest DC. I'm here before you to advocate for a crucial investment in our city's well-being, the full reinstatement of the grant program for nonprofits at risk for hate crimes in the proposed budget. The need for this money in our city is not theoretical. It is unfortunately real and scary. As a Jewish person, I know firsthand that hate crimes are not abstract concepts. They are deeply felt, violent realities that affect us in the United States, and especially here in Washington, D.C. We've seen it tragically unfold as Jewish people have been injured and simply killed for simply being Jewish. We've heard some of these examples. One of them was in 2018, the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. 11 innocent people were murdered, 2 critically wounded, and 5 responding police officers injured in a horrific hate crime. We also have talked about the Jewish Capitol Museum right here in Washington, D.C. And just recently on June 1st, a person threw a Molotov cocktail at a peaceful gathering of Jewish people and Jewish supporters in Boulder, Colorado, injuring 15 people and charged as a hate crime as well. These acts of hate and violence are not theoretical, they are real. They are stark reminders of the threat of hate-motivated attacks and are always present and deadly. The previously established grant program was a vital lifeline. It provided critical funding for security enhancements, training, and community building initiatives, and directly mitigated these threats. Without this dedicated funding, nonprofit organizations such as ourselves are left to shoulder the immense burden of protection on our own, often diverting resources from our core mission. Every Jewish institution of any size in North America, from synagogues to Jewish schools, approximately 5% or more of our operating budget goes directly to security. A considerable percentage of our community's volunteer time is also spent securing our physical safety. As a congregant myself, I have to devote a number of hours outside the synagogue, not just inside, to provide security. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have about 50 volunteers that give up our time to secure our safety as well. We are grateful to have these resources to ensure that we can gather safely, but fundamentally we expend these costs because the government cannot guarantee our safety. These costs are significant. We pay the police from our own budget, and when they aren't available, we're forced to pay more expensive private armed security companies. On top of regular dues, our congregants are to pay a security tax just to belong to the synagogue. This burden extends beyond direct payments. The synagogue has to spend tens of thousands of dollars to divert important staff time, which could be spent elsewhere on necessary building enhancements to our old building, just to be in line with current security concerns and precautions. It's not just a threat of violence, it's the harassment and fear. A few weeks ago, for example, someone shouted from a car on the Sabbath, "The murderers are going inside this building." Okay, this is our reality. Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Wernick, who's with me, he'll continue with the rest of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Traubin. Stephen Wernick, Director of Operations, Ohev Shalom Congregation.
Thank you for having us here today to speak. And to continue Stephen's testimony, let me be clear, along with every Jewish institution of every size in North America, we have a list of crucial projects we cannot yet fund. Reinforcing windows along our social hall, for example, is high on our list. This is not just a Jewish issue, it's a people issue. States like Maryland have already provided grants for the security of religious institutions, recognizing this critical need. Investing in this grant program isn't just about protecting a few buildings, it's about safeguarding the very fabric of our diverse and vibrant city. It's about upholding our commitment to equity, justice, and the well-being of all district residents. Our congregation, for instance, has had high-profile members of the current administration and past administrations as well. This highlights not just the importance of protecting our specific institution, but the symbolic importance of protecting all institutions that serve as community anchors. By reinstating this funding, the Council will send a clear message that hate has no home here, and that we stand firmly with those working tirelessly to build a more inclusive and resilient Washington, D.C. This is a proactive measure, far more effective than reacting to the aftermath of a devastating attack. It demonstrates forward thinking and a true commitment to preventative action. Therefore, I urge this Council to prioritize and fully fund the reinstatement of the grant program for nonprofits at risk of hate crimes in the upcoming budget. Let's empower our community partners to continue their vital work and in safety and without fear. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Wernick. Hannah Loftman, Director of Women's Impact and Development, Jewish Women International.
Good morning, Chair Pinto, council members, staff, and fellow panelists. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today to support funding for the Safe and Secure DC Grant Program. My name is Hannah Loftman, and I'm Director of Women's Impact and Development at Jewish Women International and an incredibly proud resident of Ward 2. JWI is a national organization headquartered here in the district that is committed to building a world where all women and girls thrive in healthy relationships, strong communities, and safe spaces. In DC, we serve thousands of Jewish women, especially those in their 20s and 30s, who are navigating professional leadership, community building, and advocacy in increasingly unsafe conditions. Last year, the DC Council established for the first time a city grant program to help nonprofits at risk of hate crimes cover costs for security personnel, training, and physical security improvements. Thank you, Chair Pinto, for your leadership in making this happen. This program filled a critical gap left by the federal nonprofit security grant program, which deprioritizes funding for security staff, a need that is urgent for organizations like JWI that host regular community events. The program was allotted a modest $500,000 and funds were fully expended this year, just 2 weeks ago, in fact, supporting security personnel, new security cameras, and protections for events like Capitol Pride. However, the need far exceeds this funding. The Deputy Mayor's Office of Public Safety and Justice reported receiving $1.5 million in funding requests, 3 times the available funding. Due to a significant increase in security risks, especially to the Jewish community in recent weeks alone, we are respectfully asking the Council to allocate $750,000, which would meet at least half the known need. This is not a theoretical concern for JWI. Just weeks ago, 2 young people, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, were shot and killed after leaving a Jewish event at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Sarah, may her memory be both a blessing and a revolution, was an active member of JWI's Young Women's Impact Network, our peer-led community of Jewish women in their 20s and 30s building meaningful relationships, growing as leaders, and working toward a more just world. These women deserve to feel safe when showing up for their communities, and yet fear is becoming a constant. According to the ADL, anti-Semitic incidents have risen 337% since October 7th, 2023. In the district alone, nearly every Jewish institution has been targeted or threatened with bomb scares, anti-Semitic graffiti, harassment, and acts of violence. These threats extend beyond the Jewish community. In recent months, we've seen hate crimes committed against Black churches, LGBTQ spaces, and Muslim communities. JWI is proud to stand alongside our partners across Jewish and interfaith communities today in calling for this vital funding. In order to meet the current moment, we ask the Council to reinstate the Safe and Secure DC grant program and fund it at $750,000. These grants are not symbolic, they are tangible investments in the safety, dignity, and well-being of every community in our city. They are life-saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all that you do for our community every day, and appreciate your testimony and you all being here today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we go, I just want to say that a lot of us here care about this city. But where we should be is not here today. Where we should be is on Capitol Hill, which is right now discussing and voting on 2 bills to strip actions that this council put in place. We should trying to eviscerate our autonomy and home rule decisions, things that you all did. We should be on the Hill fighting for states' rights for DC statehood. That's happening now. And joining Congresswoman Norton when she goes to the floor to argue against these 2 bills that are being promoted by racists and bigots, anti-Semitics, Islamophobics, who don't care about the District of Columbia. And we're arguing among ourselves when the fault lies on Capitol Hill and at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Yes, you have a difficult choice to make, but the budget crisis we're in is not because you did it or the mayor did it. It's because people at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and on Capitol Hill don't care about the District of Columbia. They don't care about people. They don't. And we should be there rather than here, fighting among each other, fighting at each other, fighting you. We should be speaking and supporting the people of District of Columbia against the attacks coming from Capitol Hill and the White House.
Well, thank you, Mr. Branham. And I think you're right that now is a very important time to stick together. And remember, we are on the same team. I have been advocating on behalf of DC, opposed to these bills almost every day. I'm up on the Hill, I'm meeting with members of Congress, and I thank the many, many DC residents who have made their voices heard to educate members in the House and the Senate about the real live impacts of their actions on our residents and standing united together. So thank you very much.
U.S. Attorney for DC that cares about DC, that is from DC, and not former U.S. Martin and Imperial. They don't care about DC.
So we're going to move on to our virtual public witnesses for the Deputy Mayor's Office. Shannon, as a reminder to please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Shannon Walsh, Will Doyle, thanks everybody. Jamila White, Lee Levitt, Natalia Otero, Skylar Armstrong, Ty Andrews, Sharn Boone Ruffin, Kiana Lamons, Elizabeth Reddick, Carolyn Bowen, Stephanie McGill, and Peachos Dixon. We'll begin with Shannon Walsh, Clinical Director, Court Urgent Care Clinic, Pathways to Housing, DC.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, council members, and council staff. My name is Shannon Walsh. I'm a Ward 8 resident, a licensed independent clinical social worker, and the clinical director of the Court Urgent Care Clinic. The Court Urgent Care Clinic is a partnership between DC Superior Court, the DC Department of Behavioral Health, and Pathways to Housing, DC. Each year, the Court Urgent Care Clinic provides hundreds of adults with mental health and substance use challenges with same-day assessment and treatment of complex behavioral health challenges. The clinic was one of the first, remains one of the only of its kind in the country. On staff, we have a psychiatrist, 2 mental health clinicians, a certified addictions counselor, and an intake coordinator. Our office is in a unique position to provide services to individuals regardless of if they have an ID, insurance, or residency status in the United States at no cost. We are conveniently located inside the DC Superior Courthouse to provide services to individuals involved in the court who often fall into one or more of these categories. Although we are located in the courthouse, we're able to provide services to anyone in the district regardless of court involvement. According to our Human Care Agreement, page 8, the Court Urgent Care Clinic's objective is to support DC residents who are court involved, minimize recidivism within the criminal justice system, augment justice diversion programs, and triage the behavioral health needs of the consumers served there so that they will be connected to appropriate long-term care. In the first 11 months of our contract year, 88% of our clients have reported their interactions with the Court Urgent Care Clinic positively impacts their judicial disposition. 66% of our clients were discharged with a positive outcome, meaning they were connected to long-term mental health, substance use services, and 47% of our clients were referred for housing assessment due to experiencing homelessness or housing instability. This contract year, the clinic is on pace for 845 unique referrals, 1,029 assessments, 6,108 follow-up visits for the year ending September 30th. Despite continued threats to funding, demand is increasing by 21%, and we will exceed our contract by 41% this year. We also work closely with the Civil Actions Branch as well as the Mental Health Court to provide support to clients who would otherwise require police intervention due to their mental health symptoms. Unfortunately, our program has been proposed to be cut in the fiscal year 26 budget. This would be a tremendous loss to our clients and community. The benefit of having our office in the courthouse is that clients can be seen in the same day they are in the court and experiencing acute mental health symptoms. If our program is closed, our clients will likely have to travel to another location, which is an added barrier and will likely result in the person not getting the treatment that they need. The Court Urgent Care Clinic stands in the gaps for clients who may already be connected with mental health providers but need immediate psychiatric intervention, including emergency medication, counseling, and involuntary hospitalization. Recently, we had a client come to us who had been released from St. Elizabeth's because they were experiencing homelessness and had no contact information. They were not aware that they had been connected to an assertive community treatment team. With our assistance, they were able to be linked with their provider and get the holistic care. Another recent client came to us because after many years of substance use, they were ready for treatment. We were able to assess the client and get them into inpatient substance use treatment on the same day. The services UCC provides are life-altering, not only for our clients, but our communities. Our stakeholders, including judges, probation and parole officers, attorneys, and clients, have expressed deep concern about the elimination of our program. Multiple judges expressed concern about how they will mitigate mental health emergencies in their courtrooms if our program is no longer funded. An attorney reported the urgent care clinic has served as a bridge between the courthouse and DBH, and without their services, I'm afraid that this will make representing clients with mental health concerns extremely difficult. A former client reported that without the court urgent care clinic, they would not be in the housing that they are in now and able to address their mental and physical health conditions. I believe you have and you will continue to hear from our stakeholders about the essential nature of our services. Chairperson Pinto, I'm requesting your support in restoring the court urgent care clinic's funding to the fiscal year 26 budget. I thank you for conducting this hearing and am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Will Doyle?
Thank you, Chair Pinto and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. I will focus on the court urgent care clinic, which DBH has proposed to completely eliminate in its FY26 budget, despite the significant demand for its services and the key role it plays at the DC Superior Court. While funded by DBH, the court urgent care clinic serves a role firmly within the purview of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. The court urgent care clinic is unique as staff provides same-day mental health and substance use assessment and treatment at the DC Superior Court. For those experiencing a mental health crisis, whether a child or an adult, clinic staff provide immediate access to assessments for involuntary hospitalization, avoiding escalation and incidents at the DC Superior Court. Clinic staff also provide immediate assessments, transportation, and access to inpatient substance use treatment, avoiding gaps that often prevent successful entry into treatment. The court urgent care clinic is required to minimally serve 600 unique referrals annually. In FY24, the clinic had 697 unique referrals, 821 assessments, and 4,157 follow-up visits. In FY25, the clinic is on pace for 845 unique referrals, 1,029 assessments, and 6,108 follow-up visits. Despite continued threats to funding, demand is increasing by 21%, and they will exceed their contract by 41% this year. When unaddressed chronic behavioral health needs are displayed in the DC Superior Court, the court urgent care clinic supports individuals in connecting to ongoing community-based services. Clinic staff provide ongoing intensive case management and clinical services for up to 90 days to ensure continuity of care while clients are getting fully connected to community-based services. This is a key role, as without ongoing support, most will not successfully connect for services, contributing to continued engagement with the criminal justice system at great expense to DC government. In FY24, the clinic consistently served 80 to 95 clients through ongoing services. In FY25, the clinic has consistently served 115 to 145 clients through ongoing services. That represents a 49% increase from FY24. If the clinic is eliminated as planned, the need for its services will not go away. They will simply be unaddressed. The clinic serves individuals who are not adequately accessing behavioral health services elsewhere and are doing so due to the unique location and services of the court urgent care clinic. Without the court urgent care clinic, we will see increased use of 911, fire and emergency medical services, the Metropolitan Police Department, the DBH Community Response Team, CPEP, and the Department of Corrections. In the current context of potential cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, as well as local services and benefits that act as a safety net, funding the court urgent care clinic is even more important to support the additional DC residents who will be pushed into crisis. Funding the clinic also serves as a statement of DC values in the face of federal pressure to reshape DC in its own vision. I urge you to focus on the many DC residents whose needs will not be met if the court urgent care clinic is eliminated and restore funding for this crucial community resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamila White, public witness. Lee Levitt, Executive Director, Temple Sinai, DC.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Levitt, and I serve as the Executive Director of Temple Sinai in Washington, D.C.'s Ward Number 4. Temple Sinai and other houses of worship are at risk of increased hate crimes and anti-Semitic acts simply because of who we are and how we gather in sacred spaces. For the past 72 years, Temple Sinai stands as a pillar in the DC community where people come to gather, learn, and worship. As a vibrant and welcoming house of worship, Temple Sinai serves our community through a wide range of services, including a nursery school, a religious school, regular worship services, and diverse programming for all ages. Our doors are open to hundreds and hundreds of individuals each week, from young children and their families to seniors and everybody in between. The reality we face is that houses of worship have become increasingly targeted by bad actors, and this requires taking proactive steps to protect everyone that walks through our doors. With grant award support, we aim to strengthen security measures by expanding perimeter security with armed guards and exterior surveillance, ensuring early detection and rapid response capabilities, while internal measures will address weapons detection technology to secure our entry points. Increasingly, we are now targets. Bad actors follow no rules and they have their own agenda, and they demand that we be prepared 24/7, 365. The Security Grant Program is one of the few tools available to enhance facility hardening and infrastructure. This funding helps us reinforce doors, install cameras, improve lighting, and contract professional security staff. The cost of these measures is out of reach without this grant program support. By making ourselves more secure, we will also reduce the strain we place on MPD and our first responder partners. This is not just a matter of budgets, it's a matter of moral leadership and imperative to protecting lives. I respectfully request, as many others have, that the council restore funding to the Safe and Secure DC program by funding it at least at $750,000 for fiscal year 26. I must also share that being present today is very close to my heart, as just 30 days ago, I moved from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the tragic massacre that you learned about by Stephen Traubin earlier, where a bad actor walked in on a Saturday morning to a synagogue and murdered 11 innocent people worshiping. It can happen anywhere, and we saw that at the Capitol Museum as well. We must stand united against all hate crimes and anti-Semitism. There is no place in our city for hate in any form, anti-Semitism, racism, or bigotry. Silence enables hate. Actions defend our values. Now is the time for strength and moral clarity, and for protecting our communities, places of worship, and our right to gather in peace and safely. I thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome to DC. Natalia Otero, co-founder and executive director, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I'm the founder and executive director of DC Safe. We serve around 13,000 residents a year. Domestic violence is too often left out of the conversation around public safety and gun violence. However, we currently have the ability as a city to identify DC residents that are at highest risk of seriously harming or murdering their partners. Domestic violence is a challenge and a resource drain for nearly all agencies in the city. The last time I was here, we reported that we had developed recommendations to increase the effectiveness of the district's response to domestic violence, and I invited you to attend one of our multidisciplinary meetings. You delivered on that request, and you were able to see firsthand the fact sheets on the types of cases that we are talking about. I hope that provided more clarity on both what we are asking of you and DMPSJ, but also why we feel such an urgency on the matter. DC assesses and expedites life-saving services for approximately 2,000 high-risk survivors a year through the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative. Many of the processes and lessons we have learned over the last 16 years can and should be of interest to the public safety cluster and to the city as a whole. At its inception in 2009, the acting deputy mayor was very involved in the creation and the output of said organization. I would like to see that level of support for survivors again. I know that we are gathered here to discuss the budget, but my request is for political resources and capacity building. We commend the deputy mayor, the mayor, the chief of police for their reduction in violent crime over the past year. As cited by the mayor herself, this success is due to the strong laws providing more targeted tools, the removal of barriers to effective information sharing, and the development of strategic interventions to address the most prolific offenders. We know that there are similar strategies that can be implemented in the reduction of harm for women and children in the city. We also saw a similar dramatic reduction in domestic violence homicides in 2024 as compared to other years. However, some of those tragic outcomes were blatantly preventable, and had similar approaches been employed to address high-risk domestic violence cases. In fact, a close review of the 71 intimate partner violence homicides in the district between 2014 and 2023 revealed that 26 or 33% of them were victims that were already known to DC Safe in some way. Of the 26 offenders in the cases known to DC Safe, 24 or 92% had multiple victims of whom DC Safe and the criminal justice system were aware of and had worked with in the past, with 3 of those having abused 7 or more additional victims. I think the data speaks for itself. It is time for us to earnestly take a look at how we can set up a proper safety net for people at risk for severe harm or homicide. And I would really like to hear a resounding yes to the creation of domestic violence task force that can support the exploration and implementation of the recommendations that the HRDVI has already set forth. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Sotero, and thank you for all that you do every day on behalf of the city. Skylar Armstrong, board member, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Skylar Armstrong, and I'm a board member at DC Safe and a Ward 4 resident. Over the years, I've been proud to support the life-saving work DC Safe provides through our 24/7 services, and I truly believe that we are an essential part of the city's public safety infrastructure. Our advocates interact every day with a large swath of district agencies situated under the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. In fact, of the 16,273 calls to our response line last year, about 80% of them were from MPD alone. And as I think you know, OVSJG is our largest and most engaged funder. As a community-based organization, we are able to enhance city functions from a survivor-centered lens. Our collaborative work together is innovative and effective model of coordinated community response for domestic violence. As you just heard from Natalia, and you heard her discuss the urgency of our work together on the high-risk domestic violence initiative. And you'll hear more from my colleagues later today about our specific request to MPD. That said, I do want to highlight a few key requests of MPD here as well, given the Deputy Mayor's purview over the agency. And I also want to highlight a key ask around OVSJG. First, regarding MPD, we are pleased to see the Mayor's FY26 budget adding depth to the police force, which will surely cut down on response time and ultimately build capacity. However, in addition to enhancing leadership capacity, we also want to stress the criticality of ensuring leadership continuity. Unfortunately, we have seen 3 different captains rotate through as our primary point of contact in the Criminal Investigations Division since 2024. And while shifts in how the department approached reporting this past year highlighted the sheer volume of DV reports taken and trends in escalating violence, increased reports do not necessarily equate to enhanced solutions. We need to meaningfully analyze domestic violence reporting data and identify real interventions for the families and individuals that both drive persistence calls for services and interfamily violence. Next, with regards to OVSJG, I firstly wanted to commend the agency for being a true partner in our growth as an organization. I became involved with DC Safe around the time we began considering the development of a new crisis shelter, and I know OVSJG provided foundational support in the acquisition and construction periods of the project. Notably, when we opened our doors in 2023, they stepped up again to provide a commensurate increase in the operating support when our budget more than doubled. Last year, we were proud to offer over 4,600 nights of safe crisis housing for 318 families and 189 single adults. Unfortunately, it's my understanding that the Mayor's FY26 budget includes a 10% cut to victim services, which would likely mean a cut to all current grantees, including DC Safe. Along with many of our other partners, OVSJG provides foundational support covering about 50% of DC Safe's total operating budget, meaning that the funding cuts would require us to consider adjustments to our staffing and programming. On behalf of the DC Safe Board of Directors, we urge the council to, at a minimum, prioritize the preservation of current resources available for victim services in FY26. I know you've already heard many concerns and requests around various proposed budget cuts, and you're not finished. It's a long day. Thank you for listening to the community. We know that this will be a difficult time from the city, and from our experience during the pandemic, we know that tightened resources tend to escalate serious consequences for family and public safety. That said, a strong and broadly engaged Office of the Deputy of Mayor for Public Safety and Justice can be a real tool in facilitating communication and coordination, leading the way to solutions across the public safety cluster that hold our values and meet the needs of our citizens.
Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll just share with the group that I really hate cutting people off, but we have over 60 witnesses today and we have some limitations about how long we're allowed to stay in this room. So I need everybody's help in helping me stick to your 3 minutes. But thank you for your testimony. Ty Andrews, parent leader from PAVE. Sharon Boone Ruffin, parent leader from PAVE.
Good morning. Well, sorry, good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and Deputy Mayor Apia. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and PAVE Ward 8 citywide PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and an educator on the most important safe passage. Each day, students across District of Columbia travel to and from school. Each day, students are exposed to unsafe situations as they travel to and from school. This must stop. We must provide our students with safe passage. Providing students with a safe way to get to and from school can help to lower truancy rates, leading to increased classroom learning time, and potentially leading to an increase in the performance in math and reading. If our students do not have a safe way to get to and from school, they may not go. They will lose out on a chance to develop their math and reading skills, to learn more about the world around them, to cultivate their passions, and to ultimately are losing out on a chance to set themselves up for success. I have to drive my daughter to school every day, and she commutes from Ward 8 to Dunbar High School. My daughter is a driven, focused, and motivated student who has plans to graduate high school early. She deserves a safe way to get to and from school that does not involve her taking a bus, a train, and walking 23 minutes to her school without supervision. We have programs that have shown promising outcomes. The Safe Passage Ambassador Program provides a level of supervision that helps our students to feel safe and be safe on their commute. However, there are some steps that need to be taken and to further improve Safe Passage Ambassador Program. A part of strengthening Safe Passage Ambassador Program is increasing the communication between Safe Passage Ambassador Program and school leaders. We're asking that the DMPSJ work with school leaders and Safe Passage ambassadors to create stronger systems of communication between SPAs and school leaders in the same area. The increase in communication can help make sure that everyone is on the same page. Safe Passage requires all hands on deck. Let's make sure that our Safe Passage ambassadors have a quick way to get in contact with our school leaders to create a safe experience for our students. Safe ambassadors can really make a difference in our children's lives, especially when it comes to fighting before and after school. Administrations needs to know about that. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Boone Ruffin. Ty Andrews, parent leader from PAVE.
Yes, my apologies. I'm here now. I was having some technical difficulties. But yes, my name is Ty Andrews. I'm a native Washingtonian, proud Ward 8 resident, and a mother of 2 sons. One currently attending Plummer Elementary, and another. I'm sorry. He currently attends Plummer Elementary, but we're transitioning him to Thomas Elementary School for next school year. And my other child attends McKinley Tech. In the community, I serve in multiple roles as an advocate for our students and families. As a parent of the LSAT team at Plummer Elementary, I'm the first vice president of the PTO at McKinley Tech and a citywide and ward-based member for PAVE, as well as a newly inducted member of the community activation cohort with Elected DC. Nowadays, students are regularly exposed to violence or unsafe conditions. My high schooler and I have experienced some of these firsthand. So I ask you, how can a parent feel safe sending their child to school alone if they are not if their child never feels safe traveling there. This is especially difficult for Ward 8 families, many of whom rely on public transportation and whose children travel outside of the ward for access to quality education. Most parents don't have the option to drive or pay for Uber daily. Today, I respectfully ask the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice to identify SPA partnerships and host the best practice sessions and host best practice sessions at those schools to share the successes and strategies with others. In addition to ensuring comprehensive training for the Safe Passage ambassadors, which aligns with Councilwoman Pinto's Safe Passage Ambassador Training and Full Engagement Amendment Act. So they are prepared to respond appropriately to real issues our students face. Another thing I'm asking for is to establish biannual evaluations to assess the effectiveness of the individual's performance of SPAs to ensure quality training. I'm sorry, my screen went black and the testimony disappeared. My apologies. I'm so sorry. Here it is. And this is the end. Ultimately, we need to ensure increased funding for Safe Passage program to enhance and expand. I fully support the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice proposed budget that includes an increase of $9,201. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not good with numbers. You know the number, across multiple programs to ensure the safety of our children. It's our collective responsibility as adults and city leaders to ensure that every student in DC can get to and from school safety with dignity. Thank you for your time and consideration. 9.2 million, thanks.
Thank you. Kiana Lamont, parent leader from PAVE.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and Deputy Mayor. My name is Quiana Lamont. I am a paid parent leader and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC public schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance of safe passage. Safe passage is the key to helping students in the district thrive. Having a safe way for our students to get to and from school each day will increase the number of students in schools. This can help lower truancy rate. The more frequently students go to school and can focus on learning, the more likely we will see improvement in math and reading outcomes across the district. Safe passage is key to ensuring our students can succeed. In a tough budget year, I urge Council to continue to support Safe Passage program. SPAs play a vital role in the community. However, the quality can vary greatly across schools and locations. This is why we are advocating for standardized training for Safe Passage ambassadors that will include training about the neighborhood specific context. Ensuring each Safe Passage ambassador receives standardized quality training can help all Safe Passage ambassadors perform to the best of their ability and keep our children safe. This is why I was excited to see Councilman Pinto's Safe Passage Training and School Engagement Amendment Act of 2025. I urge Council to support this legislation. Safe Passage does not exist in a bubble. It's a part of a broader effort to improve an outcome for the District of Columbia students. Safe Passage includes SPAs, crossing guards, DC School Connects, the RC Transportation Program, the Metro, and WMATA buses. When we work to ensure our children have a safe way to get to school in variety of different ways, we can increase the number of children showing up to school each day. The more time students spend receiving instruction, the more they can develop their math and reading skills, leading to an improvement in academic performance. Providing safe passage to our students is one of the steps needed to strengthen our schools. This is why I urge Council to protect the funding for Safe Passage Ambassador programs. We must continue to fund and strengthen Safe Passage programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Deputy Mayor, thank you for your dedication to Safe Passage and all of the work and for all of the hard work that you and your team put in each day to support Safe Passage in the district. Councilman Pinto, thank you for your commitment of public safety and your continued partnership with parent leaders. I am hopeful that the work improved safe passage will continue, and we will partner to ensure all students have a safe way to get to school. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lamont. Elizabeth Reddick, parent leader from PAVE. Carolyn Bowen, parent leader from PAVE.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Carolyn Bowen. I'm a Ward 7 resident and a parent of 2 children, one wrapping up their 7th grade year at Elliott Hine Middle School and a 5th grader finishing at Payne, who'll join her brother next year. I think I'm the final of PAVE board member today, so thanks for hearing all of our advocacy for a safe passage today. I wanted to just give my 2 cents on the importance of maintaining and maybe even increasing funding for the Safe Passage program and the importance on the impact both for success in schools and safety in the community. And I realize this year there's many competing budget priorities, but as has been said by other speakers today, I think that safety on the streets and getting kids into school impacts a lot of the other issues in our city. So I think it's an important priority to keep in the budget. It's critical they feel safe going to and from school. And I appreciate all the locations they already are and that they were increased. And I like, as Maya mentioned earlier, being at the Noma Metro Station or Potomac Avenue, Eastern Market, when there's different schools going to the same metro, that's important. But I also think there's more locations that could benefit from the presence. I used to work at the KIP on Mount Olivet Road, and I'm sure you heard yesterday about the triple shooting just a few blocks from that school with over 1,000 students and a rec center around the corner. And as someone that used to work at that school, I know that's not the first time there's been incidents on that corridor. And it prompted me to look at the website this morning, which is a great tool that you can see all the different routes. And I realized, there's a gap there. There's no safe passage routes right near those schools. And so I think that in addition to the training and all the things that has been already talked about today of coordinating with school leaders and making all of the workers that already exist know the strongest ways to serve the community, I think it'd be important to examine other areas that might benefit as well. And then another close to home example to kind of reiterate it, I live 2 blocks from Eastern High School, and twice this year there have been once a shooting, once a stabbing within a block of the school entrance. And there already are safe passage workers there. One incident was in a pretty large, but an alley right across from the school. And so that's probably not on their actual route, but that'd be an example of why it'd be helpful to coordinate with the school who might be able to talk with parents and know routes kids take and how to communicate with the community of how to help ensure kids are using the best ways to get to and from school and making sure the safe passage workers know where they should be to help in that way. Yeah, it's been mentioned, I don't want to reiterate things, but the Washington Post article yesterday with the really, really significant impacts of truancy on the students and the whole community in DC. So I think that there's a million reasons that students are truant, but this is one of them. And so I think keeping kids more safe on the way to school, making them feel more safe would solve at least part of the problem and eliminate one of the barriers that is keeping them from the classroom. Well, thank you for all your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. I'm so sorry for what your school community faced. Stephanie McGill, public witness. Peachos Dixon, public witness. Okay. That concludes our public witness testimony for the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice's office. We are going to move to our public witness testimony for the Metropolitan Police Department before turning to our government witnesses. So I will return to our in-person public witnesses for MPD. Ashley Anderson, Chris Bosley, Tabitha Thompson, Christina Hansen, Christina Hansen? No. Maria Antonia. Great. We will begin with Ashley Anderson, fellow from DC Justice Lab.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this budget oversight hearing. My name is Ashley Anderson. I am a fellow at DC Justice Lab and a resident of Ward 6. 5 years ago, in DC and across the nation, communities were having conversations about what racial justice and public safety look like. 5 years later, Americans have expressed skepticism that the events of 2020 produced significant change. Locally, What the council decides to fund shows your priorities, and currently, the mayor's proposal shows an investment in corporations and not DC's workers and most vulnerable residents. My testimony will concern the amount of money that is dedicated to the Metropolitan Police Department, despite research that shows that an increase in money given to MPD can be used to support evidence-backed public safety solutions that rely less on law enforcement. We ask that this committee budget less money in MPD and put more money into programs that support the social determinants of safety, such as streetlights, trauma centers, reentry programs for returning citizens, tutors, and mental health resources. The mayor's proposal does not invest in a safe DC, but a failing public safety model. Mayor Bowser's proposal wants a $30 million increase for MPD to hire more officers, create a new horse-mounted unit, and purchase equipment. In addition, it calls for another $18 million to purchase an MPD fleet. The Brookings Institute has reported that despite political rhetoric that DC is riddled with crime and disorder, the city is the safest it's been in over 30 years. The Office of the DC Auditor released a report last fall saying that the district has enough officers on patrol. An investigation has shown time theft in the 5th District's office for manipulating overtime hours, and in 2023, there were MPD officers who worked so much overtime that they out-earned the mayor. True public safety will look like investing in the social determinants of safety, like education, neighborhood vitality, and economic stability. There is strong evidence that if DC invested 13% of its annual jail and policing budget in 6 different crime prevention programs, we could have safer communities, and the reinvestment would pay for itself by reducing victimization, criminal legal system costs, and building the economy. Some of these investments would include opening trauma recovery centers for crime survivors, which would cost $7 million. People who receive help from recovering from trauma are much more likely to escape the cycle of violence. Expanding mental health crisis response services will cost $6 million. Too often, when police encounter someone in crisis, it ends with an arrest, incarceration, or a violent interaction, rather than connecting the person to the care they need. Replacing streetlights will cost $30 million. Streetlights are a very simple and highly effective way to reduce crime. Places like New York City and Philadelphia have documented reductions in the number of homicides and violent crimes following changes to street lighting. Tutors for economically disadvantaged students will cost $52 million. Growing reentry programs will cost $21.1 million. And lastly, providing more affordable housing for returning citizens will cost $12.4 million. Again, we urge this committee to use some of the money that was diverted to MPD to go to programs that invest in the social determinants of safety. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all, and I look forward to working with the council on making a safer DC that is community rooted and racially just.
Thank you. Chris Bosley, Public Witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Bosley. I'm a resident of Ward 5, a Navy veteran and director of the program on violence and extremism at the U.S. Institute of Peace. I'm here because I'm afraid that our police department is losing the trust that it needs to serve and protect us, our families, and our communities. In March, as you know, armed federal agents seized USIP with MPD's help, an independent nonprofit under DC jurisdiction. The irony just kills me. A building explicitly designed to embody transparency and democratic values, seized by force and purged literally in the dark of night. Chairwoman Pinto, you defended MPD because they followed usual protocols for unlawful entry. If this is protocol, they desperately need review. What protocol justifies seizing an organization by force without a warrant, placing fundamental constitutional rights at risk? If there was a dispute over USIP's legal status, it should have been adjudicated in court, not at gunpoint. Judge Howell agreed she was offended by the actions that terrorized employees, and I can confirm cruelty was the point. My husband and I were married in 2017 right here in DC because we're proud to live in a city that reflects our values. We've spent nearly a year pursuing surrogacy, investing our life savings to build a family we were once told we could never have, made possible only because of decades of sacrifice that the world celebrated here last weekend. After a decade in the Navy defending those freedoms, I never imagined it would be DC's own police that helped to destroy them. And let's be clear, that's what MPD was trying to take from us. First, they came for the peace builders because we know how to heal an ailing democracy, and it's the same way we prevent violence. Not 2 weeks ago in the alley right behind my home, men unleashed 10 gunshots down the block through our intersection. We all want to prevent violence. Investing in a security force that is losing the trust of its constituency isn't how to do it. Investing in communities is. This means strengthening community spaces, the engines of democratic renewal, where we gather across social divides, reconnect with our neighbors, and rebuild trust. It means expanding access to behavioral health care, not because people with such challenges are more violent, they're not, but because we all carry unseen scars from violence, from COVID, from the trauma deliberately inflicted on the federal workforce. Behavioral health care can transform antisocial behaviors into healthy, pro-social ones so we can actively and actually engage with these spaces. Preventing violence means building the social capital that we need to face urgent challenges together. As our city is going to very likely see large-scale demonstrations in the months ahead, it's more important now than ever that we can trust that the MPD has our rights at heart and that they will serve our people and our communities first. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tabitha Thompson, public witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and others. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Tabitha Pilgrim Thompson. I live in Ward 4, and I want to associate my testimony with Free DC. From 2017 to 2021, I worked at the U.S. Institute of Peace, ending my time there as the acting director of the Program on Nonviolent Action. I was there on January 6th when violent insurrectionists attacked the Capitol just down the street. That day, my colleagues and I watched something we were used to seeing in authoritarian countries, something we actively support partners around the world to try to stop, unfold in our own backyard. I received calls and messages from peace builders and activists we worked with around the world, from Africa, Latin America, and Asia, offering warnings and solidarity. I realized I could no longer focus my attention abroad while democratic backsliding and authoritarianism were becoming ever more prevalent at home. So I left my dream job at USIP so that I could work here in my own backyard. So imagine my horror when I learned from close friends and former colleagues that the DC Metropolitan Police Department gave illegal access to Doge, enabling them to oust USIP's leadership and take over a privately owned, federally chartered institution right here in Ward 2. I felt the same pit in my stomach I felt on January 6th, only this time it wasn't just a mob. It was an arm of our own city government that helped make it possible. Let me be clear. MPD didn't just follow orders. They helped an increasingly authoritarian regime violate the law and undermine an institution dedicated to peace. They aided a political attack on a neutral, bipartisan space meant to prevent violence, not carry it out. I live just a block from where Karen Hilton Brown was killed due to actions by MPD officers who are now back on the force. I often walk by his mural with my 2-year-old son. I used to take comfort in knowing that those officers were being held accountable, and that feeling is gone. Public safety requires public trust. But how can we trust MPD when they're willing to carry out illegal orders from the Trump regime? How can we trust you, Chair Pinto, when you chose to refer to the legal occupiers of USIP as new leadership instead of defending DC's integrity and the rule of law? Now that a judge has restored USIP to its rightful leadership, we need more than words. We need action. I call on this council to make MPD's budget contingent on refusing illegal orders from the Trump regime and anyone else. Make clear to MPD that officers can and will be held personally liable when they break the law. Stop MPD from helping ICE detain and disappear our immigrant neighbors, and reject and prevent any illegal actions by MPD going forward. What happened at USIP was not a technical mistake. It was a warning. The road to authoritarianism is paved with small illegal acts made normal. But we have a choice. We can stop it, and you can stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Antonia Montez, public witness.
Good afternoon, council member. My name is Maria Antonia Montez. Today I'm testifying in my personal capacity as a DC resident and in association with Free DC. I have lived in Ward 6 since moving here 11 years ago. I really wish I could be at work today. I really wish I could walk into 2301 Constitution Avenue Northwest and cross through those glass doors at the U.S. Institute of Peace, as I have done for the last 10 years as an employee. But instead, I have been living in utter uncertainty since March 14th, an uncertainty that at times is so overwhelming it feels existential. Today, instead of being at work, I am furloughed from USIP, unable to carry out the tremendous responsibility of finding solutions to conflict and violence around the world. For a decade, I have worked at USIP with a personal and professional conviction that peace is possible. For many of those years, I trained frontline peace builders, activists, and security forces throughout Latin America on tools on mediation, negotiation, dialogue, and nonviolence. My work reminds me every single day of the fragility of democratic institutions and the small and big ways democratic erosion and authoritarianism begin to take root. On March 17th, the Department of Government Efficiency illegally took over USIP. That illegal usurpation was aided and abetted by the Metro Police Department, who effectively rolled out the red carpet for DOJ to commit unlawful actions while escorting the rightful USIP leadership from the building as if they were criminals. Imagine my horror as a peace builder, a person committed to nonviolence, that 3 different local and federal security forces were prepared for a standoff at my building. The utter irony that an armed standoff could take place at an organization dedicated to peace and nonviolence is not lost on me. On May 19th, Judge Howell of the DC Circuit determined that DOJ acted illegally. It illegally fired USIP Board of Directors, dismissed our rightful president and CEO, and illegally seized control of our building, a building in Ward 2 that is privately owned by an independent nonprofit corporation, and DOJ was aided and abetted by DC Metro Police. When the actions of DOJ and MPD were released to the public, it wasn't just a local matter. It was a national matter and an international one too. Almost instantly, I received messages of concern and solidarity from my colleagues throughout Latin America. They've seen this movie before, countless times. They see the ways in which democratic institutions start eroding, how individuals and institutions begin capitulating to power. While I appreciate their solidarity, I just couldn't believe that this was happening in my own backyard. Trust is foundational to peace building. It is a core tenet of democracy. It's getting increasingly harder for me to trust my elected officials and MPD through these latest actions. What I do know is that we all have a role to play in upholding our democratic values and principles. I am doing just that by being here today. What will you do, Councilwoman, in your elected capacity to hold MPD accountable and ensure something like this doesn't happen again, not just to USIP, but to any other private entity in this district? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your work in advancing peace around the world. Appreciate your public service, and so sorry for what you have been through, and thrilled that the courts have stepped in to return the rightful ownership to, or the leadership to that institution. Thank you all for your testimony. Appreciate it. We're going to call our next panel of public witnesses for MPD. Gregory Pemberton, Tanya Golash-Boza, Laurel McLaurin, and Alex Dodds. Tanya's here, okay. Karen Wooten.
And Christina Hansen is here. She was earlier on the list.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hi, Christina Hansen. Okay, great. Sorry, if you wouldn't mind waiting till next panel, and we'll return to Christina Hansen. You can join this panel. Thank you, Alex. Okay. And you said Tanya is not here. Okay. Gregory Pemberton, Chairman of the DC Police Union.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a DC police officer for more than 20 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. As an initial matter for the council's awareness, the DC Police Union won an arbitration award related to our new collective bargaining agreement. This award includes retroactivity. Splash. Thank you. This award includes a 13% wage increase with retroactivity back to October 1st, 2023. While the union is currently in litigation with the city on the implementation of this agreement, the award is final, and the council will need to consider the result will not only be an immediate increase in salaries, but also retroactive pay due to over 3,000 employees. I've been providing testimony in these hearings for years now where I highlight the alarming decrease in staffing year over year and point to the exponential increase in overtime usage to make up for these shortages. We have for years repeatedly called this a crisis. My testimony today is that the MPD is in the absolute worst condition I have ever seen in my 20 years of serving as a police officer. The mandatory overtime usage is beyond abusive. Members' days off are regularly canceled with no notice. Now the department is canceling pre-approved leave for members who are now having to cancel vacations and time off to staff demands of the city. Violent crime and homicide detectives are being deployed to work traffic posts instead of working to close murder cases. The culture that exists within management is to, quote, get it done at any cost, which often translates to low-level managers exhibiting a toxic combination of rudeness, incompetence, and disregard for our members. MPD facilities are in shameful disrepair with non-functioning bathrooms, mold-infested locker rooms, and dilapidated buildings that endanger our officer health and morale. As I mentioned a moment ago, the officers have been working without a wage increase since October of 2022. The city forced us to go to arbitration to argue for a modest wage increase, and now, after not appealing that decision, the city refuses to implement the award, forcing us to take them to court. I cannot describe adequately in words just how horrible the conditions at MPD have become. The losses MPD has experienced in staffing have predictably continued. In June of 2020, staffing reports showed the full sworn strength of MPD was at 3,763 officers. The staffing report from June of 2025 shows the full sworn strength at 3,187. Every year since 2019, the average net loss of sworn members is more than 100. This fiscal year, through the end of May, the MPD has lost 186 sworn members while only hiring 93. The way that MPD is forced to handle these critically low staffing numbers is through mandatory overtime assignments. Since 2021, the department has regularly exceeded 1 million hours of overtime every year. In 2024, the department used 1.8 million hours. And in fiscal year 25, just through the month of March, the department used 1.1 million hours. Relying this heavily on overtime rather than hiring full-time officers costs the taxpayer an average of $70 million annually. The union asked for the council to give deep consideration when making decisions that affect the ability to hire and retain our best employees, specifically legislation affecting employee rights, as well as budgetary decisions that hamper staffing, as these issues are at the heart of the MPD's ability to provide exceptional service to its residents and visitors. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify and welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pemberton. Christina Hansen, Executive Director, CARE DC, Anacostia Chapter.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Hansen, and I come before you today with deeply mixed feelings about the Metropolitan Police Department. As a survivor of domestic violence, I've been treated with disrespect and disregard by MPD officers when I needed support the most. And those wounds have not healed easily. And yet I have also worked as a teacher and school administrator where I've seen MPD officers who genuinely show up, proactively engaging with students, greeting families, and being present in ways that made a difference. So I'm not here to paint in absolutes, but I am here with a simple unified ask that youth, educators, and community members across DC have been repeating for years. Get out of your patrol cars and walk our streets. It's free, is my understanding. It's not complicated. And yet just last month at the Anacostia Coordinating Council meeting, we were told by MPD representatives that officers can't walk the streets because if a call comes in, they'll be too far from their cars. That is not a reasonable excuse to avoid proactive presence in neighborhoods when neighborhoods are asking for it. Our children should not have to run into police only in moments of crisis or confrontation. We need a budget that demands and funds visibility, presence, and relationships, not just response. I also want to express strong support for the Empower Ed Safe Passage budget priorities. These investments would put trusted adults like Safe Passage workers and community liaisons on routes our students take to and from school every day. That work does not replace MPD, but it complements and completes what public safety should look like. Imagine this. Safe Passage workers lining the sidewalks, walking alongside MPD officers who are not just stationed in cars or reacting to violence, but actively helping to prevent it through daily meaningful presence. Our communities are not asking for more militarization. We're asking for partnership, visibility, and care. MPD's fiscal 26 budget must reflect that, not just in dollars, but in the way those dollars translate into street level support and trust. If this council is serious about public safety and youth well-being, you must demand more than cars parked on corners and officers waiting to respond. You must insist that they get out and walk with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Laurel McLaurin, public witness.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Laurel McLaren. I live in Ward 4, and I appreciate being able to testify today. In February, I lost my job in international development due to DOGE cuts at USAID. So you can understand, having been personally impacted by federal overreach, why I'm concerned about the Metropolitan Police Department's compliance in an illegal directive to forcefully and unlawfully close the U.S. Institute of Peace. On March 17th, MPD officers entered USIP offices and forced staff to vacate, acting on a directive from Kenneth Jackson, who claimed without lawful basis to be acting president of USIP. While they were backed by paperwork from the OAG for DC, the directive lacked any legitimate legal standing. Since then, a US district judge has ruled the closure of USIP unconstitutional and unlawful. Yet upon presentation of Jackson's directive, it was without further question that our police force carried out what amounted to a federal seizure of an independent congressionally appointed institution. The misuse of MPD's authority and resources raises an alarm, and it is not the only incident of our police force complying with federal officials who do not respect our city or represent our values. I believe this was more than a simple misstep. It was compliance with authoritarian overreach. And as a part of a pattern, federal authorities testing the limits of what they can get away with here in DC, exploiting our lack of statehood, and using our police force as a tool to consolidate control. Every time MPD complies, without question, it will weaken public trust, strengthen federal impunity, and accelerate the erosion of DC's autonomy. The council has authorities, and you must act in this moment. I urge you to hold some public oversight hearings to demand a full accounting from MPD leadership, who authorized their involvement, based on what documentation. You could also amend DC laws to create more ironclad safeguards and prevent MPD from responding to future vague or unauthorized federal directives. You could also reallocate or reduce MPD's budget, as you have in past years, to ensure that DC taxpayer dollars cannot be weaponized by federal actors bent on undermining our democracy. I'm sure the council agrees that our police department must not become a pawn in power grabs emanating from the White House. We must build structures of noncompliance to authoritarianism now, because the next unconstitutional order may come with a more dangerous aim. Just take a look at what's happening in Los Angeles right now. As much as I'm proud of the U.S. Institute of Peace, this is not about just one building or one agency. The council must use its power to safeguard the autonomy of our city, to uphold the principles that no one, no president, no interim U.S. attorney, no police commander is above the rule of law. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alex Dodds, Campaign Director of BBC.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. Thank you for this opportunity for public input. My name is Alex Dodds. I'm testifying here today on behalf of Free DC. We are a renewed campaign to protect home rule and win lasting dignity for the people of the District of Columbia. Since we launched in January, we've mobilized thousands of DC residents to protect the power of our local elected leaders, such as yourself and the members of the council. One of our big campaigns was helping to win the DC Local Funds Act, which in part did protect funding for the Metropolitan Police Department. Right now, the US House is voting on a bill that will attempt to repeal parts of DC's 2020 police reform law. The question of who controls DC's police is an urgent home rule issue, particularly now in our current political moment. And I'm here to testify, as you've heard from many of the other Free DC community members, about a concerning pattern that MPD has exhibited since January. On 3 separate occasions, MPD has followed the direction of the Trump administration to participate in activities that are potentially unlawful. And these incidents were either ignored or legitimized by DC leaders. Specifically, I am referring to the following incidents. On March 3rd, President Trump pardoned Officer Terrence Sutton and Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski, who were found guilty in the murder of Karan Hilton Brown and its subsequent cover-up. MPD chose to reinstate these officers and has since shared no further information about the scope of their new responsibilities or potential supervisory roles. On March 5th, 2 days later, President Trump posted on social media, quote, "We have notified the mayor that she must clean up all of the unsightly homeless encampments in the city." And the next day, the mayor directed MPD to clear the encampments in question, violating DC's regulations for these clearings. And on March 17th, MPD officers assisted DOJ with a raid at the U.S. Institute of Peace. A U.S. district judge, as others have mentioned, ruled that the government demonstrated, quote, "a gross usurpation of power" in this incident. And DOJ staff were, quote, "illegitimately installed leaders who lacked legal authority to take these actions." In spite of these red flags, Councilmember Pinto, you characterized this incident at the time as a, quote, "routine call for service," and referred to DOJ staff as, quote, "the new leadership." Giving license to lawbreaking or legitimizing this type of behavior is meaningfully damaging to the rule of law. This emerging pattern of MPD taking orders from the Trump administration to participate in potentially unlawful behavior with no consequence is dangerous, and I call on the council to interrupt it. At a minimum, we should not reward this behavior with additional funding. The mayor has proposed increasing MPD's budget by $30 million next year, and in light of these incidents, I encourage you to decline this request. It's also important to note that this increase would come at the cost of violence interruption programs, as well as basic services like food and housing. This is not a recipe for a safer outcomes for our city, and we cannot afford this type of interference right now. This emerging pattern poses an unignorable safety concern for our communities, and I ask this committee to clarify its position on these incidents and reject the mayor's request for additional funding next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to ask you, Ms. Dodds and Ms. McLaurin, as you've been very present on Capitol Hill and kind of advocating on behalf of DC autonomy, what sorts of things you've heard from members of the House or Senate on the Republican or Democratic side as it relates to MPD? I know this is something that came up a lot when we were dealing with the continuing resolution of how budget impacts would affect our department, but you all have been very active in this space. What sorts of things are you hearing about our Metropolitan Police Department and their budget needs?
About the specific needs of MPD in an operating way?
Yeah.
I think what I've heard from members of the House in particular is not necessarily grounded in the reality of the needs of the District of Columbia. Those members of Congress have never held hearings with DC community members. And from what we are seeing today in the bills that are happening, they have been talking about this police reform overturn, which is happening right now, as being necessary because crime, I'm going to quote what the materials say, crime in DC is at record highs. This is factually inaccurate, right? Earlier this year, crime in DC reached a 30-year low. And what I am hearing from the House is a weaponized interpretation of local community needs and priorities that is not based in reality.
I can add, I was at the House yesterday at the Rules Committee where these three bills were being debated. And it really depends on, it's become very partisan and very divided. So we heard MAGA talking points coming out of the Republican House members who were on the committee, as well as Representative Comer, who was there presenting on behalf of the bills. I would say that they also characterized, as Alex said, the city being full of crime. Their constituents are, scared to leave their hotel rooms when they come to visit DC, which we just, we know isn't true. They also talked extensively about the situation in Los Angeles, even though it was a hearing on Washington, DC, and praised the National Guard being called in by the president to assist with what we know from other news coverage has been an agitation of that situation. On the other side, we had 3 Democratic representatives as well as one who was there testifying, Lynch from Pennsylvania, who spoke very strongly in support of home rule and their confidence that the council and the mayor could govern the city without interference. So it was a very lively discussion for those of us who were there. DC residents were visible and we were called out by our supporters, and one actually apologized to us for what was happening to the district in this situation.
Thank you. And I'm very sorry about your job loss. Thanks for your advocacy. Ms. Hanson, thank you for your comments about wanting more police to be patrolling our streets. There's been a number of kind of creative ways that we've worked with the police department to advance this. Something that started in 5D last year was a kind of Scantron, where officers would scan on a telephone pole to demonstrate that they were out of their cars. I think the single most important way we can support this is to support our sworn officer numbers being increased so that we can have more officers both address what you're talking about, hearing from MPD representatives of needing to get to scenes quickly, but also be patrolling. Mr. Pemberton, I want to ask you about some of the
Respond to that. I'm so sorry.
Sure.
So I do want to make it clear, I am not an advocate for more sworn officers, but that the officers we do currently have, being able to lean into creative solutions such as that.
Thank you. Mr. Pemberton, I know we've talked a lot both today, but also over the last several years about different ways the MPD budget can invest in hiring more officers, whether that's with bonuses or tuition assistance or housing assistance, and also other legislative efforts, some of which we're trying to pass tomorrow out of committee, which will help with credit requirements and the other retirement benefits. But from an operations perspective, the mayor's budget proposal has a couple new investments in things like license plate readers and additional camera technologies. Can you talk about some of those efforts to help the kind of operational side of MPD and what your perspective is on those investments?
I mean, that'd probably be better answered by the chief. I mean, we support the department trying to be on the cutting edge of these technological advancements, particularly anything that's going to free up police officers so that there's more time to respond to things. As the young lady next to me mentioned, we would love to get out of the cars and walk around and interact with citizens, but when you're handling 22 911 calls a day and you're being held over 6, 7, 8 hours a day, we don't have time to park and get out and walk around. It's just impossible. The dispatcher is going to send you to a unit the second that you're free, to a call when the second you're free from any other scene. So I don't know specifically what's in the budget about these technological advancements. I don't think it's very specific. I do know that we supported the Real-Time Crime Center, which was propped up recently. I think that there has been some success there. I think there's some room to improve. Hopefully that some of the investments go into that and the technological capabilities are improved. But our main focus here is just we can't, as you mentioned in your opening, we dropped below 3,200 total sworn officers. That is an insane number, and we're losing 100 net officers a year. This year, we've already lost a net of 93. We'll probably lose a net of 120 or maybe even 130 this fiscal year. This is insane. We've got to do something to at least, at a minimum, stabilize these numbers.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you all. Appreciate your testimony. We're going to call our next panel Karen Wooten, Stella Ghazi, Nikhil Delahaye, Michelle Chappell, and Nene Taylor, I think, stepped away. So, Mr. Branham, can I ask you to join this panel? Could we do 5 chairs here? Would you all mind helping me out? Thank you. Okay, well, slide. Okay, we're gonna do a chair, and if Mr. Brandon, you could join this panel. That would be great. Okay, Karen Wooten, public witness.
Okay. My name is Karen Wooten. I live in Ward 6, and this is my first time testifying. I agree with the testimony of the Free DC movement regarding police limits because our police have become too vulnerable to federal law enforcement overreach. We must not underestimate the importance of Washington, D.C. in the broader context of our nation and the world. As the capital city, this is the place that people look for to define Americans. The way we respond to our federal government frames the responses of so many others. Therefore, as citizens of DC, I feel we have an incredible responsibility to create a place where democratic institutions can function and to set an example of local leadership. But DC has been crippled by executive orders. And every day is another mega bill that threatens and mocks our autonomy. The acronym for the bill to end DC home rule spells the name of our city's mayor. In the past, the council could afford to choose battles conservatively, but Trump is the master of twisting good intentions. We must all acknowledge the fact that we are past the point of negotiation. President Trump has spread lies about who we are. He portrays us as swamp monsters living in filth and decay. He calls DC a nightmare of murder and crime, and he calls us a horribly run capital. He promises that his administration will take over Washington, DC. We must be crystal clear that Trump is an autocrat who wants to rule indefinitely. He wants us to create a larger police force that he can co-opt and corrupt. He wants no one to be able to respond to the next January 6th. The only thing that stopped his last insurrection were the people immediately around him who refused to enact his orders. Who will stop the next grab for power? A police force that is less accountable to the people? A police force manipulated to enact executive orders? No. It is us, the people of DC. We are the people in this moment. We are the people immediately around the president who must prevent this from happening. I ask you to realize this. I ask you to have the courage to not increase police funding. I ask you to have the courage to create safeguards that protect MPD from unauthorized illegal federal directives. Your courage has consequence for our city, our country, and the whole world. And I truly believe that your courage could be contagious.
Thank you. And congratulations on your first time testifying.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Great job. Stella Ghazi, public witness.
Good afternoon, Council Member Pinto, and all of those members in the committees and in attendance. My name is Stella Ghazi, a Ward 1 resident and in association with Free DC. And I am here today with a heart full of urgency and hope. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in this critical issue of public safety in our city. I'm here to urge this council to reimagine what public safety means, not just through the lens of enforcement, but through the lived experience of those like me who have walked paths shaped by housing instability, poverty, and systemic neglect. Today, I ask you to act boldly and courageously, divert funding from Metropolitan Police Department and invest it instead in proven, life-affirming solutions like housing first and robust community engagement. Councilmember Pinto, I am encouraged by your Peace DC plan, which rightly centers prevention, intervention, and healing. It acknowledges that violence is not merely a criminally a criminal justice issue. It is a public issue, a health issue, an economic issue, and above all, a community issue. We cannot police our way to peace. We must build it, invest it, and sustain it, block by block, neighbor by neighbor. Let me be clear. This is not about anti-police. It's about being pro-community, pro-stability, pro-dignity. It is about correcting the imbalance in our city's budget and priorities. The MPD's budget has continued to grow while our investments in housing, mental health, education, and neighborhood-based interventions remain insufficient. I want to walk you through the true safety. I want to walk you through what true safety looks like from a community member's perspective, not from a surveillance camera or a cruiser. Safety looks like permanent supported housing. Safety looks like knowing your neighbor. Safety looks like wraparound services, peer-led outreach, and trauma-informed care. Safety looks like people being seen, not just police. We have the data, we have the stories, we have the models. What we need now is the political will to make it real. And I know this because I have lived it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Nikhil Delahaye, public witness.
Hello, Councilmember. My name is Nikhil Delahaye. I'm a resident and homeowner of Ward 5, and this is my first time testifying. Additionally, I'm a member of the Free DC movement, and I am here today to urge you not only to not increase funding for MPD, but to recognize the importance of this moment in history. We find ourselves at a dangerous precipice, and myself, a recent DC homeowner and concerned constituent, I felt the need to be able to testify today. Decisions we make as both council members, as citizens, and as members of this country are going to be extremely crucial each day and are going to have long-reaching consequences and reverberate throughout history. I can only hope that my testimony today can play a part in ensuring that those decisions are not made from a place of fear, capitulation, or conformity, but from a place of courage, integrity, and resolve. The federal government is acting in defiance of court orders, jurisdiction, and legality. Washington, D.C., and the MPD by extension has an opportunity to cement itself as a bastion of all of the ideals and norms that we as a country aspire to and live every single day. Additional police funding without oversight at a time when many police departments across the country are collaborating with organizations such as ICE and Palantir further erodes trust in communities and further erodes safety. As council members, Ms. Pinto, and council members as a whole, you can ensure that if any collaboration occurs, that reasoning and oversight can be detailed effectively. We have all seen the events that played out in Los Angeles this past weekend, where communities that were terrorized without rhyme or reason, and instead of protecting their communities, the LAPD has chosen to further brutalize them. MPD and DC doesn't have to make that same choice, and council members do not have to make that same choice either. Budget allocation towards not only oversight, but funding data-driven programs and proposals are key aspects of regaining and bolstering that community trust. Such many plans, such as Safe Passage, the PSTC plan, which recognizes prevention, intervention, and public health systemic approaches to safety, can show departments around the country that not only is a better way possible, it is essential. Communities are only as safe and only as healthy as our most vulnerable, which the police are not necessarily the biggest tool to be able to affect. History itself is not only individual people making large decisions, but ordinary people choosing to do the right thing over and over and over again. I truly believe this is one of those moments. The choices you, council members, and citizens make now will determine whether GC chooses to be better or to conform, will determine whether all children's children ask, when they ask, what did you do? What were you doing? What were you feeling? Our decisions today will determine whether we can hold our heads high or hang them in shame. The MPD has an opportunity to rise to the occasion. Due to the events at U.S. Institute for Peace, I believe that they need additional oversight, but that can meet that bar. We must remind them, the powers that be, and all and everyone watching, that it is we the people who have the power to determine what steps we take into the future.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you too for your first time testifying. Thank you for being here. Michelle Chappell, not your first time testifying.
I was gonna say,
Public
not my
witness.
first time testifying.
Welcome
Yes.
back.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michelle Chappell. I'm a resident of Park View in Ward 1, a mom of 2, and I'm a volunteer with both Moms Demand Action and Free DC. I am testifying today in my personal capacity. So just last month, Rutgers came out with a longitudinal study that explored the relationship between police spending and longevity. I'll start with the headline announcing their research: Police spending linked to shorter lives for Black Americans. After controlling for variables like other government spending and local gun laws, Rutgers found that on average, for every $100 increase in per capita police expenditures, there were 35 years of life lost to suicide and 7 years of life lost to police perpetrated killing per 100,000 Black residents a year later. The same study found no effect on the longevity of white residents. This finding was, quote, consistent with past research documenting that structural racism and policing have negative health impacts for Black communities, but null or positive impacts for white communities. The $30 million increase in MPD spending in the mayor's budget represents an increase of nearly $43 per capita toward an institution that will harm Black communities. In contrast, let me tell you about a Wear Orange Survivors Forum I attended last Friday, hosted by Peace for DC. On the first panel were 2 violence interrupters with Cure the Streets who work for now in Wards 7 and 8 respectively, Lorenzo Sanders and Rodney Rodriguez Norman. They are returning citizens working in the neighborhoods where they grew up. They spoke about their work, regular contact with kids in the neighborhood, hanging out with them when they're having a hard day, buying them meals, books, sneakers, and taking kids who had never left their ward before to the beach. Healing work, work that saves lives. At the same time, everyone on the panel agreed that many VIs are unprepared to take on the intensive work that their role requires, and they need more training and support to do it effectively. And the mayor's proposed budget cuts the healing work of Cure the Streets by 80%. You don't need a longitudinal research study to guess what the effects will be in Wards 7 and 8 of our city and in my neighborhood of Parkview. I urge this committee to choose healing over violence in the decisions you make about the upcoming budget. Redirect $30 million or maybe even more allocated towards policing and fully fund the life-saving work of Cure the Streets and one's VIs. As you consider consolidating the VI sector with your Peace for DC plan or Peace DC plan, this move should be supported with more resources, not fewer, to merge 2 different programs into a cohesive whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I do want to just say, as we talk about Peace DC and this budget, although it's not directly MPD's budget, I have always believed that in a merger, we need to continue supporting the work of VI, and the sites that were reduced from the Attorney General's office at Cure the Streets from 10 sites to 6 sites, I did not support. And then the mayor's additional reductions in Cure the Streets, I do not support. So I just wanted to say that for the record as one of the areas that we're looking to bolster, in addition to many that we've heard from today. Thank you. Robert Vincent Branham, Chairman, Ward 5 Leadership Council, Public Safety Committee.
This is not my first time testifying. Free DC. Free DC. Free DC. What does that mean? What does that really mean? And are we truly interested in a free DC? Do we understand what it takes to free DC. We need to be clear. We need not to misrepresent truth and be deceptive in our call for a free DC. The Home Rule Act governs a lot about what DC can do. The President of the United States, no matter how racist he is, how bigoted he is, under the Home Rule Act, may control and direct MPD. Let that be clear. Our fight is not with each other. It is the fact that we don't have statehood and we can control our own destiny. When the president pardoned those officers, their pardon was unconditional. I'm not supporting it. I thought it was wrong. He wiped their slate clean. MPD had no choice but to take them back. Had no choice but to take them back. Their slate became clean. Trust is a two-way street. We must trust the police. Police must trust us. I'm a Black man. I lived in this city. I've had my interactions negative with MPD. I know that. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you to defund MPD. That's foolish. That's reckless. That is intellectually dishonest. You know, all these programs, mental health, safe streets, tutors, housing, all worthy programs. But you don't have to take from MPD to fund them. Just reorganize the entire DC budget. And remember that we're in this budget crisis not because we don't care about housing, education, safe streets, homelessness. It's because the president of the United States is a racist and a bigot, and a Congress that doesn't care about DC. That's where we need to be our focus. And what they're doing to us today, right now, that's where we should be. That's where our focus should be. Not here trying to demonize you as a council member or others, when the fault lies with them and not with us. That needs to be made clear. Free DC. I'm for it. I am a disabled, service-connected, disabled veteran. I know what it means to fight for democracy and freedom and justice and equality. I've been doing that all my life. I was a youth deputy mayor in this city. I don't hold my tongue against power. Never have. You know that. But we have to be intellectually honest from the community. When we talk to each other, when we deal with each other, putting the name free in your name and democracy in your name doesn't mean you're really free, or that you care about free everybody, or is it just for yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. And I think that is a great call to action for all of us to remember we are on the same team and we have many things we need to stand together and fight for on behalf of our city. So thank you all for being here today and being part of that effort. We're going to turn to our virtual public witnesses for MPD. Please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Tiffany Montgomery, Ohefa Anuku, John Payne, Shane Sullivan, Elizabeth Tang, Theodore Nastase, Kylie Hogan, Keely Mallory, and Commissioner Paula Edwards. Tiffany Montgomery, public witness. Hold on one second. Is Tiffany Montgomery here? Okay, you have to accept your invitation to join as a panelist if you're not yet. We'll turn to Ohefa Onanuku?
Yes, hello?
Oh, okay.
Hello, can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Ms.
Yes.
Montgomery. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you kindly for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Tiffany Montgomery. And regarding the Bowser Act, which stands for Bringing Oversight to Washington and Safety to Every Resident Act, also known as HR 1089. I just want to clarify that this bill was introduced by Congressman Andy Ogles in response to the, quote, corruption and incompetence of the DC Council as well as Mayor Bowser. The GOP Oversight, Chairman James Comer's legal staff verified that the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability was referred for criminal investigation by two separate DC government agencies, one being DC Department of Human Resources, the second being DC Metropolitan Police Department. And unfortunately, the DC Office of the Inspector General obstructed both criminal investigations that were supposed to take place by OIG concerning Bega. And OIG went further to lie to MPD. And the fraud of Bega has, in fact, bled into the DC court system, where I understand that the DC Superior Court started investigating fraudulent misrepresentations and fraud on the court committed by or on behalf of corrupt DC Bega officials who were referred for criminal investigation. So the members of public can in fact thank the incompetence and the corruption of the DC Council for failing to conduct proper or even adequate oversight of these various DC government agencies, which are under the jurisdiction of the DC Council. And I want to remind everyone that Bega was in fact created in response to massive DC government corruption, where 3 DC Council members were convicted of various felony violations, and 12 individuals were convicted of various felonies concerning a campaign finance fraud matter. But, people of DC can thank the corruption and incompetence of the DC Council. And I'm very disappointed in OIG for lying to MPD. And I'm very thankful for MPD for not just assisting me, but for contacting the members of Congress as well as the Investigative Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Ohefa Onanuku, ACLU DC. John Payne, public witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Onanuku, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Hello, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ahoifa Onanuku, and I present the following on behalf of ACLU DC. During these hard economic times and a period when First Amendment, immigrants, and LGBTQ rights are under attack, it is critical that the Council allocate the district's limited resources to addressing the most pressing needs and to protect district residents. I will focus on concerns about investments in MPD recruitment and surveillance technologies. Every year, MPD leaders and the mayor, among others, come before the council requesting more funds for recruitment, claiming there aren't enough officers on the force. This is partially driven by a desire for the staffing level of sworn officers to reach 4,000, a number that is not substantiated with any evidence to show what it would do for the safety of our communities. Besides there being no evidence to support the notion that increasing the number of officers leads to less crime or safer communities, attrition, a reason often cited to justify increasing funds for recruitment, has slowed considerably since peaking in late 2022. There is, however, evidence that the millions of dollars the council has poured into MPD recruitment bonuses has not resulted in a significant ROI. Recruitment continues to lag, showing clearly that throwing more money at the issue will not fix it. In September, the DC Auditor published a report on its assessment of MPD staffing. The conclusion was clear. MPD has adequate staffing. What it needs is to learn how to better deploy its officers. The auditor recommended that MPD address where and when patrol officers are needed rather than increasing or decreasing them. The auditor also recommended that MPD make policy changes or practices for specific units to free up detectives. The auditor further recommended that MPD develop a workload-based staffing model that allocates officers and staff to areas that reflect needs. As shown by the auditor's report, the structural issues present at MPD will not be resolved with more funding or more officers on the force. Another major issue ACLU-DC has brought before the council previously is the unchecked use of surveillance technology. Technology advances faster than laws and policies, and as they continue to proliferate, it is critical that the council performs its oversight duties to ensure they are not being used in ways that impede on people's rights. The council must ensure that the use of any technology does not impose further risks, especially on groups already subjected to over-policing and surveillance, namely Black and Brown communities, low-income communities, politically active groups, immigrants, Muslims, and members of the LGBTQ+ community. Surveillance technologies can have a chilling effect on speech and human rights. Biometric tools like facial recognition are racially biased and can track thousands of protesters without consent or any notification to those being surveilled. Databases created by these technologies are vulnerable to breach and exploitation. The council must ensure both itself and the public are informed of all uses of the data collected and that they are not shared improperly. To conclude, ACLU-DC shares a common goal of living in a safe DC. The budget should reflect that goal by ensuring that approaches to safety address the root causes of crime and include the safety of the most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you. John Payne, public witness.
Hello and good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and the rest of the committee. My name is John Payne. I'm a born and raised Washingtonian. I currently live in Ward 4. Over my nearly 40 years of living in Washington, D.C., I've noticed an unusual and unsettling pattern. It seems that no matter what is happening in our city, the solution to whatever problem we're facing is always increasing the MPD budget. When crime statistics go up, we give MPD more money. When crime statistics go down, we give them more money. We're giving them more money even after they rehired the Trump-pardoned murderers of Karan Hilton Brown and helped DOJ illegally raid the U.S. Institute of Peace without a warrant or court order. MPD has also been collaborating with ICE to try and abduct and abuse D.C. residents, a clear violation of the Sanctuary Values Act. There's also been numerous lawsuits brought against MPD from beat cops, cadets, and their EEO and internal affair officers. These examples are only the tip of the iceberg, but they're more than enough to justify withholding our tax dollars, and certainly withholding the increase put forward by Mayor Bowser. Additionally, the priorities within the mayor's budget are woefully misguided. Mayor Bowser wants us to fund a new mounted unit, but how can we afford to spend money on police horses when the Cure the Streets program is being cut by 80%? A mounted unit will do none of the life-saving work of our city's violence interrupters. It is an absolute waste of resources. The budget also calls for new legislation recriminalizing street vendors. It's been barely 2 years since this council unanimously voted to decriminalize street vending, and vendors are still stuck fighting confusing regulations, high fees, and an uncooperative Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. We need to spend our money working with the vendors, not recriminalizing them. Tragically, the mayor's budget cuts funding from the very programs that actually do keep DC safe. Both the Pay Equity Fund and Child Care Subsidy Program face drastic cuts, but we know that the more we invest in our young children, the less likely they are to be arrested later in life. Additionally, this budget makes cut in housing and heating assistance, even though research shows that stable housing reduces harm in our communities. The budget also kicks thousands off of Medicaid and the DC Healthcare Alliance, even though having regular access to health coverage, especially mental health coverage, can reduce crime rates in communities as much as 5%. Finally, this budget fails to fund the Give SNAP a Raise Amendment Act of 2022, meaning that while grocery bills rise, SNAP benefits will not. Again, studies show that communities with regular access to food have lower rates of theft, and besides, every dollar spent on SNAP actually puts $1.5 back into the local economy. The pattern here is clear. What keeps DC safe is more resources, not more cops. All the programs I mentioned have a proven record of creating real safety and investing directly in the communities and individuals that need it most. That's where we need to focus our tax dollars, not on mounted police and helping ICE. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Shane Sullivan, National Survivors Union. Elizabeth Tang, Public Witness.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shane Sullivan, National Survivors Union.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry, I came a little bit less prepared than I wanted to be, but there are just a couple of things that I specifically wanted to highlight this year that will probably be ignored as it is every year. There are countless people who testify who have today and who will after me calling for the reduction in MPD's budget. Some not as extreme as what I believe it should be, which is $0. But it doesn't ultimately really matter because we're not listened to. I bring the same respect to this hearing that it feels like we're given as constituents, which is very little, because nothing has been done to address the murder of Justin Robinson. When we talk about MPD and having them work alongside violence interruption programs, they murdered a violence interrupter last year with no consequences. We have Terrence Sutton back on the force in my ward, presumably. I don't know where he's stationed now. But in my ward, in my neighborhood yesterday, NPS collaborated with ICE to abduct somebody. Is the council going to do anything about Bowser's desire to deputize MPD to collaborate with ICE? Ultimately, are y'all actually going to do anything to protect our undocumented neighbors? Because there are a lot of us who actually care about other people deeply and actually want you to do something about that. And police funding is not it. I don't even need to point to the research because it's so obvious. There is no research published in the last 4 decades that shows that increased policing leads to decreased crime. It does, as somebody mentioned earlier, lead to shorter lifespans for Black folks. We lead the world in police murders, and there are new records for the rate of police murders in this country every single year. Like I said, abolish the police, and regarding the Zionists who spoke earlier, free Palestine. Thank you.
Elizabeth Tang, Public Witness. Theodore Nastase, Public Witness. Kylie Hogan, Systems Advocacy Director, DC Safe.
Elizabeth and I are both here.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
Hi, I'm
Sierra.
here. I was just waiting to be promoted to panelist.
Got it. Okay. Well, Elizabeth Tang, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Tang. I've lived in DC for nearly 8 years, and MPD has shown time and time again that it cannot keep DC safe and is committed only to killing and endangering DC residents. And in light of this undeniable reality, I urge the council to take steps that will actually keep the DC community safe. MPD is systemically and irredeemably violent. DC cops have killed at least 35 people since 2013, including 33 people by gun violence, with Black people being 12 times more likely than white people to be killed. Its recent victims include Justin Robinson, a young Black man and beloved community member who was executed point blank with 11 rounds by officers Vasco Mateus and Brian Gilchrist mere seconds after they awoke him in his car at 5 a.m. And Mateus screamed, quote, "I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face." Both killers remain on the force. Donald Trump pardoned MPD officers Terrence Sutton and Andrew Zabowski for the murder of Karan Hilton Brown, a 20-year-old Black man. MPD speedily endorsed Trump's pardon by rehiring these convicted killers. More deadly chases by MPD are inevitable going forward, especially after DC Council passed Secure DC in 2024, making it easier for MPD to kill both suspects and bystanders in high-speed car chases, and rescinding limitations that were put in place in 2021 after MPD chased Karan Hilton Brown to his death. And then in over a period of 8 years, MPD found that 9 officers had committed serious crimes of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, assault with a deadly weapon, indecent exposure, and stalking. All of these 9 abusers remain on MPD's payroll as of December 2024, and these cases are not flukes. For example, MPD officer Larry Garrett remains on the force today despite secretly photographing a half-naked woman in her home during a 2023 arrest. Rape culture is MPD culture. The DC community is already in Trump's crosshairs, and we cannot count on MPD to protect us. They have already revealed they will gladly carry water for Trump's fascist agenda. When unelected billionaire Elon Musk ordered his sham agency Doge to raid the Institute of Peace, MPD was there to facilitate this illegal power grab. Is this an agency to which DC Council wants to give more power and money? A police department that will gladly do Trump's bidding when he again seeks to weaponize MPD's firepower against our own community? We cannot afford to keep going down this path, not when Trump and his cronies in Congress have clearly set their sights on destroying DC's autonomy. In their first 2 months in power, these extremists already tried to rob DC of $1 billion in local funds. The next 4 years will only get worse. He will undoubtedly ask for MPD's collaboration again, and they will undoubtedly comply. Congress right now, as we speak, is currently contemplating 3 different bills to rob us of our autonomy even more. In 2020, we asked Council not to give MPD $500 million. That's $500 million. And now the mayor is asking for $657 million. That's 2/3 of $1 billion. When does this end? I urge you not to give arsonists the kerosene today that they will use to burn down your house tomorrow. We need to invest in families, in job training, youth programs, affordable food, housing, and healthcare. Those are the things that have been empirically proven to reduce and prevent violence. So let's invest in that instead. Thank you.
Theodore Nastase, public witness.
Hello. I admittedly came a little less prepared today than usual. I've just been busy, but I felt it was important to speak. And what I believe and that I don't think that the MPD should be getting an increase in budget. I think at this point we've heard a lot, and I'm sure many of us have read a lot of statistics and news reports about how increased police budgets don't work, increased resources do bring safety, and yet the city continues to, I think, as John pointed out, no matter what, as crime goes up, crime goes down, MPD gets more money. And it's just very disappointing. I would like to see that money be going to helping people, and yet a lot of the programs that help people get cuts, or even if they are, started, they're never fully implemented or maintained, and yet the police get more money. The police get more money year after year without question, when there are better methods we could be using to keep DC safe. I think a lot of people in this city have lost faith in the council and in the democratic process, because year after year they try to say things and make their voices heard, and nothing really changes. They elect different people. They keep people that make new promises, and nothing seems to change. It seems to be the same playbook, which is, the same playbook over the whole country, where money moves politics, people losing faith in the democratic process, the cops get more money, businesses get more money, people and communities get less and less money and resources, and things keep turning. I would like to see DC be different. I would like to see the people of DC be empowered. I think people in the city can be awoken and brought to the polls and brought to participate in our democracy if they see that their elected officials care about them and they can resonate with their elected officials. But at the moment, that's not the case. And so more and more people check out, and then, these things just keep happening. But I we just can't keep repeating the same thing over and over every year and ignoring what the people want and expecting a change. Again, it's like, it's pointless to point out how all the empirical evidence points in one direction, because that just gets ignored. If people were trying to make a smart, rational, informed decision, it's obvious which way they would go, but for some reason we go the other way. And I can speculate as to why, but I don't think that would be that helpful. I just would hope that we stop doing that, and I would like a defunding of the police, but at the very least, don't increase the budget when they're already planning to take $1 billion out of the DC budget. This is an incredibly irresponsible time to again be raising the MPD budget. So I hope you can defund it. At the very least, don't increase it and put more money into people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie Hogan, Systems Advocacy Director, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Director of Systems Advocacy at DC Safe, as you mentioned. DC Safe and MPD have a vital partnership which creates a critical bridge to safety for survivors, with over 13,000 referrals from officers responding to domestic violence last year. In addition, we work closely with MPD through our lethality assessment project and the domestic violence system review to identify those survivors most at risk to serious assault or homicide, connect them with essential resources, and for the broader community to come together to consider best practices for all DV survivors. We are pleased to see continuing efforts to build the police force in the FY26 budget and agree that there needs to be added depth to cut down on response times and build the capacity of officers to respond in a way that respects the rights and safety of all parties. Unfortunately, we have seen firsthand the impact of restrictions around staffing and overtime. In particular, we want to highlight the need to build depth, capacity, and consistency for those in leadership positions across the agency. We believe investing in more robust staffing for data analysis and consistency in leadership is not just essential for the safety of survivors and the pursuit of accountability, but also that it can have real cost savings. In our estimate, it costs approximately $140 per MPD response to a family disturbance call. Calls where no crime has occurred, but where conflict is driving households to seek MPD interventions. When you consider that in 2024, MPD reported over 18,000 of these calls, the total cost to the department is over $2.5 million. While some of these calls will always exist, we know that domestic violence is a crime with distinct patterns and persistent violence. In a DV intervention pilot project with MPD in 2018, we found that one family had nearly 300 calls to MPD in a 2-year period, and another offender had 72 interactions with the police in 1 year related to multiple intimate partners. If more can be done to identify and address these patterns proactively, we cannot help but anticipate real savings for MPD and increased safety for survivors. We have testified for many years about the critical role that MPD leadership can play in identifying trends and patterns of escalating or high-volume domestic violence calls for service. Unfortunately, we have seen 3 different captains rotate through as our primary point of contact in the Criminal Investigation Division since 2024. Rapid changes in leadership, frequent details to different areas of the department, and giving officers additional tasks and responsibility impedes this work. In addition, we know MPD or DC Safe cannot address these trends alone. It requires dynamic collaboration across agencies to discuss and deliver right-size interventions for individuals and families in the district, something many people have uplifted today. Thus, the city must carefully consider not just MPD's budget and staffing, but also that of other essential agencies. Without the capacity and funding for collaboration across public safety, housing, and human service clusters, any effort will only have minimal effectiveness. This is a difficult budget season. The devastating impact of federal decisions cannot be overstated and is at odds with DC's history of success. As we consider how to maintain the goals and values that district residents hold dear, we must consider a budget that allows robust collaboration and data-driven policing. And we hope the FY26 budget allows for continued growth and strengthening partners with MPD and across district agencies. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Keely Mallory, Public Witness.
Yes, here.
Go ahead.
Chair Pinto and committee, my name is Keely and I'm a resident of Ward 1 who knows we can and should be better about where we invest our budget. Reallocating funding from MPD to community programs that are being slashed in this budget would actually help keep us safe. I have seen the MPD protect property in the city harder than they've ever worked to protect and serve the community members or programs that they say they do. Never once have I felt comfortable or safe interacting with the cops for something minor or major. This budget continues to give funding to escalate the militarization of this force with no evidence of your continued investment working. The eagerness in which this council and our mayor continue to happily increase this police budget while public safety net programs are slashed is telling. It shows your constituents exactly who you care about. It's not us and our well-being. I have experienced firsthand police brutality. I have seen it happen to my neighbors, and I have seen it happen to strangers. It's not changing. It's not reforming. And why would it when there has been no accountability or change to this police department? Instead, each budget season, they are gifted $500 million. That figure growing exponentially each year, where we are actually now closer to approaching $750 million for the projected FY26 actuals. This is especially stunning because the DC Auditor's 24 report found that DC did not need to hire any more patrol officers, and the mayor and this council continue to use the need for more officers as their favorite talking point. You aren't listening to the data. Meanwhile, our residents lack basic goods and services. How do the residents in our majority Black wards 7 and 8 still not have more than 3 full-service grocery stores? That's the easiest investment slam dunk I've ever seen, and this is my 3rd year bringing it up in these testimonies. Homelessness in DC has skyrocketed for the 2nd year in a row, growing 14% in 24, now to more than 5,600 unhoused community members. Why aren't you listening to the data that shows it's more cost-effective to house these folks straight up rather than continue to spend hundreds of thousands on rolling encampment sweeps and ridiculous overtime MPD pay? This budget is a slaughter of everyday working folks' livelihoods for the sake of looking like you're investing money to keep the community safer. We have yet to see the return on investment from MPD. There is yet to be a change. This has to change. The data is out there showing where the root causes of harm and violence are and how to invest to fix it. Use it and then watch our community transform. Tax the exorbitant wealth that already exists. Make them sacrifice. Choose to invest in our communities. Year after year, we fund these horrible practices and department, and year after year, we are not safer. I urge you to reallocate funding away from the increasingly violent MPD and invest in the evidence-based non-carceral solutions that address these root causes of harm and give our community more access to resources because we literally elected you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Paula Edwards, ANC 4A01.
Hello, Chair Pinto. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm chair of ANC 4A and commissioner for 4A01 that includes parts of Shepherd Park, Colonial Village, and North Portal Estates. I'm privileged to serve the same single-member district in which I grew up. I think MPD has to be one of the most professional police forces in the country, if not the world, considering the sheer breadth of what they have to do, from state visits by world leaders to enforcing bar orders for mom and pop stores. When there have been specious comparisons with budgets from other cities, the last time I checked, Philadelphia was not assailed on January 6th with insurrections, nor will it host the 250th anniversary of the Army. I support the budgetary investments in the data collection and technology that I've heard leaders in both DC and Maryland call game-changing. I support investments that can increase the number of sworn officers to decrease the amount of overtime and the attendant stress under which officers work. I support any investments, excuse me, I scrolled too far. I support any investments that support psychological well-being of our officers who have to meet people on their worst days and come out unscathed. Synagogues, Ohev Shalom and Tiferet Israel are both in my SMD. In the past 2 weeks, I have called upon 4D Commander Nikki Lavenhouse and Captain Bellavance for additional attention for worshipers after the murders at the Capitol Jewish Museum and the attack in Boulder, Colorado. 4D leadership has always been very cognizant of the threats to our faith community and has been proactive about sending patrol cars to surveil. But with headcount at a 50-year low, there is a limit to what they can do. I therefore support the Safe and Secure DC grant program, increase in funding to at least $750,000 to enable houses of worship to engage private security and to take some of the pressure off MPD. I also support funding for the Safe Passage programs as a way to reduce truancy. As a recent study showed, there is a direct correlation between truancy and youth crime. Please continue to fund the excellent Community Engagement Academy that has changed the way so many view MPD by real-world interaction with MPD rank and file and officers and leaders. Please continue funding for the excellent outreach by 4D officers such as Officers Hamrick and Lassane to our community and our commanders' walks. Two final requests. I would like to see the implementation of the Blue Folder program, whereby individuals with behavioral and cognitive challenges agree to voluntarily register with MPD to prevent misunderstandings of behavior and overreactions. I would also like to see more communication to prevent rumor proliferation. For example, after the recent pardon of the officers, pardoned by President Trump, there was a rumor that they had been reassigned to 4D. I was able to communicate with Commander Lavenhouse, who quickly confirmed that this was not true. I was also able to discount a rumor that an officer had targeted a young man randomly by pulling the police report that showed the young man had been identified by an eyewitness. In closing, funding law enforcement is reactionary. MPD is the agency of last resort when we refuse to fund behavioral health, truancy enforcement, DPR programs for youth, reduce funding for unhoused populations. MPD has to deal with the aftermath and clean up after the elephants. We have seen the results of cutting law enforcement before the social programs are in place to create more equitable outcomes. The results were not a success, with a short-term rise in youth crime, carjackings, and homicides. When we have the courage to invest in both, as European countries have done over extended periods, we may be able to realize the same reductions in policing that they have. Thank you, and I'm available to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Edwards. I'm going to call two additional public witnesses who are here in person today, Jerome Hinkle and Tanya Golash-Bola. Welcome. And we will hear first from Jerome Hinkle.
Test. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and staff. My name is Jerome Hinkle. I grew up in Washington, D.C. and have lived here for half a century. I come up in Ward 7 on the other side of the bridge. I went to Orr Elementary School, Kramer Junior High School, and Anacostia Senior High School. And when I was coming up, we were scared of the police because any interaction with the police could land us in jail. And back in the day, you could get locked up for just jaywalking. The police was looking for a reason to lock you up. And it was like, you didn't know what to do. It was a terrifying experience because even when I wasn't doing nothing, I ran from them anyway. And I have survived the crack epidemic. I had a mandatory minimum sentence put on me for selling $20 worth of crack. And I was treated like I had attempted murder or something because I was in on a mandatory 7 years for $20 worth of crack, right? And I had 13 years on paper after that 7 years. So I just got off like in 2021 from 1992. So for years, I didn't trust the police. Now you know what I'm saying, I think different now. They just doing their job. They just regular people. But I want to know, where's the money to help people like me, a DC resident, and other DC residents? You understand me? Where the money at to help DC residents who get in trouble with the law? These residents, like me from DC, who didn't who didn't commit a federal crime, but they in federal prison though. Residents who didn't commit a crime in Florida, but they locked up down there. And where's the money for mental health? You understand me? Where's the money for housing? The money for people who are just having a hard time with this thing called life. And that's me. All right. Okay. Let me do this. DC is not like anyone else in the United States. We ain't got no representation. People come here to work and make a living, you understand, from all over the country, but they don't care about people who live across that bridge. And we need to focus on people who live across the bridge, the people who grew up, the people who I grew up with. It's different over there. And we need the money. You understand? It's major for us over there. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hinkle. Tanya Golash-Bola, public witness.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and staff. My name is Dr. Tanya Golash-Boza. I'm a lifelong resident of Ward 4 and a professor of sociology. I'm here to urge you to not increase funding for the Metropolitan Police Department. As many colleagues have said, more police funding does not mean more safety. It means more surveillance, more militarization, and more violence, especially against Black and Brown residents. At a time when the federal government is ramping up repression, detaining academics, criminalizing dissent, and using force against peaceful protesters, we cannot afford to replicate that approach at home. We need our city to lead in a different direction. Every dollar we allocate tells a story about what and who we value. If we want a safe and thriving DC, we have to invest in what we know keeps us safe. In 2022, the DC Office of Gun Violence Prevention issued a strategic plan I'm sure you're familiar with. It's rooted in data and lived experience. Their recommendations were clear. Fully fund the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Establish a Violence Prevention Oversight Committee co-led by community organizations. Participate in the National Violent Death Reporting System, and launch a Violence and Near Fatality Review Committee. What the plan did not recommend was to increase MPD's budget because there was no credible evidence that more police funding reduces gun violence. Officers respond after harm is done. If we're serious about gun violence prevention, we have to address the root causes, which we all know to be poverty, housing insecurity, lack of opportunity, and youth disengagement. Violence prevention programs work when we invest in them. They work when we invest in community-based organizations, when trained staff mediate conflict before it turns deadly, and when we center public health and not punishment. These programs deserve lives, and they deserve more funding, not less. Every additional dollar that we allocate to MPD is a dollar taken away from the services and support that make our communities safer. Housing, schools, youth program, violence prevention, mental health care, and jobs programs. This is a defining moment for our city and for our country. You can choose care over fear. You can reject reactionary policies and lead us toward a city rooted in equity, dignity, and true public safety. Or you can double down on the status quo and move us closer to the authoritarianism that we see growing nationwide. I urge you to consider evidence-based solutions that you know keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of our public witnesses that we heard from today, both for the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice's office, as well as for the Metropolitan Police Department. I think one of my favorite things about DC is how engaged our residents are. That is not the case in every jurisdiction across the country. There are many places that have no public testimony for hearings, or if they do, nobody shows up. And that is not the case here. And I think while we might not all agree on every component of how to move forward for our city, the only thing that makes me saddened is to hear people say they feel that they are unlistened to, because you are not unlistened to. I hear from residents, whether it's at our public hearings like this one, or the hundreds, sometimes thousands of emails in my inbox every single day, the dozens, sometimes hundreds of phone calls I get to my personal cell phone every single day, the community events I have in DC in all 8 wards almost every single day. And so I hear from residents with all different perspectives and ideas, and do everything I can to move us forward in a way that is not going to have 100% consensus by every person or group or constituency, but that is going to accomplish some of our goals. So when I hear witnesses talk about the really important needs to fund SNAP and Medicaid and grocery stores, 100% agree. That is not something this committee specifically focuses on with the public safety agencies in our jurisdiction, but it is something I work with my colleagues on every week to support. It's why we supported initiatives for drug intervention and increased funding for out-of-school time programming and behavioral health that I've supported every year I've been on the council. And when it comes to our MPD budget, when we work with grocery stores, as I heard some witnesses mention, to try to get them to open east of the river, you know what the number one piece of feedback I get, whether it's a local chain, a national chain, an international chain, even with offering them money incentives, is concern about safety and a desire to have more MPD in the community. So I just share that context that it's not a silo or a one-for-one. It's all relevant to accomplishing a lot of our needs. So I'm going to continue doing the best I can, working with these agencies and working alongside you all. But I just really appreciate all of your perspective and being here today. We're going to call our government witness, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah. Welcome, Deputy Mayor. Hello. And anybody else who may be joining you, if I can ask you share your name and your position for the record as well. We can start with you, Ms. Peckham.
Good afternoon, Nicole Peckham, Deputy Mayor Appiah's Chief of Staff.
Go ahead, Mr. Nitz.
Sorry, John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer, supporting DMPSJ.
Wonderful.
And I'm Lindsay Appiah, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice.
Great. Nice to see you all. If I can ask you all to turn your microphones on, I'm going to swear you all in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pintos, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and I'm testifying today on Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 proposed budget and financial plan, Grow DC. In building the Grow DC budget, we were guided by our goals: growing DC's economy, right-sizing government spending, cutting red tape, and making it easier to do business in DC, and investing in shared priorities. Before I discuss our FY26 budget, I want to take a moment to say thank you, as always, to the more than 10,000 hardworking women and men of the public safety and justice cluster. To date, in calendar year 2025, together, we've reduced violent crime by 22% as compared to last year, which is in fact a 42% reduction as compared to 2023, and total crime by 6%. We've made significant progress in making our city safer and a place where residents and visitors across all 8 wards can thrive, and could not have done this without our PSJ team, serving under the committed, skilled leadership of our agency leaders. I cannot say thank you to them enough. Also, in the past year, the district has successfully and seamlessly hosted 6 national special security events, soon to be the 7th, with the Army 250 Festival and Parade, which require extensive planning and coordination between dozens of district agencies across government and our regional and federal partners. This is something that has never been done before and may never be done again anywhere in the nation. These partnerships keep Washington, D.C. safe for our residents and visitors. The Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, DMPSJ, provides oversight of the 12 district agencies and DC National Guard to ensure they're efficiently and effectively meeting their core critical agency mission and functions, working together across our government to advance public safety and justice priorities, and coordinating with our local, regional, and federal partners to enhance the safety of our city. The missions of the agencies of the Public Safety and Justice Cluster are dynamic, complex, yet interconnected. Each plays a critical role in the health and functioning of our public safety and justice ecosystem, which is centered around prevention, intervention and enforcement, accountability, and rehabilitation. This work requires cross-cluster interventions and whole-of-government coordination and strategies. DMPSJ remains committed to prioritizing the collaboration, coordination, and transparency necessary to meet our residents' reasonable expectations of excellence in the delivery of agency missions. DMPSJ provides operational and strategic support to agencies within our cluster and across government to reduce crime and increase safety, Mayor Bowser's #1 priority. We are currently offering strategic and operational support through the day-to-day management of the Safe Commercial Corridors Grant Program, Safe Passage, Safe Blocks Grant Program, the Safe and Secure DC Nonprofit Fund, One's Leadership Academy, Multi-Agency Nightlife Task Force, Multi-Agency Public Safety Task Force, Resource Pop-Ups, Peace Walks, and more. The mayor's proposed FY26 budget for DMPSJ is $15,640,486, which includes 28 FTE. An overwhelming majority of DMPSJ's proposed FY26 budget is non-personnel services funding that includes $9 million for the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program, $2 million for the Safe Commercial Corridors Grant Program. Safe Passage is designed to ensure that students travel to and from school safely. As we know, a lack of safety increases absenteeism and impacts the students' overall learning. The Safe Commercial Corridors Grant Program promotes public safety and public health through evidence-based activities for residents, workers, and visitors. The Safe and Secure DC grant funds partner organizations to improve and increase the physical or cybersecurity of their facilities and prioritizes preparedness activities of nonprofit organizations that have heightened safety concerns. Fiscal year 2025 was DMPSJ's second year of operational management of the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program. My team coordinates and manages the program, including evaluation of its effectiveness and measuring outcomes. Through distribution of community grants, more than 200 Safe Passage ambassadors currently serve in 12 priority areas covering approximately 122 predetermined routes. DMPSJ utilizes daily calls with law enforcement to address incidents in real time, and unusual incidents are reported within 24 hours. This year, we also deployed Safe Passage ambassadors to key posts during summer school 2024, winter break, and spring break. As of June 1st, Safe Passage ambassadors reported 648 unusual incidents this school year, helping DMPSJ improve safety as our students commute to school. We also held monthly meetings with school leadership to provide updates on the program. I also want to highlight that during spring break 2025, 2 Safe Passage community-based organizations hosted student programming. Safe Passage ambassadors from Collaborative Solutions for Communities offered a program called Walk a Mile in My Shoes, which invited middle and high school students to design a pair of custom sneakers that visually tell the story of their life experiences, emotions, identity, and hopes for the future. Safe Passage ambassadors from the Center for Nonprofit Advancement hosted the Motion Moguls, an entrepreneurship camp serving 25 students with a focus on entrepreneurship and personal development. The program included sessions of violence prevention, trauma-informed self-care, financial literacy, and business leadership. Youth participated in hands-on workshops, received mentorship, and concluded the week by presenting their own business ideas in a final pitch competition. In fiscal year 25, the district expanded the Safe Commercial Corridors program, doubling funding and expanding the program to commercial corridors in all 8 wards. In FY 25, DMPSJ awarded 12 grantees across the district with grants to fund safety initiatives. Grantees are using the funds to hire safety ambassadors, purchase and install cameras to register or connect to MPD's Camera Connect DC, and install lighting. In the first half of FY 25, safety ambassadors funded by the Safe Commercial Corridors grants have already worked 16,664 hours in 6 neighborhoods, and 43 cameras have been connected to FUSIS. In addition to investments in DMPSJ, public safety and justice highlights in the mayor's FY 26 budget include $30 million increase for MPD to hire more officers, create a new horse-mounted unit, and purchase crime-fighting technology and equipment. $7.3 million increase for fire EMS for critical firefighting gear and continuation of the life-saving pre-hospital blood infusion program, otherwise known as whole blood. $1.3 million to raise the salaries of 911 and 311 call takers to $61,313 annually, and $1 million for call taker recruitment and retention bonuses at the Office of Unified Communications. $1.6 million for 258 mobile cameras and 111 license plate readers that can be used to increase safety for major events. $46 million to purchase fire EMS's fleets, such as ambulances, fire trucks, and another $33 million for a fireboat replacement for Fireboat 1, which we were on yesterday, John Glenn. $18 million to purchase MPD's fleet, including cruisers and motorcycles. And we also maintained funding for the design of a new DC jail. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. You have been busy. And I want to thank you and your team and all of the participants in your cluster for the huge effort that has undergone throughout the year to end last year with the lowest violent crime numbers we've had in 30 years and really turn things around in our city, thanks in large part to your leadership. So congratulations for all that success. And I look forward to working together on this budget to make sure that DC residents' public safety can be prioritized. So I'm having a little bit of echo.
You have a little feedback. It's the only one on.
Yeah. All right. Well, oh well. Okay, so I want to start with the nonprofit grants funding.
Yes.
So this is something that we started last year to make sure that our nonprofit institutions could have some needed support for kind of hardening and some additional security resources.
Yes.
We heard from many of our public witnesses this morning about the need that was estimated about 1.5 million in applications for only about $500,000 of funding available. So first, as we think about the current fiscal year, has all of that $500,000 gone out the door?
It has. So, yes, it has. And so I have the different grantees at this point, but yes.
Okay.
Actually, the total that we granted, just so you know, just to be precise, is $470,755.
Okay. Is the remainder kind of admin costs?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any money allocated in the mayor's budget proposal for this funding need?
There's not directly money allocated. One of the things that you'll see in the DMPSJ budget is 2 lines for grants. And it's kind of, so it's a little confusing, but it is what it is. There's 2 big buckets that you'll see in kind of DMPSJ generally. One is called public safety initiatives, which is a lump sum. Let me get it so you know exactly what it is. Because this is how we are funding grants. So there's a lump sum of one line that has for fiscal year 26, $11,671,821.63. And you'll see it's in safe passage, but it isn't only for safe passage. This is something in OCFO, however they allocate it. Under One's Leadership Academy, you also see another government subsidies and grants for $319,183. We don't really do grants in OLAR. So how we're allocating all these grants is basically of the $12 million that we have for granting in PSJ for this next fiscal year, apportioning them somewhat accordingly. So there is about $9 million for safe passage, another $2 million for safe commercial corridor, which leaves about $1 million of what I would say is kind of like flex grants for us to move around. So it is, I mean, you know, we're trying to make sure that we're meeting all the needs across all of these grants. I know that it will kind of never be enough, but I would say that we always are willing to work to increase with you, as we've done kind of across these grant programs. But that's where we are. So you don't see a line allocation for safe and secure. You'll see OLA grants, but we don't really do grants in OLA. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that's helpful. And then just kind of zooming out to all of your grants.
Yes.
This is in many ways kind of a new function for the office. How has that been going? Do you feel that you have the infrastructure within DMPSJ to review these applications and get the money out the door, or is there additional support that you all need to do so effectively?
So we do like, so it's been a ramp up, right? Because it's almost like adding each fiscal year that we've worked together, you've added kind of one more, which has allowed us to work on our infrastructure. When we first started Safe Passage, and actually the past 2 fiscal years, we've worked with OVSJG because they already had an in-place granting structure while we worked on bringing in both training our person who is doing our Safe Passage grants in-house. So she had kind of that buffer. She'd come over from OVSJG, but giving some time there. And then once we kind of got this 3rd grant this year, we hired an actual grants specialist as well. So we have had some time to build up internal capacity by utilizing that relationship with our agencies, and really feel like this next year we are in a position to internally do all of the granting that we have based upon, we now have SOPs, we needed, you know, Zoom grants and all of these different things that you need to actually manage grants. But as we add more, there is I think we have 3 additional FTEs that were added for this next fiscal year to our portfolio, knowing that, you know, kind of things get added to PSJ. So if we do need to bring in some more internal capacity, there is some FTE space for that.
Okay. And of the 28 FTEs that you currently have,
yes.
What are those functions?
So you know, PSJ has a multi-role kind of function role. There's the actual kind of agency management. So we have kind of 8 pure in my office who do things like, we have a lot of audits across agencies, right? So we need to make sure we're tracking audits, working with the agencies to respond appropriately. We have a data analyst who's helping us with all of our analysis of things that you want to see. Like, we took over the gun violence dashboards, for instance. If you look on our website there, we're now maintaining those to make sure that the data is getting put out, as well as doing all of our tracking for safe passages, doing our weekly crime tracking and things that we use to look at where we are there. So there's a data person. We have a senior policy analyst that really is helping us with kind of, for instance, our juvenile prevention work. How do we work together across cluster to put together a researched, studied plan? So those kind of intergovernmental initiatives in the public safety and justice space. We have several people now, basically like a team of 3 that are helping us with all our community-based work. We've grown that as we have our multi-agency public safety task force, our nightlife task force, the work that we're doing on the juvenile critical incident protocol. They really manage the Safe Passage, a lot of that community-based work. So we have a team there. Then, of course, we do have our OLA team, which we have been really working. I think they're here about 3 times a week that we've been training to really, you heard the mayor do an announcement on or MPD on the juvenile unit. And what we said is that on the government side, there's this whole host of agencies that touch young people that we want to be sure that there's no place where you have youth violence prevention specialists. So we've been really working to train them. They've been getting restorative justice training, violence interruption training, cultural competency training to
train
serve that
who?
function. OLA. So we assumed One's Leadership Academy folks to train them to really do that critical kind of intensive supportive at-risk young people identification and support. And to help bring together all of this network of folks in the juvenile prevention space. So that's kind of the portfolio. Then we have, you know, John, right? Like then you have like our PIO. So
Yeah. Okay, that's a helpful breakdown, and I think is a really important point to remind folks of as we think about the future of VI and funds and care of the streets, is that it's structured in a way in statute that these are supposed to be working with 18 to 35-year-olds.
that's correct.
And, you know, the reality of the situation is we need violence prevention work happening with our young people as well.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so in terms of safe passage, it looks like there is a decrease of about $500,000 from last year's safe passage work. So is that right? And which schools will be impacted by that reduction?
So we kept, so in our budget, it's flat, but if you recall last year, there were 2 one-time infusions, I think from Councilmember Allen and I think Councilmember Parker for specific kind of one-time funds. So we've kept it flat. We don't, at this point, we don't anticipate changing our priority areas because those are the correct ones. So how we apportion workers or otherwise within there, like there's usually some underspend in safe passage. And what we've used that for is things like summer programming, you know, additional camps during spring break and those various things. You know, last year we put in 9 million or 9.1 million because we felt like that would allow us to get the coverage that we need with 200 or would like. And so again, like, you know, the one-time infusions, while that's up to the council members, with what we have, we believe that we'd be able to still staff the priorities that we have. There might be how many people we put in a certain route or things like that. But we would do that anyways, based upon data, working with schools and all of that.
So does that mean with the current proposal, the Ward 5 and the Ward 6 location, I think was Potomac Avenue?
They would remain because we would have done them anyways. So each year, that's what we said is looking at what was happening in the Potomac Avenue area, like the extension of the Eastern or the Eastern High School team to also cover that Potomac Gardens, Potomac metro area would have happened based on data. Same with Brookland, right? Like, which was the other area that we added, based upon the number of incidents that had happened in the previous school year, Brookland would have been in the fold. So they will remain.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of I guess we're at 9.2 million for safe passage. How many sites in total will that allow you to fund next year?
I think it's the same, like, so.
But what is that number?
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have, currently what we have and what we intend to maintain, but we will do some work with schools and also kind of DME and different people, but it's 12 priority areas, which is kind of been the same throughout the pendency of the program from the start, with a little shifting, but we currently have 122 predetermined routes. I would say this, that if you look at our maps on the safepassages.dc.gov, in addition to safe passage, you also see other entities that we've used to expand our footprint. One is DCPS now has sort of school safety teams. They've really built up their kind of under Ricky Brown and kind of that school safety section there, they've built up. So we build in their routes. And there's also, you can see it on the actual maps. It's like little dots in different colors. MPD also has built up their safe passage. So that's how we're really working together to expand capacity and make sure that we're covering as many areas as possible. And we'll continue to do that because that's wise and efficient.
And will they be operating throughout the summer?
They will, yes, because there's summer school, right? So we will continue to operate throughout the summer. There's less locations because obviously summer school is in, not all the schools are operating.
Right.
So footprint shift based upon summer school, and then we will be able to have some summer programming as well.
And can we use them in other locations like rec centers?
We do. That's what we do and we will do. We use them somewhat with Metro, somewhat in rec centers, kind of high traversed SYP locations that might be identified as like issues, or so we do adjust that way. Okay. Yeah, and we'll.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we've got several of our colleagues who've joined us today. We're going to first begin with my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder, then my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, and then my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, for 10-minute rounds. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, welcome. And my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. So we will go in that order. Elder, Lewis George, Henderson, and Nadeau. Take it away, Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Mayor, members of your senior leadership team, is always delightful to see you all. I'll jump right in with my questions. Deputy Mayor, within the mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026, she's titled it Grow DC.
Yes.
Could you speak to how your budget supports the efforts?
Sure. So, I mean, one of the things that we say that's most foundational and is public safety. So the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, where you see is investments in our agencies, right? And a safe DC is a DC that's able to grow, right? So you see investments in the agencies themselves, which we talked about, whether it's hiring across our agencies, including MPD, like we do need a fully staffed MPD. So you see investments there in our apparatus and technology, in retention at like all of our agencies, in pay parity and equity for our really experienced people at OUC, in programs that help keep people alive, like Whole Blood. So part of growing is keeping people here, keeping safe communities. So you see that, and a lot of the things that that are being put into DMPSJ side too, which is we believe in good agency operations, but also partnerships with communities. So all of these grant programs that grow or that have grown over the years, from Safe Passage, which we know we need to get our kids to school safely and working together, to Safe Commercial Corridors grant, where we're working with bids and community organizations across 12 different sites in all 8 wards, to our nonprofit grants that we're doing for Safe and Secure. All of that are investments in growing DC, because a safe DC is a DC where families are able to stay and families want to move to, where businesses are willing to stay. One of the things that Councilmember Pinto said, which is true, is I have met with grocery stores myself several times, and a key thing to them wanting to be in spaces is safety, is MPD, is security, is not having theft, is all of these things that we have to work on together and continue to work on. So I would say all of those things are how you're seeing funding in fiscal year 26 for growing DC and PSJ.
Now you've been in the role for 3 years.
This is so January 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed that you had a modest reduction in your overall operating budget. From your perspective, would you say that you have the adequate funding needed to support the public safety ecosystem in your role?
I would say yes.
Okay.
The reductions are just as I mentioned, they were one-time funds that were added by council members last year to various grant programs. So with what the mayor's proposed, we are adequately staffed and funded to continue the work.
Which is a good segue to my next question. I noticed the reduction in one-time funding, and I also noticed there was a reduction in 3 FTEs.
Actually, I think we got added. So we're for fiscal year 25. Right now, we have 25 FTE. Next year, we have 28.
Yes, I'm specifically, if you're looking.
So it might be in the puts and takes, like where you're kind of how they've kind of balanced themselves out, but.
Yes, if you're looking at local funds for FY 2025.
Yep.
There was a reduction of negative $12,852, and I'm assuming that's for there's one-time funding that spoke about the grants, but there's also a reduction in 3 FTEs.
Oh, that's 12,852,000,
Yes, okay.
and then it's added back in other places.
Okay.
Like, so when you see like, there's removal of one-time funding, which a lot of like Safe Passage, which is kind of a lot of the grants are in the one-time funding.
Okay.
They're added back into the recurring budget.
Okay.
And you can see the like how they're added back in.
So there was no loss.
There was a bit of a loss of some of the one-time funding that was added by various council members, particularly in Safe Passage.
Was
which I
there
think
loss in FTEs?
No, it's an increase of 3 FTEs. So you'll see, we started with 25
Yeah.
this year,
Now you have 28.
and now we're at 28 for
Okay.
26.
What, with those additional FTEs, notice your budget was modestly decreased, but your FTEs increased. Could you speak to what those additional 3 FTEs will provide?
Yeah, so it continues as we continue to grow in some of the programmatic oversight and, to be honest with you, gaining more grant programs and things that we're administering. It's important that we have, like, for instance, additional data reporting. This is something which I know is very important to council, and that even when our agencies, some of our agencies need additional support. And as a deputy mayor's office, I do believe it's incumbent upon us to be able to provide the level of data and information that allows us to evaluate whether our programs are working. So that's a for instance. Some of it is flex, to be honest with you, because we will add additional kind of initiatives throughout the year. Like I said, for instance, the work we're doing with JIRU, like the MPD juvenile unit. Well, that requires interagency cooperation, and someone has to manage that. It doesn't just happen, right? So like programmatic, kind of flexibility to have additional program manager. That's really what kind of primarily those positions are going towards. Potentially another grants manager as we continue to add grants to ensure that we're doing appropriate financial accounting, able to, you know, be good government stewards.
Could you speak to the specific public safety initiatives that were eliminated in your proposed budget?
No, nothing's eliminated.
Okay. How does the reduction in non-personnel services impact your office's partnership with nonprofit organizations and public safety stakeholders?
So one of the things that I said is, like, you'll see what I said earlier with grants is you'll see two different lines where grants are in PSJ. One is safe passage line, which has like 12 million, or it's 11.6 million, which is kind of actually several grants put in there. This is like an accounting thing with OCFO.
Okay.
Then you'll see another line for grants under government subsidies and grants in Leadership Academy. So how we work with our grants, to be honest with you, is there are $12 million in PSJ for granting.
Yes.
Right? And we apportion them across. About 9 million will go to Safe Passage, 2 million will go towards our Safe Commercial Corridor grant, which leaves us with additional funds for to work with our religious and nonprofit organizations or any other types of grants that might come up in kind of our public safety space.
Okay, speaking of the Leadership Academy.
Yes.
I noticed in your proposed budget.
Yes.
There was a $85,000 reduction. Can you speak to some reasons for the reduction? Was it based on performance, budget constraints, or shift in priorities?
Let's see. I think it's PS, to be honest with you, but let me see. I think it's personnel services savings, like based upon, so when we've had a couple of positions in one's Leadership Academy that we've remained vacant because we don't necessarily need them. So in doing kind of the puts and takes, like if you have PS savings over the vacancy savings over the course of a fiscal year, well then, you know, they kind of take them and the put goes into another part of our budget. So we end up kind of on the net with more positions. It's just in different places, if that makes sense.
Somewhat.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, excuse me. One of the items too, which is the biggest part of that, 85,000, there was vacancy savings taken out of that area of 66,000. So basically that really all that leaves is about 19,000. And that's going to be, you know how you hire, maybe people leave at a higher salary and you hire people at a lower salary. You know, we have to budget for those variances. And in this case, it ended up being somewhere around 19,000 less to still fully fund all the positions in that division.
Yeah, not MPS. I'm well aware. I looked at the MPS.
No, I'm talking about PS.
I'm sorry, PS. I looked at the PS.
Yeah.
Funding. This was specifically under the Leadership Academy. It says that there's a $85,000 reduction. And if you need time to look at that, then that's fine. But my question is, in your opinion, how could this reduction affect opportunities for community leadership development, specifically in wards 7 and 8?
It shouldn't, right? Like, because one of the things about one's Leadership Academy being in PSJ is if you're looking at administrative shifts or otherwise for efficiencies, things like training. Well, we have safe passage. We have our agencies. We get a lot of efficiencies and a lot of savings, to be honest with you, because we're a deputy mayor's office, because we use agency partners. So when you're seeing things like less money for training or less money to be used for, I don't know, there's all these different types of lines, right? Like for supplies, well, we don't necessarily need a full whatever for supplies for that one program if we have it for the entire office, if that makes sense.
Somewhat.
Well, and
You turn it on.
I'm sorry about that. If you look at the report, now the report that I'm looking at, actually all the reduction took place in PS, and there was an increase, actually a slight increase in MPS. So that's why I get back to the salary savings, and I get back to the difference of the issue of, the difference in salaries, based on the fact people leave at a higher salary, maybe come back at a lower salary. But I know on MPS for the Leadership Academy, we have about $83,000 increase from 25 to 26.
So it really is, I'm looking at it and it might be the chart that you're looking at. So there was $93,620.26 that was, that is less in PS. And that is what we talked about, like the need for specific positions that we held open because we haven't needed them there. And then there was an $8,250 increase in NPS for 26. So the net decrease is $85,370.24, but it's really coming out of that PS because the NPS portion is actually an increase of $8,000.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Deputy Mayor, really quick, I'm just want to understand sort of first focusing on Ward 4, especially just making sure I've seen significant cuts happening across the board sort of around Ward 4 violence interruption efforts. And I just want to make sure that and what I see for fiscal year 26 is that Ward 4 violence interruption program is going to continue into 2026.
That's correct. And I want to say one thing about One's VI program, because I don't know, there was a lot of budget. It was increased by 3 million, like a little over 3 million.
Okay.
Just their flat. So they're funded at like 7 something million. FY26 it's 10 point something million that's in VI
Okay.
for One's
Got it.
portfolio.
Okay. Thank you for that, because that's what we were saying, and that was concerning me. I was like, wait a minute, does that mean we're going to see a reduction in the violence intervention efforts in Ward 4 through the One's office?
No.
No is the answer. Great. And then previously we had put funding in for at Roosevelt Senior High School for the One's Leadership Academy. And I was trying to figure out if that is going to be retained in fiscal year 26.
So One's Leadership Academy moved over, and what
Right.
we're doing, right, like it is a different model. I will admit that, because what we're trying to do is really address the most at-risk youth. And like we said, we don't have a violence prevention program for youth. Like, and we're trying to really have a continuum where by having it in my office where they are working with VIs,
Right.
they are working with safe passage. So one of the things I mentioned is we've been training them we've identified lists basically through CFSA, DHS, MPD of the most at-risk young people, whether they're at
Yes.
Roosevelt or otherwise, and they will be working with those youth. That's what they'll be trained to do.
That's right.
So if there needs assistance at Roosevelt, that's who they'll be working with. But we need something.
When you
to
say,
address.
you mean the Leadership Academy will be working with those students, or?
They're going to be working with those students who've identified as most at risk of
Got
being
you.
involved.
That's what they're supposed to focus on.
Yeah.
Okay. So that program sort of focused on at-risk students that are identified is still something that will be continuing.
That's right.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay. And I know there was a reduction on the violence interruption side on OAG. Is it the intention that you are absorbing any cuts that happen on the OAG side of violence interruption?
So, I mean, I would say that, like, when you look at OAG's budget, people keep saying there's cuts. There's a line item for Cure the Streets. It looks like only 1 year OAG chose to actually fund that way. So taking out litigation support and using surplus and those things, we could argue that if it was a priority, it's not clear why it wasn't budgeted in that line item in NPS for all these years. But that being said,
so there's no plan with them for you to absorb their programming.
Whatever.
No.
So I know that we're working on what a merger could look like.
Mhm.
Our goal, when we went to the ward model, our goal is wherever there's shooting, we need to reduce
That's right.
it. And one of the things, and so we work very, NARC, who is our provider in Ward 4, who's honestly fantastic, who, like, our goal is to make sure if there's shooting in Ward 4, there's coverage.
Right.
And so there was, one of the things, as you know, is even with Cure and Ones, there was overlap in some of the listed kind of neighborhoods. For Ward 4, I think both were covering Brightwood Park, both had some pieces of Petworth, which are 1 and 4.
Mhm.
And so that we'll continue to cover. That's really why we went to a ward model, is
Got it.
we need to make sure where there's shooting, that we're figuring out how to reduce shooting, and that's what we're
That's it.
doing.
Understood. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask about OVSJG, access to justice funding.
Yes.
I know that has been cut by more than 21 million in the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget, cutting the line item by 2/3. I guess what's the rationale for severely cutting funding that for every $1, I think it unlocks $4 or $5 is what we've been told in sort of pro bono partnerships that have sort of been vital in keeping families housed or workers employed in our city's resources accessible.
So one of the things that we'll say, and we've done this each year, is that access to justice is one of those parts of OVSJG's portfolio that if you look at pre-pandemic, where it was and where it got to through one-time funding by council each year,
Yeah.
it has grown at a rate that is not sustainable, especially if you want to do things like ERAP, and if you want to do things like homelessness prevention in other parts of the portfolio. We simply can't sustain in this one space, those type of levels, and fund all of these other things that are aimed at helping people remain out of homelessness. So we know what the budget is, that there have to be reductions that are made. And so we continue to try to do is right size post-pandemic back to a reasonable rate of growth. And that is one area that it's constant one-time funding that we're saying is not sustainable if we want to be able to fund all these other things that we know help to prevent homelessness.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate the rationale. I think a lot of, people have been very upset thinking this is going to be devastating. And I know the council has the budget now, but I just wanted to understand what the rationale would be for cutting what has been seen as critical supports for district residents. I have to ask about DOC. I know a report was released just 2 weeks ago that warned that the conditions at the DC jail are dangerous and the city is in desperate need of a new jail. That's not news to you, citing high rates of death and overdoses, deteriorating conditions, and staff shortages. I think while originally the district had budgeted $463 million in public funding for the first phase of construction for a new jail, now the budget removes this funding from the capital budget and proposed shifting to a public-private partnership model to erect a new jail. I guess the question is, was this decision made in order to free up capital funding for other projects like RFK development?
No. So as we've been going through the design process, we've been working now for like 2 years with CGL, who is basically like the foremost designer of jails. The initial estimate that's come back is $1.4 billion. That is what it will cost so far, is what we see. You know that there are certain amounts of limits in our capital plan that looks like in order to get that while also funding schools and rec centers and all these things that will meet our cap with OCFO or the CFO.
That's right. That's what I mean.
It would take easily 10 years for us to be able to apportion that out, right? So what we kept in is design money, but we believe that a public-private partnership will get us there quicker. People are like, yes, but we've tried this before. Well, we have received already more than one unsolicited public-private partnership proposal. So it's our belief that with that being the case, when we put out an RFP, that this is a way to speed this up while not moving to a model where it was previously like run as a private prison. No, it's still run by the Department of Corrections, but that we have an actual building partner that will allow us to continue to use capital for schools and all of the different things we need it for, while helping us to come up with this additional, $1 billion it will cost.
$1 billion in cost. Okay. Would the proposed private-public model for funding the jail also entail private contracting for staffing the jail?
No.
No. Okay, great.
It would be run by the Department of Corrections.
Understood. Got it. Great. I want to talk about FIMS OUC for just a second. One concern that's come up is just sort of FIMS, the population growing in DC and whether we have adequate FEMS coverage across the city, including in wards that have seen increases like Ward 4 of population growth. Is your office working to ensure that the coverage area is sustained as it relates to FEMS?
Of course. I mean, our number one priority is to make sure people live. And so ensuring that we're able to have fast responses in all parts of our city is a key part of that. So looking at staffing models. You know, we talk all the time with the chief, or I do, about pre-positioned units and all of these different ways to make sure that no matter where you are in the city, that you're getting the fastest response time possible. So yes.
Okay, we appreciate that. It's just something that's come up, is like making sure FEMS coverage area is considers population growth and development growth across the city. 1 minute, 15 seconds left. Okay, I wanted to ask in relation to, MPD will be here soon, but sort of just how you all are looking at case closure rates. And when this is just a note to them that I'll be asking about case closure rates.
Yep.
What are you doing, I guess, as Deputy Mayor for Public Safety to ensure that case closure rates for violent crimes, especially robberies, sort of continue to trail the national average? And what's sort of benchmarks are being set to place so that our current closure rates can improve across not just in homicides, but just in the other crimes that our communities are most concerned about, like robberies and armed robberies, where we want to see an increase in case closures?
Yeah, so one of the things is we have to work on staffing, right? Like, so the chief, obviously, justice for victims and for the accused, right? Like, it's deeply important to us. There are multiple ways that I, as deputy mayor, am working with MPD. One is to make sure they have the staffing they need. People talk about detectives, which we have increased, and the chief has focused on increasing the number of detectives. If you look at the number of detectives there are now, it is significantly more, with a significantly reduced force strength, because we believe that closing cases helps to reduce crime.
That's right.
So that's one of the things. There's also been a centralization and working on like centralizing resources so that they're not simply working by district, but that there's central intelligence and otherwise that helps us to close cases. But my main thing as deputy mayor is to support in what the chief says she needs, because she's invested in that. So whether staffing or technology, which is a big deal, that helps us to like look at cell phone data quicker and things like that. That is really what my role is to make sure that we're working that they have what they need.
Okay. I appreciate that. I wanted to make sure like we're looking at case closure rates across the board and we're meeting benchmarks, and we're trying to, I know we have staffing issues remains a persistent thing, but how do we, with the apples that we've been given, really try to make a dent in what we're seeing across the case closure rates? And I look to you to be the person setting that benchmark and saying to MPD, I need you to get these numbers, closure rates up. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. I want to jump right in and follow up on a question that Councilman Blue-Jorts asked about the Access to Justice initiative. I think we could debate whether or not the $21 million is needed, but you said in your testimony or response to her that you're right-sizing to post-pandemic. But I mean, one could say that the need has changed, no?
I could say that the need has changed, but that the need, we have to meet the need in all sorts of spaces. That we believe that what prevents homelessness is things like workforce development, is things like you've heard the mayor say, and she spoke about this in laying out the budget, that our job is to help people to get self-sufficient. And so part of that looks like, with the budget that we have, investing across the board. You see what's happening in DHS and in your cluster with Medicaid and all of these other spaces that we believe prevent.
Yeah, but I also know that in my cluster, for some people, if you get cancer, they tell you to get a lawyer.
That's
because
exactly.
you need a lawyer to navigate the system. And if you can't afford it, then how do you do that? And so I'm not saying 21 is the number or however much it is currently, because I do feel like Access to Justice grew a lot. I do think that perhaps the initiative has had some mission creep in terms of the things that they're doing, not necessarily the direct legal representation, but some other pieces. But I just wanted to push back on this sort of notion that like we could just go back to pre-pandemic as though the circumstances have changed, because they haven't. I want to ask about Safe Passage.
Yes.
You're back and forth with the colleagues about the one-time funding for wards 5 and 6 as locations.
but it sounded to me as though you were saying that work will continue even though you don't have the money.
So we would have, so this is the thing about putting one time in for locations, that there's often a question to me about how we choose areas.
Yes.
We do it about based on incidents. So last year, what I said is Brookland and Potomac Avenue would have been added regardless because we appreciate the additional funds,
Well,
right?
why did you guys make us pay for it?
We didn't ask for our proposal had a certain amount of money to cover the need. Council members kind of putting additional funds, and we didn't make a request. We funded at the level that we thought would allow us to cover those areas.
Okay.
But we will use, I mean,
No, I know, but my memory of sitting next to Councilmember Parker when we were going through the budget last year was that the communication was the only way to add Brookland in was for this additional funding.
I didn't say that, but, and so I don't,
Okay, all right. So how many priority areas?
12.
Okay. When do you make the determination of what the new priorities areas are going to be for the next school year?
So we're in that process now because the RFA is going out. We already put up the NOFA and the RFA will go out. We meet, so it's really right now, like we start meeting with, we meet ongoing with schools, but really now at the end of the school year, looking at incidents that occurred over the previous year, right? Because that's how we have to do mapping for the next year.
Okay, so who's falling off if?
No one. We don't fall off a priority area, right? Like we haven't done that since the beginning of the program. The truth is that what we try to do is add more routes within a priority area, but Minnesota Avenue is Minnesota Avenue. There's so many schools, right? Like the incidents in Brooklyn are the incident in Brooklyn. So we're not like you're kicked off the island. No, we have to figure out a way to increase coverage using both the resources we have. What we've been trying to do is do things like reduce administrative costs. So we're able to make sure as much of the grant is going towards our ability to put ambassadors on the street versus training, like training, using internal training mechanisms, all of those things, because like we want to get as much coverage as possible. So we're not like, sorry, Minnesota Avenue, right? Like, no, it's maybe we need to have 115 routes instead of 122 because we just don't have as many ambassadors. But there are 12 priority areas, 122 safe passage routes within there, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And the funding that is included in the proposed budget is enough to cover whatever configuration of the 122 routes for which you plan to move forward with?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me ask about the One's Leadership Academy.
Yes.
So you mentioned in a back and forth with a colleague that you all are changing the model. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so the thing about One's Leadership Academy is that I don't know there was a model. Like there was an initial intent of what it was supposed to do. But as it grew and they added sort of like the feeder school, the middle schools, each One's Leadership Academy team was doing different things. And it was really based upon what the schools wanted, and that may be fine, but a lot of it became sort of behavior techs and various things. And some schools didn't want them at all. They were there, they were funded, but they're like, we don't want them in here. So what we said is, you can't call it a model if there's no model. What are we trying to do? Because you can do good work, which is supporting young people and all these. But from my perspective as deputy mayor, and particularly something like where we are, we've got to be reducing violence amongst our kids and young people.
Yep.
So we don't have a prevention.
Okay, so sorry, because I got 4 minutes and
Yeah.
26 seconds. So what is the model? Like what, in a typical week, what would these individuals be doing?
So they are still doing some, right now, to be honest with you, they are still doing a lot of the school-based work while we are training them to be more like transformative mentors who actually identify at risk, right? Like we've identified this at risk, help us to assess what the needs are that will get this kid off a path to violence. And then we'll pull from our government partners, DBH, CFSA, we have a whole network of them.
Okay, so the idea is that they will not be school-based any longer?
No, they won't be. They're going to be based upon where we identify working with schools, DHS and MPD and CFSA that the most at-risk young people are.
Okay, so it won't be a school-based type program where we're saying, Kelly,
You're at Anacostia, you sit there at Anacostia.
You're at Anacostia, and that is part of the One's Leadership Academy. It's going to be a more centralized piece.
That's right.
Okay. All right, so the One's budget cut 735,007 FTEs from its OLA line.
Yes.
I didn't see the funds or the FTEs move to your budget?
Yeah, so it was an odd thing that happened last year for whatever reason, that OLA was transferred to me, like in most of the budget and most of the positions,
Okay,
but those remained at ones. And what we have found this year is like, that's fine. Like we were like, use it for what you want this year, but we don't necessarily, we've run the program without it. So
okay, so where'd that money go?
I mean, it was stayed at ones, right? Like, so they used it for various.
No, that was last or this current year, but for FY 26, they're proposing to now cut these positions. So what I'm saying is,
So there's
are they coming to you or where they're
No,
going?
so so if you look at, again, the puts and takes of ones, they end up with a net amount of positions and also $3 additional million in a different place. Like if you look at their overall budget, they end up with 10 million in, for instance, in VI. So there's a lot of kind of
Moving pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of the One's Leadership Academy, I don't even know if we can call it Leadership Academy anymore.
No, we're working on a new name that
Okay,
makes
because I'm like, this is a completely different thing. But it also seems as though the focus is not going to be touch as many kids as possible, but touch as many targeted kids as possible.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So where will these individuals sit?
They currently are, so this fiscal year, they've been with me,
So
right?
they
Like,
sit in your office now?
They do, yeah.
Okay.
They're not sitting every day.
No, I
like,
know.
Yes,
Yes.
but this they were transferred this fiscal year to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask two more really quick questions. Okay. There's a BSA subtitle that proposes making the Access to Jobs grant pilot program that's run out of MOCRA, Mayor's Office of Returning Citizen Affairs, permanent.
Yes.
The previous law was that they had to establish this pilot program, run it for 2 years, beginning in fiscal year 2021. We're now heading into 2026. So the pilot actually ended 2 years ago. So what was the impetus for bringing this back?
As permanent, I think they've been doing it. So they had a little bit of trouble at the front end getting the program off the ground because they weren't grant tours, right? Like,
Correct.
so actually doing kind of the administrative work to get grants out the door took some time. I think the thinking and making it permanent is we want to support that population.
Okay.
Right. And so this is something, jobs and housing are two of the biggest challenges for returning citizens. So anything that we can do to continue to support, like the ability to kind of work with employers and things we want to do.
All right. And my last little bit here, obviously you saw the Washington Post stories that were posted yesterday. Now for me, I don't think they pointed out enough that we do not have direct oversight over court social services.
Yes.
And these are issues that we have raised. I've raised, you have raised about the GPS monitoring and the normal business hour approach that they take. How do we proceed from here?
So, I mean, I think one of the things that we've said for years is system unification, which is a big kind of the big thing. It is not an indictment on court social services, but these are our district kids and we have zero supervision or the ability to really have any direct supervision over them. Our most at-risk young people, they don't have direct access to services, right? So that's one piece. But with the One's Leadership, this proposal with JIRU and One's Leadership Academy, we continue to try to find a way to work together to be like, hey, one way or the other, we've got these kids need support and services. Putting them on a GPS unit doesn't equal support and services. So court social services, for instance, participates in our shooting reviews every week.
Okay.
So we're finding ways to work together to try to support what they're doing while we really do look at things like our actual structure that for the autonomy of the district and otherwise, and also these are our most at-risk kids, they do need to be in the DC government.
I know it's Councilmember Nadeau's turn, but I just want to, is the vision for what is known as One's Leadership Academy to be determined in terms of new name? Is this like an overlaying effect of like, yeah, you have a probation officer, but now you got a attached person in DC government too, or?
Those are some of the kids we might identify based upon what's coming up in shooting review, based upon what DHS is telling us, based upon what CFSA gives us every week. It may be some of those young people. And really like what we're kind of talking about is some of them need a credible messenger. And we're training these folks as well to serve in that sort of transformative mentoring space, because that's not what a probation officer does.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you. Hi, Deputy Mayor.
Hello.
Can you tell me how much you're proposing for the Safe and Secure DC grant program?
So there's not, like I said, there's not a specific amount. What we have left over basically after the, there's $12 million total, or $11.99 million total in granting money in PSJ. About 9 point something of that will go to safe passage, 2 something will go towards, Safe Commercial Corridors Grant, which leaves us about $1 million for anything else. So we can use that, I mean, to keep the 500,000 amount for safe and secure, to keep it flat, and also to give us some administrative kind of space for all of these other things. Or we can work together to increase that. But that's really kind of like what we have in the
So
space now.
the demand for that last year was 1.5, right?
Yes.
So, are you saying then, I just want to be real clear, because if we're going to increase it, we need to know by how much. Are you saying that you see 500 of that going towards this grant?
I
Or-
do.
Or could there be more?
Well, I mean, I would say 500 because the utilization, like we are using it for different things. Our proposal kind of across grant space this year was to keep things flat.
Why aren't there specific line items?
I don't know. This is a budgeting thing that I will point to.
Yeah, I
OPFO
thought we
for.
created that one separate last year.
It's not like, so things are in things like, so if you look at safe passage,
Yeah.
that encompasses all of our grants, which is tricky when we're like doing it, because sometimes we're like, we mess it up. Like,
That's not good.
so it would, this is however it's been, I'm looking at,
Okay.
I'm saying I'm OCFO, how they've established these strange line items, but
Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. All right. So I want to talk to you about the VI programs.
Yes.
In Ward 1. Can you tell me how much the one's contract for Ward 1 is in FY25?
I have all of them but Ward 1. So I have like how many VIs, how many specialists. I do not have the total amount. So, well, let me get that.
Okay. Do you have it for Wards 1 and 4 combined, perhaps?
So the total was 7. I could pull up what I have for Ward 4. Let's get a breakdown.
Okay, what I have from Performance Oversight, let's see if this tracks with what you think. Performance Oversight said 1.2 million in Wards 1 and 4, and it was one grantee. That was when Life Deeds had it.
That's right.
Okay, and then that got split into 2 grants in December, January, I think January.
In January, there was an award made for, so Life Deeds had both Wards 1 and 4 last year. We did a new solicitation and there were different providers chosen. Basically, Ward 1 is inner city. There was Ward 2, which was a very specific kind of area, 7th and O, which is east of the river. Ward 4 was NARC, so national, NARC.
Yeah.
Ward 5, we have Ward 5, Ward 6, we don't. Ward 7 was Together We Rise. Ward 8 was J&J and Hillcrest.
Okay. So Ward 1 appears to have the lowest staffing levels of all the VI programs. Is that what your data shows with 15?
I don't know that it's the lowest of them, but that is what is in Ward 1 based upon.
I think of Wards 1 and Wards 4 as somewhat comparable in terms of the number of target neighborhoods and also the amount of violence as compared to, say, 7 and 8. That's not really a question, but Ward 1 has 15, Ward 4 has 18 staff in the VI contract. Do you have a sense of why there would be that differential?
I mean, I think it's probably somewhat based on what they propose, right? Like, or the budgets that's submitted by the actual VI organizations. So that's what I would say. Like the organizations submit budgets, and then we kind of look at need, numbers of neighborhoods, what they're asking for. Like, are they asking for more administrative versus more VIs because of maybe the structure of the organization, and then make a decision just like in any grant about.
Do you have funds available right now
for
unallocated for VIs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. My understanding is that the Ward 1 team wants one more VI.
Well, so she currently hasn't filled all her positions.
Mm-hmm.
So she has a position that she could actually be filling, and she hasn't quite yet done so.
Okay.
So if she needs additional staffing, we can talk about that, but our request with Inner City would be they first fill all the positions that are funded.
Which one do you think is not filled?
Currently, so she's filled 3 of the 4 VI positions.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, for 1.
you know that the Attorney General has cut the Cure the Streets team, which was serving wards 1 and 4, and that's going to be a huge loss for those 2 wards, for our 2 wards. Is one's considering additional staffing because of that?
So what I would say is this, is that next year put into one's budget for VI is an additional $3 million, right? Over what they have currently this
For
year.
wards 1 and 4.
Just total for the entirety of the program to determine the need. I think that, and I've said this before, that our responsibility is to make sure we're looking across our VI programs and being most efficient and effective. I don't believe currently, and I can say this confidently, that the issue that we have in Ward 1 is not enough VIs. It's not the right VIs. That with the change, however people feel about life deeds, those VIs really knew CHV, for instance. And so what we're doing, I have a meeting tomorrow, is our Ward 4 VIs who were the Ward 1, we're sitting down together to say, hey, listen, we need to work together to mitigate what is happening there. Because we also have J&J, which is in Ward 8, that's great at mediations. He really knows the city and is good at mediations. So what we're trying to do is, instead of being like, hey, we need to keep bringing new people in, is who are the right people who really understand this community? And the other thing is with Cure and Once, for all inner cities strengths, they have multiple. The reason we even chose them for Ward 1 is that they're already in CHV. Well, this overlap that was decided when, kind of Cure made certain decisions, that theirs in Ward 1 and 4, they're supposedly kind of in the same neighborhoods, which is, I don't know if that's the best use of resources.
I don't know either, but until the Cure team was there, we didn't have the reduction of violence in those neighborhoods that we expected to see under Ones.
So, but I would say this then, Reverend Judy is the same provider. So if that's the case, she currently is in there. And so whatever is happening is not based upon us changing. Reverend Judy is the Cure provider. So she's the one who's been there, which is why we chose her for Ones. So whatever.
Right, but now she'll have less staff than she
The
did.
staff isn't the issue. She's had, the grant wasn't reduced until I think very recently, which means she's had an opportunity to have staff. The question is.
No, but there will be less staff on the ground because she'll be losing the Cure staff.
I don't know. I can't really speak to Cure. That isn't really under my purview.
You don't have to speak to it. It's math. I mean, there's like 6 positions on that team and that's not being funded.
So, but my focus is reducing shooting and violent crime. And right
Mine
now,
too.
that's
So
not
I want to go back
happening.
to something you just said.
Yeah.
There were nothing but complaints about the Life Deeds team at CHV. So the fact that you're bringing some of those people down to help resolve these issues does not instill confidence.
So regardless of how people feel about them, they actually helped bring down violence last year. And while I appreciate how people feel about outreach, our focus has to be on mediating these crew-based disputes versus how are people going to community meetings. That's important, how people feel about it. But what is most important for me is that we stop shooting. And last year we were able to reduce that. This year it's flat. We've gotten it back slightly under control. But what is happening right now in LaDroit is because of what's happening in CHV. Got great VIs in LaDroit. What the CHV is not working. So people can feel they like this team better. They like how they do. I need for shooting to go down. So those VIs who know how to work with the specific people who are driving shooting, personality is important and we need to work on outreach, but I need for them to be able to work with those who are shooting to put the guns down.
I agree with you, but I don't understand that. I don't necessarily agree that that's the case. I mean, part of the issue that we've had is that Reverend Judy's team hasn't been allowed on site at CHV.
So that isn't actually, so I've met with Reverend Judy's team and we've worked through those issues. Part of it is, hey, you've got to do things. I love our providers, but they have to be willing to do things also to work with CHV. They ask for information about who's going to be in certain spaces. They've asked for certain things. If you want access, we need to work with CHV as well. It's a two-way street. So we are working through those issues when she brought them to us and needing space or otherwise. But if that's the case, well, I mean, she's worked in the Cure. She's had Cure there for however long I believe Cure has been there. So
And the violence came down.
But you're saying that she hasn't get access to space. It's the same relationship. So I'm not clear like what's changed in her relationship with CHV that she can't get space now. But we're working that through.
She was working around, she didn't have the contract for CHV. She had it for like roughly Columbia Heights.
But it was for whatever, like going back and forth isn't.
I agree with you.
Thing.
Why did you pause the case management contract?
Because case management should really be done at once. And I'm not like having all these separate contracts for things does not actually make sense.
Well, it does if we don't get spaces and pathways and we don't have other wraparound
So,
services.
so far this year, there's been 6 referrals to pathways by Reverend Judy alone for ward, which there's only been, I think, 1 or 2 classes. So that's a fairly good number of the 25 or however many we've had. So I think case management is important, but part of the goal of case management is accessing the district services. We cannot continue to fund these separate things where I've met with Reverend Judy multiple times over years, actually, and the accessing the DC government agencies is always her challenge. Well, then we need to make sure that the DC government agencies that do case management are doing so. We can't keep on funding like all these separate contracts for all these separate services. Inner city, again, we like working with them, which is why they currently have 4 contracts or grants alone in Ward 1 for these same types of services. Family Success Center, Cure, VI, and then they have 1 additional one that
It was the case management, I thought.
Well, but think about that. 4 grants to do similar type of work to 1 provider. Maybe we need to work on our efficiencies and the right spaces because we don't have unlimited funds.
Well,
We
you
just
don't have, I'm sorry, can I, okay. You don't. Maybe we do need to work on our efficiencies, but you do need a certain number of people to mediate conflicts in different neighborhoods, and they can't necessarily be the same people. So at our community meeting last week, we heard from ones that Inner City did 4 mediations in April 2025 alone, and 2 other de-escalations that they believe led to the avoidance of 20 shootings. And that
That's right.
was
Funded
one's
by
numbers.
ones. Yep.
Right, those are one's numbers.
That's right.
So that was
With a
in the
LaTroy.
beef between the 2 crews that I'm trying not to mention that you and I've been talking
It was
about.
in LaDroit though.
But who's shooting at them?
That's the issue, right? Like, so CHV, if we are not, so we can mediate LaDroit all day long and they have actually like ceased shootings for a while. But if we can't get CHV to stop going over their shooting, which we're really like working to make
So when you
happen,
say mediation, you mean among people, not
to
between
get-
groups?
That's exactly right. First, you have to work with LaDroit to say you cannot keep going up, firing off rounds up there. Please let us work on this issue. Let us take you out of town. Let's do all these things because the shooting back and forth isn't working. So LaDroit, I met with the VIs, Reverend Judy, from both of the areas. I think it was 2 months ago or whenever, because I'm like, I need to understand what's going on myself. I promise you, those VIs for LaDroit knew it cold and they could tell us what was going on, what was happening, and how they were trying to hold it down there. CHV is more difficult because they have both conflicts externally and they have internal ones. So, like yes, they're doing mediations to get LaDroit, but the CHV part is difficult and is proving to be the part that is needs additional work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Okay, so Deputy Mayor, we talked a little bit about the safe passage kind of rollover for the summer, once the school year is out. But as I look at the supplemental budget, it looks like there's 3.4 million in cuts to grants and gratuities for full-time fringe benefits. There's a 3.2 million cut for safe passage, 33,000 for One's Leadership Academy. So as we head into the summer months, and we've already been seeing concerning behaviors, I would say, in several communities, how are you thinking about using this budget this summer to really lean in and try to tamp down on some of the violence, whether it's through safe passage or VI or with MPD? What's the plan?
So it's all of those things. So as you know, FY25 required us to make some really difficult decisions across government. So it was really based on utilization where we were. That was a cut that was made. We are certainly working. What you've heard the mayor said and what the CA and everybody are saying is that there will likely be some funds added back into that space to help us make sure that we have the coverage we need because of what we're seeing with young people all throughout the summer. We may not have as robust of funds to do all of the programming that we did last summer, but we believe that one of the priorities for us was making sure SYEP was fully funded, making sure DPR was funded not only to do what they kind of normally do, but they started a couple of weeks ago, and you'll see like every Friday night now they're going to be doing the late night activities, which was not working with MPD and Beat the Streets and late night height and late night trip together to make sure that we're like having the late night, which is where we're seeing a lot more of activity. So our primary thing was making sure we have coverage for summer school, right? If there's additional, then great. We'll do some programs in some of the hotspot communities, but we're working with DC Housing Authority, which is something we did last year because they have some programming, things that they can do in some of our more challenged communities. We're working with our VIs because like we are using like all of our funds that we can to make sure we're like maximizing coverage and communication. So it's all of that. We did need to make cuts, as you know, like our CR issue necessitated that we really work together as a government and find the funds we needed to get an FY25 supplemental that would be certified. So we think that with the funding across all of our programming and really the coordination, that we'll be in a position to address at least the most critical things we see, which is really, to be honest with you, late night right now and weekends. So.
Okay. And so I hear that in that the congressional actions in cutting our budget for no reason really has undermined a lot of what we're trying to do. But from your perspective in kind of managing all these different work streams within the public safety cluster, are there any strategies that we're going to try this summer that are new to address what we've been seeing really every weekend, especially the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the new strategy is the working with DPR to sort of give the young people every single weekend like a space to go to, which if you looked at late night hype, late night drip, Beat the Streets before, it wasn't necessarily every like Friday, Saturday evening. So really we're looking to be able to bolster that. And then I'm just going to say, one of the things that we said is you will likely see from us, as the mayor said, work on curfew, because having kids out running the streets after midnight and us not being able to alter in any flexible way, that is not a tenable solution. So we do need to work with council on some curfew things that will allow us to get in control when we see kids running around from 6 p.m. till 11:30 when they finally leave committing mayhem.
How is our current curfew working?
I mean, you know, our kids are smart. Like last year, we announced that we would be really enforcing curfew, right? And so if you look at our numbers over the 2 past fiscal years, we were picking up a good amount of kids and bringing them to the YSC for being out after curfew. Those numbers go down year over year because what you'll see if you're out in these corridors, if you're out in Navy Yard, if you're out in U Street about 11:30, the large bulk of kids, they've been there for hours doing what they do, they leave because they don't want to actually be picked up and brought to the YSC. So it's like the curfew piece, we still do have young people being picked up. I think last Saturday into Sunday morning, MPD picked up 11 kids out after midnight at these 1, 2, 3 o'clock hours, including kids as young as like 11, just ages that are very, very young. So MPD will continue to do that. But what we would say is like, we have seen different models with our drug-free zones or other things that give us a little bit more nimbleness to address what we're seeing. When we worked with the wharf, right, a couple of weeks ago, and also MPD doing some enforcement things, that helped us for 2 weeks, right? Because the kids did not want to be picked up. But we need to be able to continue that. And like, we don't have that in the portfolio of kind of our tools right now, is any flexibility with curfew.
Okay. And so that's a legislative change
That's a legislative change, yeah.
So in terms of like authority for spaces.
That's
okay.
right.
So we look at places like Washington Harbor, who also had a lot of young people going, and that's tamped down a little bit. You know, on one hand, I hear from groups that say it's been really effective because there have been other opportunities for young people to do something that may be a little bit more exciting to them, as opposed to just like, don't come to this space. It's like a little more engaging. But also I've heard that those same kids who are engaging in the problematic behavior are now just coming to DC. And so what is your perspective on some of those shifts, and how do we, in addition to just saying like, okay, you can't be in this space, how do we reach these young people who are engaged in this behavior and put a stop to it?
So, I mean, I think everything is a both and. One, there have to be consequence for behavior. So MPD on the enforcement side is doing more things like arrest for disorderly conduct, a fray, some of the types of behavior that's just sort of mayhem-y type of behavior. But on the other side, what you saw us do over Memorial Day weekend, where we opened Banneker, there were 700 young people over the course of that weekend who showed up. And when you look at our late night hypes, if you were to go to DPR social media, it is not even close how those are the most shared. Kids do want a space to go. And what we created there was fun. Like they're just dancing, you know, like it's open space for them to do certain things. Either they'll decide that that's a space that we go, we have to create that for them. The reason we chose Banneker that weekend was because they have their list that they had put on social media. Number 1 site, the Wharf. Number 2, Navy Yard. Backup site, Banneker. We said, okay, we're giving you the backup site with something productive to do, but we're on the other side going to enforce the law. You cannot, and we worked with businesses to put up signs on trespassing and otherwise. We have to enforce the law because lawlessness breeds lawlessness. So it is a both and. Yes, National Harbor was able to, much like what the Wharf did, but the predecessor, through an executive action by then executive also Brooks, created a curfew. Like they created an alternate curfew to the general curfew, which is the same as ours. And that has, last weekend there were kids, you saw what happened. It was not acceptable. It was not how we're going to have, it's not safe for young people. Young people were hurt. It's not safe for the community. We can't allow that. But there were kids from all over the DMV here in the District of Columbia. So we can't have young people getting hurt, hurting other people, breaking the law, causing property damage. It's just not going to be something that's acceptable to us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of the One's Leadership Academy funding, you mentioned this a little bit in the need to focus on violence interruption for youth, but how have those grants been going? What are some kind of lessons learned over the last year from that program?
I mean, they do good work, right? Like, so there's a lot of things like, so it was like kind of, I mean, this is anecdotal, but like, you know, over spring break, we were able to bring a lot of kids to experiences like Audi Field and have them involved in really like pro-social behavior based upon relationship. And that's important. And so I don't denigrate the model that was put into place. I just am seeing what's happening with our young people. And we're saying, this is great that certain schools, a few kids in certain schools get access to this really great intensive kind of focus. But what about our kids who we know are most at risk? We don't have anything for them right now. So instead of kind of focusing in these 6 schools where they get, you know, great attention and focus, we need to expand that to more kids. So that's really the thinking.
Does this budget allow you to do that expansion?
Yes.
Okay, by how much?
It's the same funding. Like, so if you look at the OLA line, the funding is actually pretty robust. So it doesn't alter, there's no need for alteration of the number of people or the funding. It's about where they are and how they're working.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
In their training, which we've been really doing very focused intensive training with them over the past several months to help them understand the shift and to feel comfortable with being restorative justice people, to being you know, credible messenger, to identifying when there's signs and risk factors. And so our BI organization, I was going to say, have been fantastic in coming in together. We Rise, J&J, and really working intensively with them. We have partners in DCPS who are coming in and help work. It's been like, I appreciate the partnership across that continuum we talk about.
Great. Glad to hear that. Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Mayor, we've been seeing an uptick in violence on U Street again in the warm weather. I think there were 2 shootings this weekend. What do you think is driving these shootings?
Young people. So what happened this weekend in U Street was what happened at DuPont Circle. Those same young people that we knew, we knew and expected they'd be on U Street, and they were. And so one of the people shot was a young person. I keep saying young people. It really is what's driving it. And you've seen it several weekends in a row. The thing about U Street right now is everybody's on U Street. Someone was like, no one wants to go to U Street at one of the ANC. I said, no, everyone wants to go to U Street. And so it's taking a lot of resources to manage all the the kids down there, so that all of the other things happening, you know, so much focus is going there, which is why we said, okay, kids like to go to Banneker. It's not far. That is a space that maybe we can direct them to, so we can focus on, you know, of all the other things that are happening. The people are really concerned about alcohol being sold at the back of the car. Well, MPD focuses on like all these young people running around everywhere. So, so I would say that what we've talked about, being able to give kids a positive place to go, to doing the proper enforcement, to working on our curfew, to all of those things will help us tamp down some of that violence, because it's just the volume and the the amount of kind of frenetic behavior by the young people that's scattering all of those really concentrated resources that helped us to kind of bring some order, even with the volume of people that have been in the U Street corridor.
What about the club goers?
The club goers, so we do have to do some work. Like I did a walk several weeks ago through the area, and what we see is, and DDOT was down there, DPW, like we do need to do some basic things on like traffic patterns, parking, like all things that will help us to.
Isn't that what the nightlife task force is supposed to do?
It does, but like in looking at it, like the volume of people has picked up tremendously. Like, I mean, we adjust to what we're seeing. So they're doing a good job from like a people perspective, but we're saying, wow, maybe we need to do some infrastructure things that will make this even more manageable, because it's incredible the number of people right now spilling into the streets. Which is great. Like we want people out, but you know, we also want them safe. And we know businesses are concerned because we have to do the road closures. So we're trying to think of ways to mitigate all those impacts while also being like, wow, right? Like we can't have people getting hit in the street. Like, you know, we can't have kind of, that's the biggest thing, is the volume of people in the streets. Last weekend, we had to completely shut the streets and just let people pour into the street so that we weren't having people harmed for several blocks. And so, yeah.
So, I'm curious, because the issue with the young people and the violence is one thing, but I think in the past several years on U Street, with the number of clubs, we've just seen more violence related when the clubs come out and people are fighting. But that's not what happened over the weekend.
That is the shooting was primarily earlier, to be honest with you. Like, there was a couple that were like very early morning. Like there was one that was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And club let out is a thing in this past, you know, the couple of weekends, we have 24-hour club opening. So what we want to be able to do is, we've talked with, like, to be honest, MPS and various people about lighting at, like, when club is letting out, and this is something a couple years ago, we even talked about lighting it up, right? Because, you know, there are just things that happen when there's that volume of people coming out of the clubs all at the same time. So there's like various different, like strategies that we're trying to work on, because you're right. Club let out is a really big, challenge, or when we're seeing some of that violence.
Did you say NPS?
The National Park Service, a lot of the lighting down there is MPS. So like
on U Street?
Yeah. So for instance, like Metro, if it like the 10th, all of that area, there's a lot of people
of the
kind
museum.
of, that's exactly right. So in the walk, we're like, man, it's dark. And that creates, so some of the issues that are spilling out kind of on the streets around. We met with DDOT and they're like, these aren't, like, a lot of them aren't there lights for certain reasons. So when I say lighting, like, these are some of their challenges. But
What are you thinking, like an MPD light tower, like one of the mobile ones?
We could do that, but we also were like, we're working on trying to like get the lights raised, because DDOT was down there and they're like, it is really dark on the sides. So when you have like club let out down 9th, down Vermont, it's dark.
Yeah.
And that allows for some of this like rolling up and things that are happening.
So with Banneker, what's the plan for getting youth from U Street to Banneker, and how often do you think you'd be doing that?
So they go there. Like, so part of the issue is that they're like going there anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so they're going there anyways. And so, right, like it becomes just.
Oh, it's Club Banneker for sure.
Yeah, it is. And so like open it rather than having them jumping fences or, you know, various.
Oh, I see. They're going when it's closed is what you're saying.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So would you think we'll have the resources to open it regularly on the weekends?
So I think we're gonna look at because they were planning lots of different locations for Friday Night Drip and Beat the Street.
Yeah.
So we're gonna we do still want to balance some of that. So I think we're looking at how frequently do we need to open Banneker while making sure that if kids are in Deanwood, that they're not coming all the way
to
over.
Banneker,
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're working with DPR on now, like what's the right frequency, because yes, we want to concentrate resources, but we also we want them to have stuff to do late night in all of these different places. So we're working that through.
Who runs the U Street Nightlife Task Force right now? Is it you? Is it MPD?
It is me. I mean, we don't run it. It's a team effort. But primarily 3D. So initially it was obviously my office, and they'll tell you, I'm in the chat, making sure they have what they need. I sometimes go to there's a Thursday pre-meeting, but really MPD's got it now. So between 2D, Commander Savoy, and 3D, Commander Connors, and, they work together a lot to sort of marshal the agencies. And they all, because it's been 2.5 years, the agencies really do work together now versus this is in charge and we're telling you. But muster happens at 3D starting on Friday night, and 3D will really take the lead in doing the rundown, what's going on, where people will be in 2D, Golden Triangle, and U Street, what they're seeing, all of that.
So it took us a little while, but we finally got some data from DPW on towing in the U Street area. And it looks like it's been tapering down. And I know that was a strategy we used that often recovered firearms when we were. Any idea why that's tapering off?
I mean, so some of it is less people driving, but some of it also is the need to do things like utilize tow cranes. I've noticed that it's less, they need them less, but now there's a lot of food truck issues, to be honest with you, that will take some of the tow cranes between 14th Street. Now the food trucks are coming in, and also the Golden Triangle. So we're trying to, kind of deal with that.
So they are
with the
towing the
crane.
food trucks, or you're saying there's less parking spaces for them to tow from?
Well, it's kind of both, right?
Okay.
There you go. So both of those things.
Interesting. Okay. Can you say anything about the short-term goals or ideas that emerged out of the Safe Summer Summit?
Yeah, so last year we did the Safe Summer Summit, which was great. The biggest thing was the coordination. So it was the safe passage workers had never met the VIs in their area or the credible messengers in their area. And so we did it as training, but it was we do not want to dread the summer. But, we always go and we're oh, the summer. It was no, we're going to, it was my idea. We're a rally of no, it's going to be a good summer. But the biggest thing that has carried through is they feel like a team. So if we had 2 VIs in one area, all of a sudden by meeting these people and us rallying them, they felt oh, they can talk to the VIs, and now the VI is not by themselves. They have 8 other people who are their partners, right? So it was really about, we all have to work together, and we can, to have a great summer. And I think we had a 30% reduction last year in gun violence among young people, which was huge. And so that's really what it was, is hey, listen, you are the safe passage workers who are working near Eastern. You're the VIs who have been, we've put some people in Potomac Gardens. Chief Reese here has people in Potomac Gardens. Let's all work together to be a team. That really was, that was the main thing we were trying to do, was be look at each other's faces, sit down, and let's strategize together. And now we'll work as clusters to address what we're seeing. You are not by yourself, but we all do need to work together to bring down shooting this summer. And they did. So yeah, that was the goal.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Nadeau. Just a couple more questions from you, Deputy Mayor, and then we're going to move on to the Chief. So turning back to some of the grant programs that you all are managing, the Safe Commercial Corridors grants. So there's a reduction in funding in next year's proposed budget. Last year we had $2.3 million in this program. I think the 0.3 in part were for admin costs.
That's right.
And now it's 2.03.
Yeah.
Is that reduction because the admin costs are no longer needed? Or
I think that we have it baked in now to sort of kind of our regular costs.
we didn't know how much admin, right? Like there were people, and as we have more programs, like I said, like our sort of baseline of, for instance, bringing on a full-time FTE for grant management has been like, has helped tremendously because her experience versus us like outsourcing a lot of things has been invaluable, right? Like, so what we're trying to do is bring down these admin costs. And that's really what we've been able to do, the more programs we have.
So, so how many grants are going out the door now for, how many separate grantees are receiving the Safe Commercial Corridors grants?
12.
And how much do they each get? Or is it
It's
range?
different based upon, like, they really submitted different proposals, like very differing proposals. So it's anywhere, the lowest amount is 88,000 and then the highest amount is 283,000. And it really is, oh no, I lied, it's 353 Golden Triangle, right? Like, but you can see like in the utilization, you know, some of them are just, they're more able to like know how to get money out the door, to get people on. And that really is, that continues to play out. And you can see sort of the more established bids and those who are used to this or who are on their second year being able to kind of move things along a little bit quicker than some of the newer organizations.
With full understanding of how important it is to make sure that these grants are adhered to and that they're appropriate, has there been any more thinking to do what to do with those smaller areas like Shaw Main Streets, for example, that doesn't have a bid, but that still would really benefit from this type of grant?
They can apply.
But doesn't have the reimbursable ability.
So, I mean, like, just tell them to apply. Like, listen, so we have some in here that like, you know, some, which yes, right. Like we are working with people, Marshall Heights Community Organization. Some of the ones, yes, large bids know how to do this, but we heard you last year, like we simplified the application, like we will work with people. Now, we're not going to give them necessarily the full amount up front because we need to be good stewards, but I don't have a problem with us doing advances, and we do in many of our grants, give them advances in Safe Passage and other places where we know it's harder for them to float some of it. And so we are pretty flexible, just making sure we're like good stewards and it's not like trying to claw back money too much.
That's great to hear. And especially with some organizations that have a track record year over year of maintaining their finances, just at a smaller scale. So that's great to hear. Thank you. So, okay, so there's 200,000, so that'll be about what's going out. So do you anticipate you'll be able to fund about 2 million?
Yeah.
Big difference, about 12 sites again this year?
Sure. I mean, it depends on what people submit because some really don't ask, some organizations do not ask for that much. And we try to fund as many as possible, but like, I would say that that's probably a good, like a fair amount, but we'll see, like.
What was the total amount of applications that came in on a number, like a budget level? Like, was there?
Well, I'll have to look back at it, like, because we did 12. I don't know. There were only a few that we didn't fund. It was like maybe 3 that we didn't fund.
Interesting. Okay.
It was not a lot that we did not fund.
Okay. Okay. So then in terms of the FTEs, we talked a little bit about, there's an increase of 3 FTEs from this fiscal year. What are those positions planned to be used for?
So the actual positions as we listed them, but like, I'll be honest, we do sometimes flex them, was for a data scientist. 2 of them are for like either research or data people. And then one of them, well, actually all of them are listed in some way or the other as like either program design or data and performance. So a data scientist and then a performance and data person. The thinking in that is that we recognize the importance of putting data up. And so like, we've been kind of grabbing more things. Like if you look on our website, we have a couple of different dashboards that we've taken over. It's important. We understand that for our agencies that might have more challenges, we've been working with them, for instance, once on what kind of data needs to be produced. And we want to be in a position to kind of back that up. As we build out, for instance, we get more prevention space. Well, we've been doing a lot of, I use what I got, right? Like, but researching program design and those type of things, like there's like a position in there for that, to making sure that we're like, you know, we talk a lot about models and things in here, like that we are working with those, what's best in the space. So, yeah.
Okay. Do you feel that you have the budget you need to advance public safety next year?
I do.
Okay. And then I'll get into this a little bit more with the chief, but can you talk about the horse units
Yeah.
proposed?
So a mounted unit, so you see with Park Police, for instance, that they use a mounted unit and people are like, why horses? Because in First Amendment activity, like there is, we talked about, this was a question, like how many officers would this help us replace for crowd management? That it is something, there's a reason why you see this in other places because all of those things, whether it's cameras, whether it's a horse unit, does help us to replace the need for just individual officers. And we have to think about all of that because if you see the amount of activity in our city on any given weekend between First Amendment and otherwise, the chief is always thinking about ways to like be able to have officers like in community while managing First Amendment activity, parades, all of these things where there's a little bit more nimbleness, quite frankly, with a horse. So that's really the thinking. And obviously, you know, she's familiar with this coming from Park Police where they did have horses. And so that's everything, whether you saw in here, the investment in like mobile cameras, all of that is how can we increase, like, how can we be efficient in managing what makes us the capital city? We had 6 NSSEs so far, right? Like there's always those things while making sure we have the appropriate coverage for all of our 7 districts in community. And so there's many, like, it's always like, how do we get more efficiency with less, you know, while we're working up our force strength. So that was the thinking.
Okay, thank you.
And also the other pieces that she has said is there's a therapeutic unit or a therapeutic plan that they're building up to work with. You know, we don't have a lot of this in the district, but things like equine therapy, right? Kids love police. They do love equipment and apparatus, but really working with like the types of camps and people that do equine therapy was a part of the companion thinking around the use of that particular unit.
So, well, that's so interesting. I guess I've heard from some groups that have done this work. Would that be through MPD, that type
So
of
MPD
equine?
partnering, yes, because that's what we would use our stables and horses
For?
Yeah.
A cool idea.
Yeah, so she threw that out.
Okay.
The chief loves kids, like, so thinking about
Yes.
ways for always MPD to be like community focused from Badger Bear, you know what I mean? Like, to ways to engage young people who might be afraid or otherwise, you know, that was
Right.
thinking.
Speaking of national security events, I know the
Yes.
Secret Service has taken leadership over this weekend's events, but
Yes.
are there any outstanding national security events for which we have not received our reimbursement?
So no, I mean, so our EPSF, our Emergency Planning and Security Fund, is what we utilize a lot to support federal activity. It is no secret that there has been a lot of events. And so I think our current prediction or a previous one was that we were 25 million a deficit. So more than what EPSF would cover. This is kind of like a yearly thing, like we work with the appropriators, but certainly it is active in the district in that space. And so that becomes covered by local. So, you know, we work really hard to try and get as much out of EPSF as possible. But as you pointed out, it's been a very, very busy year in the kind of First Amendment and the national security event space. And so we do anticipate that we're going to continue to have a pretty substantial kind of deficit in funding.
Okay. And I'll just, say again, as we do every time we talk to our federal partners, when there's a focus on how to lean into helping DC be safe, it's very important that we get our reimbursed expenses for our public safety needs. And that is a way they can help us be safe. I want to just put a plug in for tomorrow. This committee is marking up Peace DC. I want to thank you and your team for all of your partnership with this. There's a number of components that we're moving tomorrow, whether that's training for safe passage workers, making permanent the rebuttable presumption for pretrial detention, streamlining the education standards for MPD officers to get additional training through the training academy, clarifying our record sealing to make sure that those gaps in the law from last time are resolved, extending survivor benefits to firefighters' families if they have died from something they were exposed to while they were working, and a number of other provisions, fare evasion, we're dealing with. So we're going to be voting on that in committee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So just wanted to put that on the record. If anyone would like to join us, you're welcome. But thank you to you and your team for your partnership with that
Thank you.
package. And thank you again. Congratulations for the year. Look forward to working with you. We're going to have we have a very truncated budget timeline the next
Yes.
couple weeks. And so we look forward to staying very close in collaboration and conversation in the next couple of days and weeks to make sure that we can advance a budget that supports public safety.
Thank you. Appreciate your partnership per usual. And as always, thank you to all of our PSJ. I say our agencies, but our partners span a many, including lots of District of Columbia agencies that people don't think about. We've been very active, DPW, DDOT, ABCA, for hire vehicles, DEC Health, DHS, DBH, everybody who works with us on a weekly basis to make our city safer. So always want to extend a thank you to all of our partners. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our conversation today with Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah, and we are going to turn to our government witness for the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief of Police Pamela Smith, who will be joining us in a moment. Okay. Welcome, everybody. We're going to keep moving. But hello. If you're going to be joining the chief at the table, if I can ask you to state your name and position for the record, please. I can start with you.
Ann Turner, Chief Administrative Officer.
Great.
Trey Hewitt Duraso, Agency Fiscal Officer.
And we've got Chief
Pamela
Smith as well. Thank you. If I can ask you all to turn your mic on, I'm going to swear you all in. And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Chief Smith, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, everyone gathered here today in person and those watching us remotely. My name is Pamela A. Smith. I am the Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. And today I am pleased to brief you on Mayor Bowser's FY26 budget for MPD and how it supports our shared goal to have a safe city for all of our visitors and residents. To begin, I would like to provide a brief update on crime. Violent crime is down 22% for 2025 to date, on top of last year's 35% reduction. Overall crime is down 6% on top of 15% last year. It is challenging to sustain large decreases in crime in consecutive years, so I'm grateful for MPD's dedicated sworn and professional staff who bring their passion for DC and for policing every day for helping to bring down crime. But as always, there is room for continued progress. Although the number of people shot this year has decreased 22%, I'm especially concerned that 15% of those victims are youth this year, compared to 10% last year. This rise in victimization seems to mirror an increase in antisocial behavior from youth this spring. The behavior runs the spectrum from disorderly crowds and fights to carrying guns and committing armed assaults. In fact, I think one of the reasons we are seeing more shootings recently is because more juveniles are illegally carrying guns. In addition to a range of law enforcement responses, MPD has increased resources in key areas where youth have been gathering, such as the Navy Yard and the Wharf and U Street. We know that law enforcement is not acting alone in these areas. As DC leaders, the challenge for all of us is to find ways to both protect the youth in our city and prevent them from endangering others. MPD and our partners have planned many ways to engage youth throughout the summer, including a new Badger Bear Camp, the Junior Police Academy, and STARS Summer Camp. In addition, every Friday night from June 6th through August 22nd, MPD and DPR will host a Beat the Streets and Late Night Hype event at rec centers across the city. More than 9,600 community members of all ages are expected to come together for these events over the summer. These are great ways to engage youth to reduce at-risk behavior, but unfortunately, sometimes engagement activities are not enough. Asking parents and guardians to keep their kids at home, it isn't enough. Waiting until midnight to start curfew hours when nearly half of all violent crimes committed against youth happen from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. isn't enough. And that is why Mayor Bowser is considering options to strengthen curfew laws in DC to allow for greater flexibility to address emerging or urgent public safety risks. Although public safety is still heading in the right direction, we cannot be complacent. As I will continue here, as I will outline here, Mayor Bowser's FY26 budget provides critical investments so that next year we can build upon this progress for all residents and visitors to this thriving, vibrant city I'm very proud to call home. The mayor's FY26 operating budget for MPD provides funding of approximately $601 million, an increase of 5% from the approved FY25 budget. As always, about 9 out of every $10 for MPD's local budget is for people, otherwise known as the personal services budget. It supports MPD's mission with critical investments in people, crime-fighting technology, and essential safety equipment. MPD's top priority remains hiring and retaining talented sworn officers. Mayor Bowser's budget will enable MPD to hire as many officers as we believe we can, with a projected total of 3,244 sworn members by September 2026. But we need council to support us in reaching our aggressive goals. At the end of FY24, it appeared that staffing was beginning to turn around. However, progress has slowed this year, despite 10-year lows in separations and recruiting strategies that are recognized as among the best in the nation. The local and national competition for recruits is fierce, and DC's requirement to have 60 college credit hours before being hired as a police recruit puts DC at a disadvantage. This committee is considering an alternative proposal that will allow recruits to earn those credits through the MPD Academy. This does not eliminate the requirement, and recruits would still need to complete all other requirements, including passing an entrance exam. However, if the legislation is passed, recruits would be able to learn and earn some of those credits while at the academy through colleges that have agreed to grant credits for successful completion of MPD's comprehensive recruit curriculum. Recruits would still earn 60 credit hours before leaving the academy and being deployed in patrol. Preliminary agreements from 2 accredited colleges to grant credit hours for MPD coursework demonstrates that MPD's Recruit Academy prepares officers to work in and serve DC well, which is the goal of the college requirement. The district should leverage the investments and improvement in MPD's training academy by providing alternative ways to reach the requirement by boosting MPD's recruitment. I would like to thank you, Committee Chair Pinto, for being a champion in this important effort on MPD's behalf. I appreciate your steadfast commitment to public safety and to supporting MPD so that we are in a position to succeed in our mission. Strategic investments in technology will help make our crime-fighting efforts more effective and efficient. Mayor Bowser's FY26 budget demonstrates her steadfast commitment to these investments that will make our communities safer. CCTVs and license plate readers, or LPRs, are a force multiplier for public safety, allowing MPD to provide real-time information to responding officers. Cameras also support better investigations and prosecutions, and it also deters crime. Last year, Mayor Bowser launched a multi-year effort to expand MPD's CCTV capacity. The FY26 capital budget will enable MPD to purchase 234 more cameras, bringing the total deployed by the end of next year to 854 CCTVs. The FY26 capital budget also funds the purchase of 50 new LPRs, which are used to help locate missing persons, carjacked or stolen vehicles, and vehicles used in violent crime. They also help in the deployment of resources for special events and motorcades. In addition, MPD is testing a new way to procure and use CCTV cameras and LPRs through software as a service. This allows MPD to essentially rent the equipment through the operating budget instead of purchasing it with capital funding. We expect these will be especially useful for large events. However, the equipment available through these contracts at this time does not allow the same functionality as the equipment we own, so it would not replace our current inventory. The FY26 budget funds an expansion of MPD's drone program with the purchase of 5 indoor and 6 outdoor drones. The indoor drones are needed for use in barricades and other life safety missions. The additional outdoor drones are needed to ensure equipment is available for operations and training, even when some are out of service for maintenance or repairs. The FY26 budget invests in different types of transportation to support police operations in a variety of scenarios. First, the budget contains the annual routine investment in replacement vehicles, including 240 cruisers, 210 mountain bikes, and 23 motorcycles. The budget will also allow MPD to revive its mounted horse unit. Horses are particularly useful during events in large crowds, as they provide a higher viewing point for the rider, whether on the periphery or in the middle of the crowd. The budget provides funding to replace 20-year-old vehicles that are critical to MPD capacity to protect the city during emergency situations: an armored personnel carrier, a bomb response vehicle, and a total containment vessel. In critical situations, the armored personnel carrier safely moves emergency response teams, while the bomb response vehicle transport equipment and bomb technicians and the bomb robot. The total containment vehicle or vessel, is used to safely detonate explosive devices or transport suspected explosive devices to a safer location for disposal. These investments help to keep the city and the police force safe during high-risk situations. In addition to replacing these aging safety vehicles, we must also replace critical safety gear that keeps officers safe while protecting residents and visitors. These necessary investments include response equipment that has reached the end of its life cycle and is no longer funded by federal grants. This includes hazmat suits, breathing apparatus, and ballistic shields. Lastly, the BSA supports greater efficiency in handling fingerprinting and FBI background checks. MPD processes about 25,000 sets of fingerprints a year for individuals needing a criminal background check for a variety of reasons, such as licenses for security personnel, teachers, home help aides, or limousine operators. Since the demand for the service is not steady throughout the year, staffing for peak years can be challenging and may result in longer lead times to schedule an appointment. This BSA provision will enable MPD to apply to the FBI for authority to address this challenge in 2 ways. First, it will allow those needing this service to use a private channeler if they wish. Channelers are provided by the FBI to take fingerprints, electronically submit them to the FBI, and receive the results to give them to the individual. Once the FBI approves MPD to use a channeler, individuals applying for the relevant licenses will be able to choose from multiple locations to get their fingerprints taken, or they could still come to MPD for the service. Second, some applicants may choose to be enrolled in the RAP Back program, which allows for the continuous monitoring of individuals who have undergone a background check. This service eliminates the needs for repeated fingerprinting with every license renewal, saving the applicant time as well as money. The RAP Back program also protects the public by more quickly identifying potentially disqualifying arrests, especially those that occur in other jurisdictions. Multiple agencies and industries have asked for this opportunity to help streamline their administrative processes, and I encourage the council to support this provision. In closing, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present Mayor Bowser's FY26 budget for the Metropolitan Police Department. The MPD funding is critical so that we can continue the significant progress we have made in the past 2 years. As we know, a safe city makes all other progress possible. Therefore, I strongly urge this committee and council to fully support MPD's FY26 budget.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chief, for your testimony, and thank you to you and your team and everybody at MPD, from sworn officers to professional staff. It's really amazing thinking about the state of the city when you came in to this role, and where we were with violent crime and how much that has reduced under your leadership and under the very hard work of everyone at MPD. So thank you for that huge effort and all of your partnership. There are a number of things in this budget that I think are really important. One of which doesn't often get talked about enough, I think, is the conditions of the headquarters of all of our police districts, to make sure that there is heating in the winter and AC in the summer and that there aren't leaks. And so I appreciate that this budget allocates $25 million for the 7th district headquarters, but want to make sure we can continue working together to ensure all of our districts are up and running and that they have sufficient funding for their needed renovations. In terms of staffing, I'm very worried, and I know we share this concern, of the 50-year low of police department sworn officers that we have. And so I appreciate that you shared, if this budget is approved, we'll increase that by about 50, which is helpful, if I have that math correct, but that's not really enough. And so as I think about kind of efforts this proposal is making, there's an increase in overtime funding. That's about almost $40 million, which is 63% higher than we have for overtime funding this year. Why do we need to continue spending overtime funding as opposed to just funding hundreds of additional positions so officers can work a normal shift, not be exhausted, and save some money?
That's certainly the goal. It's going to take us about 10 years to reach adequate staffing, because while we're continuing to try to hire the folks, we're still losing people because as they reach eligibility. And so what we had worried about years ago was hiring above attrition. And then we hit the bubble, and then hiring was frozen. And so then we lost 1 year, we lost about 300 people. That's going to take us a long time to recover from. So these little increments of 65 in 1 year, that's about the best we can do. And that's hiring nearly 200 and so that's projecting that we hire 326 people next year. So that's still going, pretty hard at trying to hire, and that's a little bit difficult. And with the overtime increase in the budget, that still doesn't come close to what we're spending. So that's an increase in the budget, but our spend rate is still probably twice that as it is this year. We've already overspent even the 40 million where we are today as we do our monthly reports. So we would love to not be in that position, but it's going to take us quite a few years to get out of it.
Okay. So I have two pieces of legislation that are focused on police hiring. one of which is called the Drop Act, which would allow officers to retain their retirement, earn their retirement benefits, but still stay on the force. And the other, this committee is marking up and hopefully voting to pass tomorrow, to streamline the training and education requirements so that those 60 credit hours can be earned through the training academy. Have you all projected what that would mean for hiring, if it would change those numbers if both of those pieces of legislation pass? And if so, do we have sufficient funding to accommodate for hopefully larger forces?
So we looked at that when we were developing this. So but I will say when we developed this, it was before both of those were considered. And so the general approach would almost be a wait and see approach. I think that the mayor has always committed that if we exceeded our hiring goals, she would help support us. She has not, I don't think she's told us any time in the last few years to stop hiring. Our challenge has been getting the bodies to the door. It's not been the resources necessarily, it's been qualified applicants coming in. And so even if we did look at if we were successful in both of those fronts, how it would impact these numbers, it would make it to where we might reach these numbers faster and not quite be worried about not making the numbers, which is what the situation we're kind of in now, where we target 20 a class, and we struggle if we can't get 12 a class. So this would put us to where we hopefully are going to be able to meet all of our numbers every month without worrying about it if we have these other two streams, because this is really, we need to open the pipeline somehow because they're not otherwise presenting.
Okay. And if those piece of legislation passed and more people did come in the door, like we saw with New York when they had a similar change of their education requirements, do you think that we could move some of the money within the department in the fiscal year from overtime spending to funding those full-time FTEs?
Considering the overtime budget likely still isn't properly funded going into next year, and mind you, only the drop participants would not require training. Anybody else would still take 9 to 10 months. They won't be ready next year. So we would still be a couple years. So maybe instead of waiting 10 years, maybe we're just waiting 3 or 4 years, because rolling them out, it's, the academy is going to be 9 months, maybe 10 months, depending on which one of the programs. And then they've got to get certified. So they don't just quite roll out right away, ready to go. But I think that, it wasn't that long ago in 2021, we were within budget of overtime. So it seems like just, as 2021 was kind of the year that pivoted everything, but we were at a $17 million budget in 2021 and we lived within it. And so it's just kind of in the last few years, it's directly tied to staffing challenges. So yes, we would love for it to come down. These guys are tired.
And it's also tied to the many activities that we continuously have to provide. We provide support for across the city, whether it's First Amendment activity, whether it's various special events that are taking place across the city, at all of our sports arenas, sporting venues, we still have to provide support. And then thinking about some of the things that have happened in our community, we still have to provide support in that space as well.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the handling of the Caron Hilton Brown case. I was recently briefed on the upcoming DC auditor's report on DC's handling of this case. And according to the audit, Officers Sutton and Zabowski were convicted of conspiracy to obstruct justice and obstruction of justice in December 2022 after a 9-week trial. The jury unanimously found that Sutton and Zabowski lied to and withheld information from their supervisor after the crash. Additionally, an internal affairs investigator completed and submitted a 172-page report in January 2023, which found that the officers made numerous false complaints. As we talked about during performance oversight and in subsequent conversations, President Trump pardoned these officers, and so they were reinstated. What is the current status of the internal affairs investigation? And was the recommendation of termination followed?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Pinto, can I get back to you on that? I still have not yet met with the team to obtain what the actual findings are with regards to the internal affairs investigation. I had that material with me, but I think I left it on my desk. But if you don't mind, I can get back to you on that.
Okay, we can certainly talk about that. I do think it is important for the record to make sure that the public has an understanding of how these internal affairs investigations operate in practice. So
Yes.
maybe we can zoom out a little bit. How are they normally handled as you are considering recommendations made versus what your authority is to implement those recommendations?
So in this particular, obviously this predated me, when we have cases where, any of our members are being, I guess, going through a particular court proceeding, what we wait until the court proceeding has finished before we conduct the internal affairs investigation. And in this particular case, these two cases, when the two members went to court and the decisions were made, they were still allowed the opportunity to remain free under the conditions if they so chose to appeal the case. And so even with that, we still had not begun the administrative internal affairs investigation. I will say that Officer Zabowski is currently still a member of the Metropolitan Police Department. I think he is out at this time. Oh, he retired. Zabowski, was it Lieutenant Zabowski? I'm sorry, forgive me, give me 2 seconds. Correct, Zabowski was reinstated and he is retired from the department. The ID investigation was based on the criminal case and completed prior to the issuance of the pardons. And following the pardons and the dismissal of the charges, OGC reviewed the ID investigation. OGC also reviewed, found no murder, obstruction of justice, cover-up, or conspiracy. The adverse action was imposed against both members for the administrative pursuit violations consistent with our table of penalty, and the pursuit was not for a crime of violence as required by our policy. Our discipline policy specifies a range of 11 to 30 days for pursuit violations. And we do not impose termination for pursuit and violations, just discipline was completed.
For Officer Sutton or for Officer Zabowski?
That was for Officer Zabowski.
So he is now retired and no longer on the force.
That is correct.
And
He was imposed a $2,500 fine as well.
Okay.
okay, and it was my understanding that Officer Sutton is not patrolling. Is that still correct?
That is correct. He was reinstated. He'll receive the appropriate training, and then he will assume a non-patrol assignment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Sorry about that.
I'm going to turn to my colleagues who have joined us for a round, Councilmember Henderson and then Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good afternoon, Chief. I want to, I guess, piggyback on some of the questions that Councilmember Pinto asked. First about hiring. So the budget proposes about a $30 million increase to hire more officers. But I apologize. I missed your name. Leanne. Well, what's your last name? I'm not going to call you
Turner.
Turner. Okay, Miss Turner. What you talked about in terms of the net pieces. I'm curious, in the 30 million increase, is this pure positions or is some of it bonuses and hiring? Or bonuses and other hiring incentives?
So it's actually salaries. So it's 27 million to the local budget, of which about 15 million is in overtime. The balance is between salaries and fringe to right size what we think we're going to be able to hire. What comes with that is the hiring bonuses for the sworn members that we still keep.
Okay.
It's the same program. We're going to continue that same program, but it's not any new bonus program.
Okay. All right. So how much does it cost on average for MPD to hire a new officer that's not a cadet?
Starting salary? There's different ways that we've answered this question in the past. One is the starting salary. One is the amount of training that goes into them. For
Right. I'm thinking in terms of like onboarding a human to do the job. How much does it cost?
I only have old numbers. I would probably want to come back.
Okay. All right. Let's talk more about that. in terms of overtime, the budget proposes a $15 million increase for the overtime pay, which would bring you about to 39.2 million, which is still well below what you all have actually been spending. Let's see, FY25 this year, your approved was 24 million for overtime, but you've already spent 71 million. So I know there are needs for overtime, but why are we not budgeting for this seems like a hope budget. Like we hope we're only going to spend 39 million, even though we know we're going to spend more.
The optimist in me wants to say, again, in 2021, we lived within our budget. It wasn't that long ago. Within our local budget, there's lots of overtime pieces that they're funded sporadically throughout the year because they are driven by reimbursable details, the federal reimbursement that comes in. We don't necessarily budget for those on the front end of our budget.
Okay.
They're always treated on the back end. So
Well, some of them we don't necessarily know is going to happen, like, I don't know, a birthday parade. So how does it work for reimbursement in terms of these special events? For the special events that have occurred, let's say so far in FY25, have you received your money?
for which kind of special event? So there's 3 different kinds that we have. We've got ones where we've got the club details. Those are reimbursable. So they get billed. Sometimes they don't pay. They go to collections. We still pay our officers.
Okay.
We've got other reimbursable details where they're not constant. They're not clubs. They're not every week. They're just kind of like one-time events. Same thing. Sometimes they pay. Sometimes they don't.
Okay. Well, then I guess then the better question is like, how much are you currently owed?
Well, I think the number's about $2 or $3 million.
Okay.
For that. But the bulk of the money that comes from reimbursable details is the federal funding. And we, MPD, always get reimbursed. The EPSF funding is a different paper agency. So I can't speak to that because that's not MPD's control. But MPD's overtime is always journaled over to EPSF. And that's usually the second largest bulk. That's between $40 and $50 million. Maybe $35 to $45 million a year.
Okay. All right. Chief, talk to me about this reviving of the horse-mounted unit.
Yes, ma'am.
I can appreciate what you said in your testimony, higher vantage point, et cetera, but horses?
So one of the things that I'm sure you've noticed since 2020, we've had it ebbs and flows when it comes to First Amendment activities, protests and demonstrations. I mean, we can all even today see what's happening right now in across our country, or U.S. rather, with what's happening in Los Angeles and different places around the city. And here in DC, we manage a lot of First Amendment activities. And one of the advantage points to having a horse-mounted patrol unit is to be able to see above the crowds, right? And it's a good tool for crowd management. I work for U.S. Park Police, and that was one of the really profound tools that we used. I mean, you're talking about maybe 1 horse per 10 officers, roughly. That's what it's equivalent to. And it also reduces what I've seen in my practice and time in the space is the use of force issues that we have with really trying to deal with large crowds.
Okay. Is the budget for that whole program, does that entail the procurement of the horses, the equipment, and I'm not going to call storage, but like storage and care of the animals?
That's fair.
Yes, and so the last time we had a horse-mounted unit, the annual budget was about $65,000. It's a low-cost, high-reward program. It's not a terribly
Well, I would imagine it's a high upfront cost because horses are not cheap.
They're not. We're not buying a lot of them. So this budget for this year is about $250,000.
Okay.
And so the care. In the past, what we had between the care and feeding and the stables, that was the $62,000. So this $250 includes the acquisition cost for the horses as well. And last time we had a lot of the horses, if not all of the horses, were donated to us because the horse community, they like their horses to be police horses. I've been here for almost 20 years, and I don't recall the last time we actually purchased a horse.
Interesting.
They've been donated.
Okay.
So it's not been a very expensive program to have. It's been a sustainable funding one.
Okay. My mother-in-law
has a couple of horses. They are very serious about their horses. So that, I guess, is
And
not.
then there's another piece to it. You know, we are also going to incorporate therapy horses in this space as well. And we know that young kids are really drawn to horses, but being able to use that as a tool for some of our kids, our at-risk kids, would certainly be a good tool for our community.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the CCTV camera procurement. You guys have been busy. So Chief, your testimony, you said you're waiting on delivery of 100 new CCTVs. There's 100 additional that are pending award. And then the budget is proposing an additional beyond that. I'm curious, what's the quality of the video? Because I feel like that's like the number one complaint is that when there is a crime activity or action, and then there is a photo or video of the perpetrator, it is always in this, it's not in 4K. It's very grainy. So if we're purchasing this new technology, are we getting our bang for our buck out of it?
So part of the challenge has been in years past when we would put cameras out, there would never be a replacement budget to go with it. So we're replacing and upgrading a lot of our older cameras. So a lot of the grainy video are from cameras that were out 10 years and the technology changes so fast. So we have two different programs. One is to replace cameras, one is to grow the program, but now we've got all of our cameras on a replacement cycle. So every 5 to 6 years, we're going to upgrade them. So all of the the capital cameras that are these are the big boxes with the pan tilt zoom, the really the ones that are going up, which are different from our software as a service cameras, because those are also high quality, but they don't pan tilt zoom. They just go down a street.
Right.
But they both are current technology, up to date, better quality cameras, and it's really keeping up with that technology. That's the trickier part.
Okay.
And
Is
we're still working our way through the back 300 cameras that we had before of replacing them. And we're doing them in tandem, but we have.
So when will we hit the point where we have replaced everything and let's say all of our cameras are within 5 years?
Probably in about 3 years.
Okay.
But either we don't grow the program, and this year we're trying something different by using different technology because there's a manufacturer issue. There's a supply chain issue with having, we can't order 500 cameras. They don't produce them that quickly with the single model that we have. So that's the limitation that we were running into, is that the manufacturer couldn't produce the amount of cameras that we needed to do both in 1 year. So there was a limitation. So we started to look at different types of cameras. So we looked at the software as a service model, which we don't own those cameras. We will the vendor will put them up.
So the software as a service is the company?
No, it's the model. It's really like hardware as a service, really. We basically will lease the cameras.
Okay.
And a company will be responsible for installing and maintaining. And if somebody destroys that camera, which is something that we get with our more expensive cameras, they will come out and replace them because they're relying on the subscription model as their contract methodology, as opposed to us purchasing and owning the camera, which is what our capital budget supports.
Who owns the data?
We do.
Okay. You say it like
Sorry.
that's a thing, but that's not always a thing where, a company is getting something out of it beyond just the subscription.
Yep.
So we want to make sure that obviously it's closed. I'm over my time, but this is a very fascinating conversation. So I'm going to stick around. Council.
I'm so glad to know about the horses in the fam. We're going to have to do a field trip. I will turn to Councilor Lewis George for a round.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and good afternoon, Chief Smith and all joining on the panel. Chief, I first want to start with the Daily Building. I'm chair of Facilities Committee here at the council, as you know, and I've conducted facility tours of various buildings, including some MPD stations, and I've really been told about sort of how the ongoing maintenance issues affect officer morale and their ability to do their jobs. And from my understanding, the Daily Building or MPD's headquarters is far past maintenance and repairs, hence why there was $187 million for her rehabilitation project. My understanding is that the mayor's proposed budget cuts all $187 million. Is that correct? And I guess, are we comfortable with this rehabilitation being delayed?
We moved out of Daily last year. maybe it's been 2 years now. 2
yeah.
years. And gonna confess that I didn't follow what the capital funding was for the daily building going into next year. I'm not surprised that it didn't get pushed because of the historic nature of the building. Every time they've tried to do something with the building, the costs continue to go up. We made our space at 441 livable for years to come. We built the new JOC there. We built the RTCC there. I don't think that it's not, we have moved everybody. I think Cell Block might be the only one that's still left there, and they're waiting for 501 to get refurbished. But there's nobody working in daily right now on the MPD side, and I think that as soon as they can get CCB out, that's the next phase.
Got it. So it's your indication that the daily project sort of, or the rehabilitation of it is not something that may be continuing in the future. So this is not a cut we should be overall concerned about.
I think if there are competing priorities in the next couple of years, it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to impede MPD operations in the next few years if we stayed where we were, because we did just put a significant investment into the IT infrastructure at 441 with our new center there. Which couldn't actually be accommodated without significant rebuild at Daly because the floor space is designed differently, and this is a little bit more. What we have at 441 is a little bit more suited to the needs that we have with how we're operating right now. We've become accustomed to it, I would say.
Okay, got it. There were other, based on this budget, I know the stations are getting it, but there were other stations who are in need of maintenance, repair, and renovation. I know 4th District has come up a number of times in our community per se. Is the plan to just do like one station every couple of years? Is that the current plan? And if so, why is that the plan, given some of the concerns we've heard across the board of needing better conditions across the stations in the capital portfolio?
So I would say that there's probably 2 major decision points that go into that. We try to only refurbish or renovate one building from top to bottom at a time because the displacement is too difficult to be able to, each of the districts serve as a backup to the other district if something was to go down. So if a goes down in one, they have to rely on the other. So to have multiple ones down completely is challenge. It's a logistical challenge.
Gotcha.
So 7D is the one that's kind of on the table now. When that starts to get a little bit more movement, we will submit the next one. But even while that's happening, all of the remaining buildings have some level of work that's happening, and 4D is undergoing a multi-billion-dollar renovation right now, and 5D is doing a waterproofing project. A lot of this stuff is old HVAC, old roofing, windows. So 1D's got an HVAC program, 2D's got, they're gonna have some sewage repair next year. That's in there. This all falls under the PL 110C small capital program. So that's a $5.69 million line item. That's where all of the things that are not full, like the 70
renovations, like 70 is coming out.
The other ones fall in there.
Okay.
So that's where all of we get funded each year for what programs we can identify.
Got it.
And they it fully funds what we think we can accomplish next year.
Got it. Okay. And as we're considering as a city, or dedicating funding certain places, I just want to make sure that the facilities needs of all of our current buildings and current things are met, especially given that that's something touring the buildings I've seen as a need, both with MPD, fire and EMS, and other facilities that don't get considered as DC facilities in the way that we focus a lot on schools, which we should, and DPR centers. But these are other critical agencies that need capital funding and facility support. So I wanted to make sure I covered that there. I wanted to ask about, I think Councilmember Pinto already talked about overtime pay increasing, and I think you already answered that piece, so I'm not going to go into that part. I wanted to ask about case closures. I spoke a little bit, and I sort of said I was going to ask about this piece, and that is robbery specifically, case closures for that. As you know, there were January spike in robberies and violent incidents in 16th Street Heights community in Ward 4, Brightwood, and Ward Parkview. And one of the things that have come up with community members is like, we may have a response, we may have people come, but a lot of the time the cases are not getting closed, and we want to make sure we are looking at our case closure rates and trying to do that. What is the current MPD robbery closure rate?
The robbery closure rate, I do not know at this moment off the top of my head. I know our case closure rate sits at 53% overall for our cases in total.
Got it.
But our robbery case closure rate is, I don't know off the top of my head.
What specific resources or staffing strategies, I guess, in fiscal year 26 budget are being invested to increase the closure rate towards the department's stated goal of exceeding 50%?
Well, I mean, to be honest, 50% case closures really be above the national average when it comes to case closures for most police departments. And I think one of the things that we have been looking at when it comes to how we are hiring more police officers and being able to put a little bit more dedicated police officers in the ranks of detectives or being promoted to the
Right.
ranks of detectives. And our detectives obviously are the ones who do most of the
That's right.
robust investigation. And currently right now, today, we have a total of 320 detectives
Okay.
assigned obviously throughout various districts, in homicide. We have detectives signed in our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau division and other divisions across the workforce. But we also have to prioritize the officers that we have in our district, right? One of the models that I did this year in particular was bringing in all of the detectives under one commander so that we can make sure that we are sharing information. Because
Mhm.
what we do know is that oftentimes the crimes or the robberies that are being committed, they're not just being committed by multiple or many individuals. Some of these are the same individuals committing these crimes, and having a group of detectives that are assigned to our districts under one commander to really pay attention to how we are closing case. I think we're doing a very good job, Council Member Louis George. Our detectives with the investigations and
Yeah.
making some significant arrests. I mean,
Okay.
it is remarkable to see how it may not feel like it, but
Yeah, I
we
would say,
know-
I mean, that's the concern that my community is
Yeah.
coming with, is sort of feeling like, okay, well, we have robbery in our community. After the robbery is done, if
So
there's
is
no
is it a
lead.
sharing of information piece?
It may be.
Okay.
It may be a sharing of information because at this point, they're just concerned about if there's no case closure, then the people are there to continue repeating the actions. But in addition to that, there's no sort of deterrent from those continued actions in those particular areas.
So,
And
so when you talk about the deterrent pieces, so some of the things that we will do is we'll put up poll cameras, especially in those areas where
Right.
we've seen
We've seen,
repeated
yep.
offenses. We actually increase our patrol efforts in those areas as well. I think that one of the things that I know you and I have talked about is my attending a town hall or a quarterly meeting.
Oh, yes,
that
I need you
typically
on
have.
July 2nd. Okay.
I will be there July 2nd. I've checked my calendar.
Thank you.
earlier
Check your
today.
calendar, let me know. Thank you.
I did. No, I'll be there.
Okay,
I'm committed
wonderful.
to do
Thank
that.
you.
And that'll help hopefully with some of the community.
Some of the
things that
questions
you're
regarding
asking
case
today.
closures.
Yeah, specifically, we'll be able to have that information available.
Got it. I have 45 seconds left, and I don't want to stay for another round. I may, but I don't think I will. I do want to ask, and I appreciate Councilmember Rivers. I'm trying to decide. I do want to address, because ANC 4D passed resolutions recently, and 4C as well. And I know Councilmember Pitts already alluded to it. So my only follow-up question regarding the Karan Hilton Brown case and what the auditor report is sort of, I guess, what was the basis for your office finding no obstruction using a preponderance of the evidence standard when the jury found, I guess, obstruction beyond a reasonable doubt? And do you think it's appropriate, I guess, for you or your lawyers to sort of disregard and reject a jury's verdict, or what basis is, or I guess, and what basis would that be, I guess, appropriate?
So I'm not general counsel. I mean, and clearly not an attorney. But in all fairness, it would behoove me to be able to get back to you on that question, Councilmember Louis George. I just don't have the answer to that.
Okay. Thank you. I'm deciding still.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Chief. We've been joined by Councilmember Felder. Okay, so let's talk about the Second Chance Act. This budget includes 30 FTEs to support the implementation of Second Chance. Is your anticipation that all of these people will be hired as new positions? Do you plan to bring them on immediately? What's the plan there? And what are the department's needs as it relates to implementing Second Chance?
So this isn't my regular numbers area of expertise, but because last year I misspoke. So in talking with Kelly, what MPD is ready to move forward with might not be at the same pace as what some of the other partner agencies are ready to move forward with. And we have made some technology advances that when this fiscal impact statement was done years ago that required this number of people, we might not need the same number of people and the same level of investment. And we would probably need to reevaluate what the need is, plus look at where everybody else is, because we can't implement this fully if the other partners aren't able to implement it right now.
Okay, that makes sense. But at what point in this budget process, because our markup's or in 2 weeks, will we know what the technological advancements mean for the amount of FTEs that you need and for what the other agencies' plans are?
Within 2 weeks, within a week. I will have something back to you within a week. I just need to confer with people who are going to know more about
fair.
this.
We'll plan to circle back in a week.
Okay.
That sounds like a plan. Let's talk about our young people, which I know is something you care deeply about, Chief, and have tried to engage in a lot of creative ways to engage our young people. It seems as though the last couple of weeks, as is always the case when it gets warmer, there seems to have been a real uptick in young people congregating, some of whom are engaged in, standing on tables, kicking things over, and then some much more violent and aggressive, all of which is not acceptable. But as you gear up for the summer and looking at the rest of this fiscal year, what is your plan and strategy to better engage young people and keep our city safe and keep them safe this summer?
Well, yeah, young people are near and dear to my heart, and it's kind of frustrating to see the direction that our young people are going in. And I think one of the things that we've done, we did it last year, we're doing it this year. We partnered with DPR for Late Night Hype and Beat the Streets to ensure that every Friday beginning June 6th through the end of August, we will find a location at different recreation centers for our young people to come and congregate. One of the things that we did during the Memorial Day weekend was that we gave the young people a place to go. Besides hanging out at the Wharf, U Street, and the Navy Yard over at Banneker Rec Center. What we found was that in prior months, the young people tend to go to Banneker Rec Center, and when it's closed, then they climb the fence and do all the other things. And so one of the recommendations that I made was, why don't we just open it up and give it to them, right? We provide the officers. We met with Director Freeman for DPR. We agreed that that would be the best solution. And over the Memorial Day weekend, we had about 1,200 youth to show up in that space over that time period. So we do know that that was effective. But in addition to that, we also had officers and resources assigned to the Wharf, the Navy Yard, and down at U Street, again, because we know kids like to come to those locations. At the Wharf in particular, I had a great opportunity to meet with former Assistant Chief Diane Grooms, correct? Former Assistant Chief Diane Grooms, to just talk about its private property, to establish a curfew, and she was very amenable to doing that about 8 p.m. On the first night, we saw a lot of young people in that area. It has worked every weekend since, where she's been able to initiate a curfew. At that particular time, 8 p.m., it allowed us to not have to utilize many resources down there, and we've been focused on the Navy Yard and U Street. And as you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure videos and things have shown you and demonstrated to you what our young people are engaged in. I think if we can give them something to do or some place to go on Friday nights and Saturday nights, it would be very helpful. One of the things that I do know is that roughly around 11:30 p.m., they decide to disperse because they know that the current curfew hour on the weekend is 12 a.m. At 11:30, you see Ubers, they get on the metro station and they leave the area. And we can appreciate that, but what we don't appreciate is the violence and really disruptive behavior prior to that. And what we do know about young people, the activity that they are engaged in is usually between the hours of 6 p.m. and 11 p.m., which has been very challenging for us. And I think continuing to work with the community. There is a public outcry on what's going on with our young people. And again, it's going to take more than just the Metropolitan Police Department to really hone in on these efforts. I've been asked over and over again, what are you going to do about parents? What are you going to do about hold the parents accountable? What I do know, and I'm a little conflicted in that, because I do know we have grandparents who are raising their kids, and they're giving these kids the best that they know how, because I've had the opportunity to speak to them personally and to hold them accountable when I know that they're doing the best they can. It may not be the right message, right? And so what I think we have to do as a city and as leaders is to really come together and find out, hear from the kids, right? Have an opportunity to hear specifically from those young people who are interested in making sure that what we've been seeing on the weekend do not continue to happen. I talked to a couple of young people, and they're willing to sit down with myself and other leaders here in the city to really try to figure out how we can come up with a solution. The mayor has suggested, and I think that between the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, and myself, and others, we do agree that there should be some type of curfew implemented for our young people, but I also know that we have to find a place for them to go.
And is it your experience that the rec centers, like how we have with Banneker at over Memorial Day weekend, are the best avenue, or do we need to think more creatively of something that's really entertainment focused or music focused that can really catch young people's attention?
Well, the rec center is just that. I mean, at all of the rec centers, when we hold our Friday night events, I can tell you, I think the second or third one, the third one we held, we kind of ran into some problems over at Anacostia Rec Center. But after that, that was resolved. But usually on Friday nights, when those kids show up with their families, we really don't see a lot of activity around our city with young people, because it typically ends around 10:30, 11 o'clock around that time, and they get on the metro or take the necessary transportation to go home. So we know on Friday nights, the majority of our kids are going to end up in those locations.
So if that's one of the most effective tools, does this supplemental budget allow for the opening of rec centers every weekend throughout the summer?
Well, I don't know, because that would be a DPR ask. I mean, it would have to be Director Freeman. And I think that in conversation with her, as long as she has the funding to do it, she is amenable to doing that because Saturday night would really be the night. They don't typically come out on Sunday nights. And then there's this group that typically comes down to U Street, and we just got to really, we got to really figure out how to, again, point them in a different direction than being out, again, on U Street being disruptive. We got to find a place for them to go.
Yeah, and I know it's a different agency budget, just as I feel like we keep coming back to the same challenge, that none of these challenges are in a silo or with one agency. And so those conversations and collaborations, I think, are going to continue to be really important between you and Director Freeman and others.
Absolutely, which is how we came up with the Memorial Day weekend, but the two of us coming together and say, hey, are you willing to open it up? She said, yes, as long as I have the funding, I can get the people there. And it was actually very good. I attended at least one of the nights. And I do attend some of the late night hypes and Beat the Streets, and it's really a successful community event for our families and children.
What do you think the right timeline is for a curfew for the summer?
Is that a trick question?
No.
Okay. So I think I said 9 p.m. I mean, I don't know why a child with a juvenile or young person would need to be out, to be honest, beyond 8 p.m. without an adult on a Friday night or Saturday night. But I stretched it a little bit because it's the weekend. So 9 p.m., as long as after 9 p.m. they're with an adult. That's of age. But up to that point, I mean, kids need to have a space to recreate in. And I'm saying, like, if you say a curfew at 6 p.m., then they're home. We don't give them the opportunity to be in a space where they can have fun, which is, again, like a recreation center or I mean, back in the day, we had a lot of community groups or community spaces for young people to go to. We just don't have that anymore.
Mhm. I don't think he would mind me quoting him, but I was speaking to Ron Moten the other day about some other interventions with our young people, and I know you know him well and a lot of the work that he's done with Peaceaholics and down at Washington Harbor. And he said this, maybe others have heard this expression, but I loved it, which was love and order. And he was like, we've got to give our kids love and order.
And when you bring them to those spaces, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of care. I mean, I think the DPR staff do a very, very good job. I think our team in our youth and family engagement division do a wonderful job. They are with some of these kids in our schools, so they know them, they have relationships with them. So again, in spaces and places that's safe for them is what we need to look for to host activities for our young people.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Henderson?
Thank you. I'm gonna pick up on that convo after I finish talking about the cameras really quickly. So how long does the installation take? Once you all, I mean, you're about to receive approximately 200 or so. What does that look like from an implementation standpoint?
I think it probably takes about, I don't want to speak too out of turn, but I think that they have put up about 6 a week. They can be pressed to put up more. We pay a vendor to do the install. That's part of the cost. So it's going to be how many people they've got, whether or not the site is prepared, if they've got the electricity running to the pole. I mean, so there's a level of site preparation that has to go into them.
Okay.
If we're putting it on a place that's got sufficient power, if they've got to run new power. So each site is a little bit different. But once we get the cameras in, they go up pretty quick.
Okay. Look, I don't want to surveillance state by any means, but the cameras have been deterrents. I know a couple of years ago, Councilman Blish George, we put the cameras up on Kennedy Street, and that was one of the ways that we were able to sort of break up that crew that was sort of terrorizing the neighborhood up there. So they work, and when used appropriately, we just got to get them out there. I don't want them to be sitting in your warehouse.
Oh, no, we try to get them up as quickly as we get them, but what I can commit to doing is I'll find out how many we've got and get the schedule of when they'll go up.
Okay.
So, because I know we've got 100 that are coming in. I think that we're still waiting on the procurement for the second set of 100. And so the delivery is what generally takes the longest. It's the manufacturing of the cameras.
Which is helpful to know that even manufacturers have capacity limitations in terms of what they're able to produce. Okay. I want to turn to the Budget Support Act. You all have a subtitle around background checks and fingerprinting, which interestingly enough intersects with a BSA subtitle in my cluster on the health side, which is the Health Occupation and Criminal Background Check Amendment Act, which is DC Health essentially transferring responsibility for all health occupation background checks to MPD. Yeah. And so I'm like, let's come to you because now, at least from what I'm reading in the OCFO's physical impact statement, don't worry, DC Health is going to send you the money. But the question is around the capacity to be able to execute. Why is everybody looking at me blankly?
Well, I'm looking at you blankly because I'm actually not familiar with that.
Oh, okay.
And it's really about people and the capacity.
Oh, no, I know, because
Yeah.
I mean, you doing background checks for public safety positions. So when I saw all of the health occupations, right, I have 19 health occupation boards for us
So
in health, right?
I thought they were using a channeler currently, so I thought they were outsourcing it now. We wouldn't be able to take that on.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we wouldn't be able to take on that work with existing staffing, and I don't think that anybody has approached that with us with.
I'm glad I asked.
Built into this.
Okay, I have the DC Health hearing on Monday, and my staff has a meeting with DC Health tomorrow. So we'll try to unpack and follow up.
Yeah.
It struck me because both subtitles mention rat back. So I was like, wait a minute, hold on. If we're talking about one on MPD, is this the same that they're proposing for DC Health? It is the same. But the subtitle is transferring the responsibility to you all.
It could be that we were trying to combine to get to the same end, which was leveraging Rat Back to a broader effort. So if we have Rat Back that can be applied and channeling that can be applied at MPD, that we can leverage it with the security officer industry and other industries. It's the ability to have a channeler do some of the work and not necessarily employees at MPD.
Okay.
So Field Print would be the entity that would be able to set up shop all around the city. And so you can schedule appointments to go there and do it and not rely on scheduling with just MPD. Rat Back is really, it's next generation APHIS. And so it's really that if you sign up for it.
I know, it's the
yeah.
continuous piece of it.
So I think that that's kind of where there might have, I think that if I recall correctly, that's the intersection where the legislation, we just really joined forces. It's not moving any functionality over to us. It's really the FBI requires specific legislation in order to authorize it. They need to authorize the legislation.
Then I think that I'm thinking that the subtitle is not appropriately drafted because it is doing more than what you were describing. So we'll follow up. I'm glad I asked. Okay. Chief, I want to follow up on something you mentioned sort of during performance oversight hearing around homicides. And I'm not entirely sure if I remember 100%, but I do recall you speaking about something to the effect of there was a large portion of the number of homicides that had occurred, I think, between January and March that were inside a building.
Inside scenes.
Yes,
use the
inside
term
scenes. So
inside
something that didn't occur on a street.
Yes.
Something that an officer could not have reasonably
Correct.
prevented from occurring because it took place inside a private residence or something to that effect. Can you say a little bit more about what those numbers look like right now? Because I feel like this context is important when we're talking about homicides.
Right.
Not to say to diminish either or, but I feel like for the public, 40 homicides that take place on a street that is a random shooting is very different than if a lot of those were, they knew each other, it took place in a home, there was not a way to sort of intervene, if you will.
Right, and I think that the toughest challenge, if you will, when it comes to let's say whether a person, whether a homicide is committed outside versus inside is, in some of the, I'll just use for an example, in some of the large apartment buildings that may not have video footage or video camera, right? It's very hard and challenging for us. So we've been working with some of the property management to ensure that they can have cameras in those locations so that when things happen inside, we can kind of sort of get the video to kind of link, find out who the individuals are that committed it. And so to date, we have 27 of our homicides are inside scenes, and 47 are outdoor scenes. And of the 74 that we have today, 7 of those are from prior year cases. And what that means is if the OCME or usually a OCME, if they determine that a case that may have occurred, let's just say 2 years ago, and the person dies this year, we still have to, even though the incident may have happened 2 years ago, the person died due to an injury that let's say assault with a deadly weapon that occurred 2 years ago, then we have to carry that on our books for the year. And so if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, because that came in this year. So today we're sitting at 74 total homicides, 27 inside and 47 outdoor scenes.
Okay. Just think that is helpful in terms of the conversation. I just want to spend just a little bit of time talking about young people sort of piggybacking. I know.
Okay.
I know you, I'm not going to push you on the curfew piece, the 9 p.m. I mean, there used to be a thing when I was growing up, like you had to be in the house when the streetlights came on. So in the summertime that varied because, daylight savings, et cetera. But that does not seem to be how we're parenting today. Also, to be clear, mine are in bed. They're little. But yesterday there was a Washington Post posted 3 articles, one about truancy, one about GPS, and then one about rehabilitation at DYRS. The part about truancy that stuck out to me was around middle school students and this time during the day where they don't have anything to do from like 3:15 to 7 because of the after school programs. And I recall at one point when you all ran the data, I think the mayor did some sort of crime stat type deal, that 3:15 to 7 is where we start to see some spikes in crime activity amongst young people. Is that still accurate?
So yes, and it also depends on the area, right? And I can tell you, it has, most of it was happening around our schools, like the robberies, kids get out of school, they were stealing kids' sneakers and all the other things that they were doing. But that has kind of calmed down a lot. I think we got a lot of made sure our officers were in places and spaces around our schools. We were able to get a lot of the video camera footage in order to determine and put pieces together with regards to the investigative piece to ensure we figured out who these individuals were. One of the things that has been helpful for us this year, and I'll say to me, is the relationship that I have with Chancellor Louis Farabee with DCPS. We were challenged last year, and I did not know this coming in, with not being able to share information between DCPS and the Metropolitan Police Department. So i.e., we go to a principal and say, hey, you know, is this Pamela Smith? And if I needed more information, we would have to we'd have to get a subpoena to get information about the kid that committed this crime. And we know he or she attends this school. So that relationship has been very helpful for us because and of course, I'll tell you that the deficiency here has been because we don't have enough SROs in our schools. And you know, that's a problem. When we had SROs in our schools, they get to know these kids, the kids trusted them, they built relationships. And so it was easier at that time. We didn't see a lot of activity happening around our middle school. And middle school is a little different too. But with some of these middle school kids, we're finding now that's really a broader group of young people that are committing some of our crimes as well. And in between and outside of that period, I mean, as young as 11 years old, I mean, going into like a Safeway or I'll say a 7-Eleven, and the kid is about as high as this table with a backpack bigger than he is, and robbing a store. And so to me, it's really the behavior. And so what we've done, I will tell you, is that we have, you know, people talk about officer friendly, right? That's the age group that we have to get to. That middle school age group, to start teaching them, to start training them, which is why we brought the Officer Friendly program back to those schools. And we also have what's called Badger Bear and Badgette Bear, really to bring into those schools and teach them about safety, teach them about bullying and those things that they should not be doing, because we saw an uptick, and I saw an uptick in that last year. And I think and then it was an outcry from many community members and residents to say, hey, bring that back to the schools. And I think it's been really effective.
Thank you. I'm over my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, it's always good to see you. Welcome to you and members of your senior leadership team. I'll jump right in with my questions.
Yes, sir.
The mayor's proposed budget is titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how your agency is supporting that effort?
Well, I think that when you talk about growing DC, from the public safety perspective, you know, it's our responsibility to ensure that we are recruiting the best and the brightest members of the Metropolitan Police Department to ensure that we have resources around our city. We all want a safe city. I know a lot of folks really rely heavily and depend heavily upon police, and it's my job to ensure that we are recruiting the best. And so one of the things that we have introduced into this legislation is an amendment of our 60 college credit hours. And I think Councilmember Pinto is going to be introducing that a little bit further down the week. Peace DC, is that what it's called?
We're voting on it tomorrow
Voting.
out of committee.
Okay.
Councilmember
voting
Felder
on-
will be there.
Okay, that's called a clue. And so when you talk about growing DC, making sure that we have the appropriate technology, the mayor has been and is one of the biggest supporters of the Metropolitan Police Department when it comes to making sure we have the infrastructure, making sure we have the personnel, as well as the most relevant technology to ensure that we can fight crime in this city.
Thank you, Chief. Now, Chief, I saw that within your proposed budget, it shows an increase in operating funds and FTEs. Despite those increase in both, do you want to speak of any challenges that still may persist within your budget?
No.
Okay.
No, thank you for the ask.
Chief, how does your budget support balancing attracting new officers while also making sure that the current officers who want to take advantage of overtime isn't overworked?
That's a good
I was
question.
gonna say, when you pause, that means that's a good question.
So let's talk about the attracting new officers, right? We do have a $25,000 hiring bonus that we have continued to use as a recruitment tool. We also have a $6,000 housing allowance as well that we offer police officers who want to join the Metropolitan Police Department. Any officer who lives in the District of Columbia, there is an opportunity through a process and years of service on the job where you can also have a take-home vehicle.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's one of our most attractive tools. And I think we're the best police department in the country. I think that's really a selling point for me. And when you talk about how do we attract and keep, if you will, police officers that are currently there and really to not be burnt out. I know there's a delta with that for me as well. The mayor, I'll say the mayor's executive order that came out regarding the budget required us to take a look at overtime, right? And my team and I took an extensive amount of time to ensure that we could cut back, if you will, on the overtime that we had been spending across the city and within my purview. And that seemed to backfire a little bit on me with the officers because the officers was like, hey, can you bring the overtime back, right? And again, the intent is to make sure that there's a balance there. And I think we've done a pretty decent job up to this point with making sure that we are, and Leanne, have we done a decent job with kind of cutting back on some of the overtime. She manages all of the finances and the money. I mean, there are periods where we have a decrease and then there's a period where it ebbs, it really gets high. And the reason for that is because of all the activities that we have to manage around the city. As you know, we just came out of 2025 World Pride. And that required us to go on what's called an Alpha Bravo, 12-hour tours for our officers. And depending on what happens during a particular event or incident, that may require us to either hold our officers over after their tour of duty or even hold our officers over after a particular event due to what's taking place at that particular time. And I always want everyone to know that top of mind for me is always the well-being of our police officers.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chief. Chief, could you speak to why the budget for training and development was reduced in your budget for FY 2026?
So the budget, it looks like it was reduced, but the budget actually isn't reduced. It's the net change between the years. So when the question set comes back, this training wasn't one of the ones that she asked about, but I can certainly include it the same way I included the other ones. 90% of the budget is personnel. So every time people move between the starting point in FY 25 to the starting point in FY 26, that budget is going to go with them if they retire, if they get promoted, if they get moved around. And so an experienced officer is much more expensive than a new recruit. And so sometimes that's the transition that happens that gives the perception there's a budget reduction. It's actually the body moving throughout the agency. There was no reduction in any of the non-personal services. So the training curriculum, what's being provided hasn't been reduced. And staffing will ebb and flow. Staffing at the academy will ebb and flow to what the need is. So if we have more academy classes, we put more people there. If it starts to slow down, then we take them out. So it's not, the way the budget is presented is not indicative of what the intention on training is.
Copy. Okay. Chief, shifting gears to external affairs. I know, first of all, I recognize the work that MPD has put in over the years to really change what the relationship is between community and MPD, especially under your leadership. But I did notice that within your FY 2026 proposed budget, specifically around internal affairs, there was a reduction. Could you speak to how will MPD ensure integrity and oversight in the absence of fully being funded?
It's the same issue.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm assuming it's the same issue for investigative services as well.
And the complicating factor that goes on top of all of that is when vacancy savings is applied, it's applied to the largest chunks of the budget, if you will. And so that takes into account a large reduction. That's why you see an inverse relationship between a budget reduction and an increase in staffing. They're not necessarily always related.
Copy.
So.
Okay. Well, could you speak to what operational changes were taken into consideration to decrease the Special Operations Division's funding?
So the Special Operations Division, it's going to be the same thing on the personnel side, but they actually received an increase on the non-personnel side because one of the investments that were made in 2026 was the enhancements to some of the equipment that is no longer supported by grant funding. But that's a lot of the more tenured officers with a lot of experience are in SOD. And when they retire and their salary is no longer presented there, we see a shift in the salary the following year. And so sometimes that's going to be what happens. And so in the explanation that comes back with the question set, I do a crosswalk between all of the position changes, the net position changes that happen between those 2 years. And that's where the delta in the salaries will happen. But the other change that comes into play is the amount of vacancy savings that gets applied into just that category. It's not tied to the bodies that are there. It's just tied to that funding, well, if you will.
Okay.
Technical term.
Thank you. Chief, Project Thrive, could you speak to if there was an increase in funding to support Project Thrive? And if so, how are those communities decided to
receive the services?
yes.
And so Thrive is really one of our, and it's really our summer crime initiative. And so what I did was, instead of waiting for the summertime to address crime, we thought we would do it on a year-round basis. And what we did was, the first year, we looked at the area where we had the highest violent crime, the first 3 areas where we had the highest violent crime across the city. And so we looked at Anacostia, Rosedale, and at the time, Washington Highlands were the 3 areas that we looked at. And we had some pretty good decreases. I mean, even today, we're sitting at a 38% reduction in violent crime in all of our Thrive areas. And then I think that we see a 2025 total crime reduction in our Thrive areas is at a 23%. I think the team is doing a fabulous job. It is not something that is added into as part of the increased budget. That is a part of our day-to-day operational plan when we look at how we're going to reduce crime and violent crime areas. And what that encompasses is officers being assigned to those areas. We keep them there in those spaces, I think on a 24-hour basis per day, to ensure that those, and it's not just officers sitting in cars, it's getting out, engaging. There are public safety walks that are taking place in some of those areas. We also bring in some of the other DC government agencies also to host cleanups, walks. We meet with some of the ANCs in some of those areas who really care about their community to be a partner with MPD in helping us to reduce crime.
Thank you, Chief. And just my final question, more of a recommendation, or can you get me this information afterwards? But I noticed that your proposed budget allocates $19 million in capital funds to provide more crime fighting technology in the district. Could you give me over information specifically as it relates to the type of fighting crime technology that will be spent in Ward 7?
Okay.
Gotcha.
And so I know one of the things you and I have talked about are the cameras. Everybody wants cameras today, and people.
Gotcha.
And I know last night we had a really good meeting
Yes.
with
Thanks
the
for
community.
coming. Yeah.
Yes, sir. No, thank you for the invite. And so
everything that we heard in the meeting with regards to making sure we have increased patrols. Also ensuring as we look at the number of cameras that we're receiving, how we're going to allocate those around the districts. Again, that's really based on some of the high crime areas, but we also have other cameras and other things that we can look at for providing support to Ward 7. And I'll just give one of my commanders a shout out in Ward 7. Today he has, I think, in violent crime, he has a significant decrease in violent crime in Ward 7.
Is that the big
Watch
6D?
watch yourself. Don't call him big.
Oh, no,
I'm
not
just playing.
figuratively.
No,
Not figuratively.
Commander
I'm a big
yes.
supporter of the 6th district. Yeah, I
Yes.
call it the big 6D because we get it done. Yes.
It is. He really is Commander Jerron Hickman.
Yes.
He is really boots on the ground and
Right.
very, very supportive in the community. And again, if there's anything the community needs, they reach out to him and he is very responsive.
I completely echo your sentiments.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Chief, and thank you,
Thank
Chairwoman, for allowing me to ask my extra questions.
Thank you, Councilor Felder. Councilor Lewis George.
Thank you. Chief, I want to come back to some about case closures and accountability here. And want to understand the proposed budget, it looks like includes a 15 million decrease for investigative services. Am I reading that correctly?
It's the same explanation as the other one. And what I did see with regards to investigative services is there's a $20 million vacancy savings reduction that was placed into that activity title. So that's not indicative of there's not an actual reduction from a budget. We didn't reduce the number of people there. It's really the snapshot in time between the two Schedule A's at FY25 and FY26. The staffing is more organic. We will move the people there as staffing permits. Generally, right now, what's happening is as we have a recruit class that we're going to put back into a district, we'll pull people off the detectives list to go backfill into there, because if we just move detectives over right away, we're shorting patrol. So it's a rob Peter to pay Paul situation as we graduate people. But the scenario that's laid out here, there's three factors. There's the way the salaries are developed for the budget, the baseline. And then there's the way the vacancy savings, which for this year is $96 million. The way the vacancy savings are applied across the major budget categories. And so investigative services got 20 million of that. So
Understood.
It's going to be upside down.
Got you. Okay, so that's what that's reflecting, not sort of a reduction in investigative services across. Okay, great.
And Councilmember George, I do understand your concerns, and I think the team and I have been talking about, we know as we get closer to the summer months, how we get an increase in crime just because that's what happens in the summer. We've already discussed adding more detectives to our investigative units before we get into the summer.
Got it. I appreciate that. In addition to sort of adding detectives in and doing some of the investigative services work, are you all putting in sort of performance metrics, sort of such as like clearance rates, time to close, quality of evidence? Is MPD tracking for its investigative units to try to see if the performance metrics can yield even higher results?
Yes, and the team do that on a almost a regular basis, and I say regular, and it's also dependent on how much the caseload is, right? And we're always looking for ways to kind of be nimble in that space, because we do know that crime trends and patterns change sometimes almost daily.
Got it.
And so we are looking at how we measure our performance, and if that means, and we sit down as a team to discuss that, and if that means we need to shift, we will shift on a moment's notice.
Got it. I appreciate that. I think, and I know that investigative services, the detectives are going to be working on really a lot of those major cases, violent crime cases. I want to speak to also, and I think that's critical and important, and really grateful for that. And that's what we need. How do you say this? The quality of life cases, I'm trying to give a name for it, when a neighborhood like Kansas Avenue in Ward 4, for example, where individuals came by multiple days a night and just bashed out people's windows, broke into cars, those type of things that really get neighbors like upset.
Yep.
And those, and oftentimes people are just like, all right, well, call your insurance, work that out. That's not what neighbors want to hear from us. They really don't want to hear, call your insurance. They want to hear, we're investigating this case, just like we would investigate other cases. And that's not investigation I'm expecting to happen from like the detectives having to do, but even just, officers being able to do that investigative work. And just wanting to see that like there's energy there or direction there to do some of that work. It's not, you know, it makes it different. It's not the glamorous thing. It's not the big, you know, not going to make the news, but it's the thing that makes constituents feel better. So for example, I mean, like if we're seeing every night from like 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., cars are being broken into in a specific area, what community members really want to see is like from 3 to 7, you know, people are, you know, there's surveillance trying to catch the individuals who are doing these repetitive acts. So I'm trying to get to how some of these crimes of opportunity, theft crimes that are impacting neighbors can also receive like real follow-up investigative work so that community members can feel like that work is happening as well.
Well, I appreciate that. So one of the things that we have been doing, a couple of things, we have the high visibility patrol where when we have those kinds of incidents, instances where we've seen let's say a block where someone has gone through, broken out windows and snatched the things that were in the vehicles. We use high visibility patrols. We have traffic, cars that go out and do nothing but focus on that. We do spend a lot of time, the patrol team spends a lot of time looking at time of day when these things are occurring so that we can make sure that we have resources in those areas. Let me just say this. We look at crime every day and we don't minimize, even though it's violent crime. I mean, you're talking about property crime. That's a key thing for me. The team knows how I feel about motor vehicle thefts, theft from autos. When we have 20 or 30 cars that windows have been broken into, it's significant to us and we take that very seriously.
Got it. I appreciate that. And that's, you know, where you're gonna hear from my community that those are the things they want to also hear about. I know that MPD often has a number of work with in vacancy savings. But also it seems like you all got, I guess, 27.7 increase, bringing your operating budget to 600.7 million plus a 57.4 million capital budget increase. And then the total. It looks like overtime pay is increasing by 15 million to about 39.2 million total. And then agency management is increasing by 5.2 million to 117.4 million. I guess I'm trying to understand why the increase is so necessary, that level of increase is so necessary, given there should be savings embedded, but I guess is most of that savings going to overtime, or why with what I consider to have MPD to have savings, are we seeing such a significant increase?
So I'm glad you asked. So we have been playing with the vacancy savings number for 15 years. So it's been a long time since we were close to the 4,000 number with staffing. This budget supports hiring closer to 3,200. So there are 800 positions, nearly 800, I think it's 743 positions that are not supported with funding. So they're held for vacancy savings. That's the $96 million. That's not new money. We didn't have that money. I think last year it was around the same amount. So it doesn't exist year to year because we budget for what we think we can hire. So it doesn't, my concern has been as that number continues to grow each year, people are going to they're going to look for where'd that money go because you're not hiring up to it. We have been losing it consistently for the past 15 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the budget, the FTE number has stayed the same. The budget has continued, the vacancy savings number has gone up significantly, right? So it's $96 million is a lot. And if you take that by 800, it's $118,000 salary, which including fringe is about the cost of an officer. And so it's not, the budget supports what we think we can hire, and that's how we factor it in. We take a look at what do we think we're going to need, and then we build a hiring plan around where we think we're going to end this year and what we think we're going to get into next year based on our attrition numbers, what we think we can hire. There's not cushion in that. We are pretty good about it. What we realized last year going into this year and then really going to next year is that it's too much vacancy savings. The number was a little bit too high. We asked to course correct going into 26 because we didn't have enough to get to the end of payroll last year. because the vacancy savings number is so high.
Got it.
And I think that we're properly funded going into 26 for what we think we can hire. We're not going to have this payroll issue by the time we get to August.
Okay.
But there's not cushion, because I think people do see that this is high budget and that there's
Mhm.
always going to be room, but there's not always room. Because we're also told to continue hiring full bore. And so we don't stop with the hiring. And if the intention of, I mean, if there's a secondary cut to the overtime, not to the overtime, but to the hiring numbers or to the salary, then what we should probably do is push all hiring back. But then there's the desire to have officers
Got it.
as soon as we can, so we can't push them back. And so that creates the imbalance
That's
year
what's
over year.
creating that, like, so we're saying year over year. Okay, understood. Okay, that makes sense. I will have to, as I know, we're getting a number of new technologies. I'm just asking across the board, there be some parity. By parity, I mean, make sure that fourth district also gets it. You know, Chief, people think that council members have cameras somehow because they email us all the time asking, can we get a camera on a block? And I'm like, that is not how this works. You have to talk to the Metropolitan Police Department and they have to make an assessment. But I say that to say, obviously, community members are always saying as a deterrent, you know, where there's areas of, you know, high crime, can we get cameras as a deterrent in addition, not because we don't have the numbers on the ground to really support that. So my ask is as we deploy the new technologies that will be a part of this, including cameras, that, you know, there's fourth district will be considered as far as the parity across the city goes.
May I say something about the fourth district?
Yes.
The highest reduction in violent crime across the city.
Yes.
And so that is a testament not only to the work that the officers are doing in
That's
that
right.
space, but the commander who understands the same thing. And she's asked us for cameras. We get
Yes, she
mobile
does.
cameras.
That's
She
right.
do a great job with making sure that we are putting cameras where we need to be, and we will always do an assessment and ensure we can include the fourth district. I also want to invite you, because I heard you, I assumed you thought we were still in the Daily building.
I did.
Okay, so come on over to 441.
I used to work in 441.
Well, come on over so we can give you a tour.
And I fought to make sure the elevators got fixed.
Okay, well.
In my facilities chair role.
Okay. Well, the invitation is for you to
I
come
will.
to 441 and we'll show you a tour of our real-time
Absolutely.
crime center and our new job.
Wonderful.
ma'am.
And then one of my ANC commissioners already texted me. Can we please, the responses you have for about sort of the findings of obstruction of justice or the non-findings of that, could you send that out?
I will.
Have GC send that out. So that's something that we can share with the other leaders of our ward
Yeah.
who remain concerned about that as an overall trust issue, attrition issue for us as we move forward.
I understand it and I do respect it. And if you would be so kind, if you could send me questions with regards to what's going to happen July 2nd, that will also help me to be better prepared around that in particular.
Can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilor Lewis George. Glad you stayed. Okay, Chief, just a couple more questions from me. The Wrap Back program. There's a BSA subtitle as it relates to the Wrap Back program requiring MPD to participate on behalf of the district and the FBI's Next Generation Identification Record and Arrest Prosecution Background Service. What does that mean in practice? How will that impact your operations?
It would, in practice for Wrap Back, it would mean that people can sign up and likely not have to return back in a later, next year to get re-fingerprinted. We would know if they got arrested in another jurisdiction. So what it does is it creates a feedback loop for, connects with other, they have to give permission to participate in the program. For if they have a license that would.
Who's they?
Whoever's getting fingerprinted, the applicant. So the person getting fingerprinted, it's specific to the person. So basically the Wrap Back is if I'm getting fingerprinted for a license for working in a daycare, let's say, I'm getting fingerprinted, I come back and I have nothing that's going to prevent me from working in that daycare. But then I go to California and I do something I shouldn't do and I get arrested there. With the Wrap Back program, your home base is going to get alerted. The licensing entity is going to get alerted that you got arrested for a crime that, might impact your license.
Interesting. Okay. I'm just thinking I gave my fingerprint when I was a very young child and I didn't I don't remember realizing the extent of what it meant and the consent it gave, but it then became part of a database. And hopefully I'm not going to break any
And it
laws,
also-
but I thought that was interesting. It led to an interesting conversation around when you're consenting to it. And as you know, last year tried to expand our DNA database, and we're still dealing with some funding issues. And so is this something this budget funds the allowance? Like, is it a technology that you have to purchase, or it's just a kind of legislative authority that you could partner with the FBI in this way?
It's two things. So there's a legislative authority that the FBI requires. I mean, so that part has to exist, but then you have to affirmatively agree to participate. So just because you may have been fingerprinted before doesn't mean that you're automatically enrolled. So it is still, it'll be the next time you come in to get fingerprinted, or you can give your consent. I think that there's a way you can give your consent because, you know, your fingerprints are in the system and we have identified you by name because we've got this, you know, historical record with you. But it does not necessarily mean every non-criminal fingerprint that we have automatically gets enrolled. But it is not new technology. It is consistent with our existing APHIS technology that we have now. It's really a requirement for the FBI. It's their criteria.
I got you. Okay. Great. Community safety ambassadors. This was kind of a let's try it last year, see how it goes. How does it go?
Well, I think the initial intent for the community safety ambassadors did not work out the way we planned. And so what we typically do with the ones that we currently have, we utilize them in some of our areas for special events, as added personnel in those spaces. It just did not manifest to what we thought it was going to be.
So were there positions hired for it that are no longer being used for that purpose?
So there were positions hired, and we hired about what, 30 or so. We had a lot of discipline issues with a lot of those individuals. And so when they left those positions, we just took the remaining folks there and moved them into other areas of the for our special events, just to provide extra support in those spaces instead of using a police officer.
And special events as through MPD? Or
Yes,
through other
such as special events like when we go to Audi Field or over to Nats Park or different, well, not necessarily Nationals Park, but at Capital One, for different places like that, to really be kind of the extra eyes and ears for us in those spaces.
And how many positions do you have now for that?
We have about what, 15?
Most of the positions have been repurposed into similar roles. And then we have, they were applying into other positions. They were self-disbanding.
It was a mutual, not a right
We
fit.
had started at like, I think 30. At one point we had 33. And then by the time we got towards the very end, we had 8. And so it wasn't enough for them to operate as a unit, and they weren't really serving the intended purpose. We didn't, so we've moved them into more functional assignments that would have a greater impact. Going into 26, we did, because of budget constraints, we have 43 positions that are civilian positions that are frozen going into 26. A good number of those positions are frozen, so we're not actually doing anything with them going into 26. The funds, normally we only have sworn vacancy savings, or, you know, that are held vacant for sworn. We have 43 held vacant for civilians. If we have a better year and the funds free up, we might leverage those for different civilianization positions. But of the 106 that we received last year, 43 of them are held vacant for next year. Not 106 CSAs, but 106 of the civilianization positions, of which I think about 32 of the CSAs are frozen going into 26.
And when you say they're frozen, you mean the position is not, it's funded, but it's not available to be hired?
It's not funded. We have the FTE, but not the funding.
I see. So why not just get rid of the FTE also, in case for a later date?
In case for a later date, or in case we realize savings during the year. And I mean, we might have an issue in the following year where we can self-fund the position, but.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to, there's so many areas in our budget that are doing kind of they're aimed to do quasi similar kind of community supplementing work to place, whether that's the safe commercial corridors ambassadors, the safe passage ambassadors, the nonprofit grant security officers, the community safety ambassadors. And so I want to make sure that this budget is being efficient, making sure you all have what you need to do and these other resources have. But if I appreciate the honesty that we tried something and it didn't quite work, and I think we need to do a little bit more of that streamlining in this budget. Okay. Crisis intervention officer training. Where are we with the partnership with DBH and OUC? There were some pilot programs started. Is this something that you've brought more folks on board to handle this work? Where do things stand with that partnership?
Yeah, I don't really have any information on that as of this moment, but I can certainly get back to you on that, if that's okay.
Okay, I would appreciate that. We talked about it during performance oversight hearing, the 40-hour training program run by DBH to help officers better respond to behavioral and mental health emergencies. And this is another area that I think we learned a lot from the last couple of years, where several years ago we shifted some of the functions to DBH, and we heard from DBH, hey, we really need MPD to help us with some of this. And so then we moved to the system of saying, okay, let's have DBH help with some training, but it's still MPD doing some of the crisis response, especially in a kind of a middle ground case where someone may be having a behavioral health challenge, but also might have a weapon on them, for instance. So I want to make sure that this budget is kind of advancing that goal. Okay, is there anything else you need in this budget, Chief, to support your goals for public safety?
No, I think the mayor has introduced a budget that will help us to really focus on public safety, ensure that we are integrated with the best technology to reduce crime, especially eyes in the sky with our camera program, and certainly the enhancement of some of our equipment that has been outdated and is certainly much needed for our officers to remain safe.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you to your team. We will talk next week about some of the items we went over. And as I said to the deputy mayor, we have a very truncated budget timeline this year. Our committee markups in 2 weeks from today. And so I will ask in advance that we stay very close. We'll have a lot of questions and make sure that we can get through this process collaboratively. So appreciate all of you. Thank you for what you do every day, and all of your officers and everyone at MPD does every day to keep our city safe. With that, the time is now 6:12 p.m. and we are adjourned.